Greetings. How y'all doing out there, America and beyond? Yeah, man, your boy back with another banger. Got a bad motherfucker set up for y'all tonight, or today, going into the night. It's gonna be a long ride, man. So strap in your seatbelts, cause we finna roll out. You dig? Now, the topic at hand is the movie Mad Max Fury Road. Bad motherfucker in a good way. Excellent theater. A lot of jewels in this movie, man. Not quite sure how long it's gonna take to do this, but y'all know what to do. I understand people got lives to live. I'm telling you this now because it's gonna be long as fuck. Probably about a good, if I don't have to do 2 videos, but I know at least 12 hours. So it's gonna be one of them joints you're gonna have to probably break up into pieces or whatever. I'm not really into the busting mine down and the editing out of the 2 here and 2 there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just go straight on through and you watch it at your own convenience, I guess. But this is a bad motherfucker. Now I had to put so y'all don't think I'm crazy. I know it ain't winter yet, but I had to get the props, man. Have a little fun with this shit. So I had to go and put the leather on, which was a gift from a co-worker, one of my pop's co-workers from Cuba. Cool cat, man. I got the chance to meet him when I worked with my father for a short stint at his job. Cool cat, man. Cool cat. But he gave this jacket to my pops before he passed, and my pops said it was too small, so he gave it to me. And I said, well, that's fitting, because, I am the one. Since it's giving Neo. So, I guess things, plus it reminded me of my partner Greg, partner G Money. He used to have this long, he passed on too. He in the other realm, the spirit realm. He used to have this long trench leather. This ain't a trench right here, but here was a trench with and he used to have this black leather baseball cap he used to wear with it, man. Real cat too, man. Real philosophical type of fella, man. But yeah. So shout out to them, man. So let me see where to begin with this, because it's real involved. On one hand, let me start off with these interesting occurrences that took place when I started preparing everything I needed to do this thing. Now I'll give you the backstory for those that's not who may be newcomers to the whole Starface experience. But I will be taking this motherfucker off in a minute. But might end up having to put it back on once the AC get to kicking in a little bit. But I'll give you the backstory for those that don't know. Well, in 2016, it was 2 movies I had ended up catching, and I went out on a Friday night. Well, Friday night, came home that Saturday morning, and it was around 4 or something, man. I sat down and I came across this movie that I'm about to break down, the Mad Max joint. So I watched it, whatever. So as I watched, I started seeing the science in it. I said, "Oh, okay, okay." So there's some science in this. Now, mind you, at this time, I didn't have no YouTube page or none of that. I wasn't speaking yet, but well, at least not publicly. I build with people around me and all that, but um, but I was planning to. So I said, okay, well, let me put this in my notes. But this is for future references. I'm gonna have to do this do a breakdown on this movie or whatever. So I watched the movie, whatever. Then it went off. Now I already did the breakdown for the other movie, which was She's All That. Pretty much a teen flick. I wouldn't necessarily say a chick teen flick, but we just call it a teen flick. Now, but these two movies, they go together. Uh, they correspond to each other. First and foremost, one the mad last I couldn't remember last year when I did the She's All That breakdown. I couldn't remember which one I watched first, but that's all coming back to me. Because the Mad Max is a movie that you would see. I forgot. I think I was just flipping through the channel and somehow came on to it or whatever. But this is a movie you would see and be like, okay, it might be something in here. Let me check it out. As opposed to a movie like She's All That. Now, if I was just flipping through the channels, and just say I was flipping through the channels and I would have just so happened to just stop on that movie, or let's say if I would have came in and cut the TV on and the movie I came to first was She's All That as opposed to Mad Max, I probably wouldn't have watched it. I probably would have been like, probably would look at it a little bit, but wouldn't have thought nothing of it. But when I watched the Mad Max joint, it was Saturday morning. So by the time it went off, it was a little bit before the sun started rising. Then you know how they show the movie started going off and they show you what's coming on next. So when they show She's All That, I look at the acronyms of the S to A to She's All That to SAT. So I'm looking at it and it was SAT. So I'm like, it's Saturday morning. So okay, I said something here, it kind of triggered me right there. I said something here, Saturday morning. This movie, when you put the acronyms with the SAT, and then it's on HBO, which the O in HBO resembles Saturn. The circle in the middle, the other circle around it. How Saturn is where Saturn is actually it's not a planet. It's a state. It's one of the forms that the Earth took in the process of becoming what we now know as the Earth or whatever. Which is when the physical sphere was shaped, and then you had the light inside that physical sphere shot out the sides and circled the physical sphere, which is where you get the rings of Saturn from, and then the sphere that's sat in the middle or whatever. With light, which we're gonna get to it in a minute, but and you had a light, or what you call a ball of light, or 7 spheres of light that combined into one above that, which was how the sun came into fruition or whatever. So, but anyway, I saw that. I said, okay. When I saw that, something told me watch the movie. Then I started watching it. I got the science out of it. I said, okay, I see what this is. I say, all right, this is some science in this, and I said, okay, these two movies, I'm gonna have to get up with them. So, let me take this jacket out. It's getting heated in this. I had to kick it off with the jacket on though, just to get into my Mad Max Mad Max mode or whatever. But yeah. So yeah. So I watched the movie and I watched them or whatever, and like I said, I wasn't speaking yet, but I was like, when I start my channel, I'm gonna do a breakdown on them. So that was 2016. Um, so I started speaking in 2017, and for whatever reasons, I didn't get around to them. But it's the reason I understand why everything happened on time, because the these movies could be looked up on as the same way you look at what you call creation myths within scholarship or whatever, which are mythological tales that use symbolism through the different characters within them, and through the different people, places, and things within the stories that actually tell us symbolically narrate the creation of the physical universe, or the Earth and the Sun and the star, the galaxy or whatever. So, but I hadn't completely figured out the whole process yet. Now, I asked the question when I was I first started trying to figure it out, how everything came into fruition when I was in prison back in like 2006, 2007, and I was wrestling with many different different theories or whatever. So at first I was kind of off, but then come around 2017, 2018, I'll say one of the books that played a big part in unlocking, well, two: Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, and Ancient Egypt, Light of the World by Gerald Massey. Excellent author, excellent book, a must have. That is a must have right there. Yep. So that part. But originally the first book was the Ancient Secret Teachings of All Ages. That was what first the book that first I got the first glimpse of how everything started. But I didn't start getting an accurate depiction of it in my mind until I picked that book up, that book right there. And I'm quite sure other stuff I done read helped unlock things or whatever. But that's another excellent book too, Secret Teachers of All Ages. Well, I just get when you get it, that the chapter that really played a pivotal role in the unlocking or unveiling of the mystery was it's gonna be a chapter in about Hermes, or the divine Parmenides. So look at that. So anyway, so now fast forward to now, which are two other series you might want to check out, because I'm not gonna do a. Although I'm gonna break down the creation of the universe, or the creation of the earth and the birth of the sun, or whatever, and show you where it's at within the movie. I got two other series of videos where I'm not focused on the actual movie. I'm just dealing with the straight up process or whatever. Where I go into a little bit more detail, and it'll be a little bit more of a thorough breakdown of the creation process or whatever. So it's gonna be certain things what I do here. I'm not gonna do as spend as much dedicate as much attention to it as I did in the other two. So you can watch this one, um, but to get a thorough view, I would advise, really don't matter which way you do it, but for those that's not familiar with my work, you might want to go and look at it's one called Sirius Star Power, then there's another one called The Creation of the Earth and the Birth of the Sun or whatever. I advise you to watch those anyway, but you'll get a more in depth understanding, or I give you more of a I'm able to spend more time dealing with the actual process because I ain't got to reference the movie or this, that, the third. So yeah. Now it's a lot of correspondences between these two movies. If you look at them, now that's the interesting part about this, because one of them is an action-packed, kick-ass thriller flick, and the other one is a teeny bopper type of flick. Two totally different genres, but nonetheless they correspond to each other. They both have references to the creation process or whatever. And one I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna probably do this one and then do another video where I actually point out the correspondences. I might hit on a few here and there within this one, but what I'm gonna do is do another video where I can, show you where you see this in that movie, then you see that in that movie, and that goes that woo. So so I point out a few though in this one right here, but plus I didn't actually get into the actual stuff that I saw that referenced the creation process within the last movie, within the She's All That movie. So I still have to do that. But I think what I'll do is instead of making when I do the correspondence video, I'll do that and at the same time show you where the creation process takes place, or the references to the creation process takes place within that movie. So yeah, man. So let's pop this thing out. Now, for one, let's get to the magic surrounding the process. First and foremost, I got my boy here. Now he's relevant because he did when he did the California Love video. They redid Mad Max. Excuse me, the Thunderdome. I think they redone the Thunderdome version or whatever, because it's get my old trusty Google out. But it's shout out to Tina Turner too, because she played in the Thunderdome. Plus, I got a connection with her through the Buddhism thing. If you go watch the Sambo Black God of Asia, it'll speak on the future Buddha. Which is the same thing as the Christ coming to the planet, which is me. Believe it or not, I know a lot of people find it hard to believe, and it's bigger than me though. It's more than just me. It's me as well as those that are awakening and putting in the same work that I'm putting in. So and those who may not be woke yet and will be the ones awakening by the contact with my information or whatever, or the information that I dispense. So we're dealing with Mad Max now. First and foremost, as with anything, anything that you're doing, you got to prepare to do it. So I started getting ready. I had to go back, watch the movie over again a few times. I had to watch the movie. And take my notes on it. So I started that around like the end of August or the middle of August, maybe a little earlier than that. Uh, so I kept watching it. Um, Now after I got into the you just black with a better phrase. When I got into the mode of putting this all together, a lot of interesting things was happening relevant to the movie. So yeah, Mad Max. This is the rendition. Now I might when I these movies came out like I think the first one was what? Let me see. Yeah, the first one was '79. I wasn't even born yet. Then I think let me look at them all. Mad Max. Yeah, one came out '79. Part two '81. Uh, yeah, part two '81. Beyond the Thunderdome was '85, and that was the last one up until now, which is Mad Max Fury Road, which is the one I'm finna break down. Then you have the one that came out over the summer, which is Furioso, which is now I still haven't watched that one yet, but I can't wait to go check it out, see what they got going on in that thing. But right now we're dealing with the Fury Road 2015. Uh, Now I haven't watched none of these. Well, I know I probably have as a youth or when I was a little boy sitting around with my old man or something like that. But I don't remember. I just remember I just remember it being about a wasteland. Post-apocalyptic wasteland theme type of joint. So I remember the outer layer of it, but I never really just got into the movie or whatever. Um, yeah, it was 2015. Now, when I got into the whole, when it was time for me to get to the, when I start taking my notes and watching the movie over and over or whatever, think some curious things was happening. Well, some interesting things, I should say. Now, when I finished, after I finished the She's Outlet breakdown, which was last summer, probably about a month or two after that, I saw this magazine in the grocery store or whatnot. Yeah, man, she's in the building. Pac in this junk. Got Selena, Aaliyah, Mike in the building. It's a whole lot of things that pertain to them. Some things that pertain to them in this joint. And like I said, you got Tina. And something interesting happened the day she passed, but that's another story for another day. But it's just, another story for another day. But peace be upon her name. So yeah. Now I got the magazine, and after I got it, it took me a while to actually sit down and get into it and read it. Shop it. Put those up for a minute. Took me a minute to get into it and actually read it. When I got it, I flipped through it a few times or whatever. I flipped through it a few times, but I never sat down and just got into it for whatever reason. Ooh. But it's relevant. You know, excuse me. Over the summer, I went and got I downloaded the Fruity Loop Studio program. Then I went to the Guitar Center. They're gonna try to find me a keyboard, some more equipment stuff. Not really, cause just a little something. A drum machine or whatever. Alright. This was in there. That's all it is. Now I don't really got much right now, but when I muster up the resources to put me in a little studio, cause put me with my analog shit popping off, I can use this. Put it to the mic and just, Now, so if you've been following my YouTube channel or whatever, in the work that I do, you'll know I got a transmission from Selena about what it was 2022. Yeah, 2022. And we came through with pop. Now, it's not irrelevant. I got this, and then try to remember the order of the events. I got that. Okay, I think it happened like this. Could be wrong. It don't really matter, but just trying to give it to you as accurately as possible. Yeah, because I think that's what made me go back and watch the old video. But so we get back to the magazine. I got the magazine. And also I flipped through it, but I never just really for some reason I never just got into it right then and there. So about a year passed. Like I said, I got this 2023 summer, probably like August or something. I didn't really pick it up and just really get into it and read it until when I started doing the research for this this movie, which I had no idea she'd have a relevance to. Now, I'll show you how this thing works. I set on this movie by Mad Max, which it's a road warrior. He's a road warrior, right? That's what the movie's about. Him and Furioso. Interesting enough, on page 10, I picked this up, and what does it say right there? Road warrior. I said, oh yeah, it's happening. It says Selena performed during a concert on an outdoor stage circa 1994. She began touring even before she became a teenager and dropped out of junior high school after only a few months due to the demands of being on the road. She continued her education through correspondence courses, earning her GED at 17. So when I saw that road warrior, I said, "Oh, okay, everything's happening on time. She's in the whip. She ready to roll." Yeah, that's how it happened. So some told me to go and watch when I saw that, I think I did 2 videos on. Some told me to go back and watch it. And I watched one of them. I still got to watch the other one again. And and the one I ended up watching, I realized I was doing a breakdown on skeletons and skulls. Right, so Mr. Rattle Me Bones. But I did now I did a breakdown, but I didn't, cause this shit is, that's why that's why with this video right here, with each video I do, I try to be a little bit more mindful that I know it's certain ramifications to certain things I say, but I got to bring it back to the certain topics. Got to bring it back. One topic leads to another, but I'm trying to make a conscious effort to make sure I can bring it all back, so I won't forget the original, what I was finna say originally, because I can say one thing, it leads to that, then the third, and then I just go on to the next relevant part of whatever I'm breaking down. You get what I'm saying? But so when I done the breakdown on the skeletons, I didn't get to the meat of what I was trying to say, which was I was speaking on how we view these, like you see this and you think this is spooky and scary and stuff, or whatever. We look at this as something spooky, when in all actuality, it's not necessarily spooky. You scared of something that you have. You have a skull and a skeleton inside your own body. So, but I was doing a breakdown on it, and what I didn't get to was what I was trying to get to, but end up getting the part I didn't get to was speaking on how I was basically saying how, okay, you look at this and you think death, right? You see a skeleton and you think death, because when a body dies, it decomposes, and the only thing that's left is the skeleton. That's one of the reasons why the skeleton represents eternal life, because when somebody passes away, even after the body fully decomposes, the skeleton is still there and it remains. The flesh and all that rots away. So it's bodies of people that are buried from years and years ago, or whatever, from millions of years ago, whatever. No matter how long the body been buried, you go and get it, the bones will still be there. So the skeleton, the reason why you see the skeleton, you think death, but the reason why you see our ancestors with the skeleton bones and skeleton motif, and the reason they make a big deal of it is because they presented the skeleton. They look at the skeleton as a representation of eternal life, because for one, or immortality, because the skeleton will still be there, or it doesn't go nowhere, it doesn't decay. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect of it is, even after the body rots off with a bone, it's still melanin active in the bone marrow or the skeleton or whatever. So the melanin is still alive inside of it. So that also represents eternal life or whatever. It's still radioactivity going on in the skeleton or whatever. So, but I didn't get to that part. I broke down how the body, after the body rots away and the skeleton is left. I got to that part, but I didn't get to actually talk about the melanin that was still active in the DNA. In the skeleton or whatever. So see how that, but the original breakdown of the skeleton was inside of the video I had did for, which when you gonna see in this movie, you gonna see skeleton heads in the movie. The antagonist or the villain of the movie, Immortan Joe, that's his logo, his brand or whatever. Skeleton head or whatever, which if you haven't seen the movie yet, when you see it, you'll see that or whatever. if ever you wondered what's the significance of the skeleton or the skull, to demystify that or to take the fear out of it, that's what it means. So when you see people wearing, that's the true importance of skull and skeleton symbology. So next year, we just coming out of the Halloween season or whatever, or the Halloween era, spooky season. So you didn't know, now you know. So next year, when you participating and you see all the spooky ghouls and the goblins and the skeletons, you'll know, hey, I know what that means. I know why the skeleton is irrelevant. It's more than it represents life and death or whatever. So that's one thing. And I found this in the Guitar Center. Music, Selena, music. Okay. Oh man. Moving along. I'm sitting on the goddamn porch one day, and right when I'm in the commission, within the whole time, we'll just give you a little time frame. I started working on this around like maybe like the end of August, or mid-August or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I think I started watching it. Because I hadn't watched it since. I watched both of the movies like back in 2016. Probably watched them like once or twice or whatever. But I never actually had a copy of them where I could just sit and study them. You know what I'm saying? Life happened, so come back around. I had to sit down and really check them out, watch them a few times before I can get into them and do the breakdown or whatever. So I'm sitting on the porch. There's a bush in front of my porch with these purple flowers on it. They're a little dried up right now, but they're usually a little brighter purple than this. But these right here. So now last year, let me take you back to last year. Right after I done the when I was finished with the She's Outlet breakdown, I'm sitting on the porch and I saw a hummingbird picking at a flower. So I'm looking at the hummingbird. So I'm like, damn, I ain't seen a hummingbird in a long time. And then I had to ask myself, when was the last time you saw a hummingbird? And then I had to stop and think, have I ever seen a hummingbird in real life before? So, I'm looking at it just doing this thing and shit. And I probably have when I was a kid or something, but if I have, it been so long that I don't remember even seeing one before. And that's probably due to being raised up in the ghetto and shit, where you ain't around a lot of nature and shit. But anyway, so I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, damn. So I'm keep doing this thing, whatever. And I think I came back like 2 or 3 times after that. And then winter rolled around. So fast forward to like, this probably happened around September or something. Yeah, about September. I think it was like somewhere in September. I was sitting there. I was like, man, I wonder where that old hummingbird at, or whatever. And sure you know it, man. If it wasn't that same day, I should have wrote this shit down. But if it wasn't the same day, it was either that. It was within a 3-day span of me seeing it. I just give it that. What, you know what I'm saying? Just to be on the safe side or whatever. But I'm looking at it. I say, I wonder where that old hummingbird at. Sure you know it. If it wasn't that day, would probably happen right after that. I'm not sure. Don't get me wrong. I should have wrote it down though. But it still happened. So if not that day, a day or two after that, I'm sitting on the porch and the damn hummingbird come. I don't know if it's the same one. Possibly could be, because even when I saw that one hummingbird, that's the only one I ever seen. It ain't like I seen a couple of them come. So, but regardless of whether it was the same one or not, a hummingbird showed up. So the hummingbird picking at the little flowers, the little purple flowers or whatever. So I'm like, damn, man. I'm just sitting there looking at it, And then I think it came back the next day or whatever, because it came back like 2 times. And then either the third or fourth time or whatever it came back, I was looking at it because that's what it was. I kept going out early in the morning, which is a good time to go out, man. When everything start coming to life or whatever, when the birds start chirping and all that. So I kept going out there at the same time. I kept catching them. So I'm looking at this last time I saw it. I'm looking at him or her or whatever it was, just picking at the flower and shit. So I'm like, I wonder if this motherfucker is making a connection with me or something or whatever, Now I'm tapping into my spiritual shit, so I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm trying to make contact with this motherfucker or whatever. So I'm looking at it, he doing his thing. I'm thinking about the Jungle Book and shit. How they say we used to be able to communicate with the animals and shit. So I'm like, I'm looking at this motherfucker. He doing his thing, and I'm trying to let me see what I can get out of this. I'm staring at him or whatever. Spiritual people understand. If you're not as spiritual as you got to be spiritual to really get this shit. You just some geek out the street. You probably be this nigga on some wacky shit, but real motherfucker get it. I'm looking at this motherfucker. I'm like, I'm sitting up humoring myself and shit. So I go back. I think I was smoking or something. So I let him do his thing. I'm sitting there chilling or whatever. Man, next thing you know, this motherfucker fly right in front of me, bro. I'm talking about not like right here, but I just say I ain't good with measuring feet and shit. But I say when I'm 5'3", I say motherfucker flew like about 4 or 3 or probably about 3 feet in front of me, and stopped and turned sideways. And just stood there and just was like looking at me. I'm like, oh shit, it's happening. I mean, that motherfucker just sitting there like, it came like this. He was just like, I'm like, damn, something's going on here. This is, this is how the magic happens. So it did that, it sat there flapping for about, so get about 45 seconds, and he shot off. And I think that was the last time I seen it since since or whatever. Because I think when the winter started coming around, they go wherever they do or whatever. But so I'm like, damn, that was a moment. Now that was Selena, and I'm gonna show you. Left eye be coming through too. Her symbol when she come through be like red robins. Like I see a red robin. Like before that happened, I seen a red robin in a tree. And then when I came back in the house, a whole lot of left eye shit started happening. So and I think that's when I was watching that documentary on I think it's called Hopelessly in Love. So, purple flowers. Now, when I first made contact with Selena, the way it happened was, I was in the crib. I'm listening to OT Genesis. That I look real good today. I look real good today, and he doing a little Mexican accent or whatever. So, I'm like, this a bad motherfucker. That was my first time hearing it. I like, this a bad motherfucker right here. So, I'm doing my thing and shit. I go to the store after that. I go to Walmart after that. When I walk up in Walmart, it's the, when you first walk in, they had some TVs in the front. And they was playing Selena the last performance she did at the Astrodome or whatever. And if you're familiar with that one, that's when she had on an all purple or whatever. She had like an all purple I'm acting like I ain't got no damn meat. use these gadgets and gadgets. But she had on the all purple. So I put the two and two together. Plus, when I was listening to the OT Genesis, I was drinking a beer with a Spanish name called Lagunitas. You know, they got different flavors or whatever. This was a bad motherfucker. I forgot the name. I gotta find the bottle, or I probably go take a. I know I took a picture of it, but I don't know if it was seasonal or what. But I don't usually see it like at least not that brand. The brand is always there, but it's at least not that flavor. But it was called Lagunitas. So I'm putting two and two together. I'm like, hold on, I'm drinking Lagunitas, some Hispanic shit. I'm listening to this song. He on some black Hispanic shit. Then I go to the store, and then I see Selena. And that's when it hit me. I say, she coming through. Now, what the hell? Hold up. Let me see something. Oh, somebody must have. Okay. I don't know. I didn't all this copyright shit and all this other shit. I don't want to play the music. I just want to show the picture. Let me see right here. Right here, yeah. This one, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Batty. But yeah. So you see the connection now. Purple Flower was the initial contact when what woke me up to it. She had on the performance I saw. She had on the purple jumpsuit and uh um another. So when I got the whole shit, when I got the reading, the when I got the reading, well, first and foremost, let me get to that too. Now, when I did now I saw the movie on her, so I was familiar. I had forgot, but once upon a time I know I was familiar with the name of the group, honey, which is Selena Walos Dinos, right? But I hadn't seen the movie since what 2001 or something like that. I think it was the last time I seen, like 2001 or maybe 2002. So I didn't really remember. The only thing I really remember from the movie was that one scene where she was at Splash Tower because they filmed it in San Antonio. And I got people in San Antonio. You know, that's where my mom's side of the family from. So we used to go out there for the summer or whatever. And we used to go to that Splash Town. So she was on I think she was on the bungee. She finna do the bungee jump thing or whatever. I saw that splash because the sign sit right off the freeway. And I remember, you know, I had a photographic memory of that shit. So when I saw it, I said, "Oh, that's San Antonio." I remember seeing it when I first saw the movie, which was like 9.5, 9.6 or something like that. But yeah, so that's when I first saw it. I think the last time I saw it was like 2001, and of course life happened, so it was a whole lot of shit. You know, Went to jail and all that shit. So like you forget about a lot of stuff. So by the time I got making contact with her, I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't thinking. I wasn't even thinking about the group mode. Really, no disrespect to the family, but I was just focused on her. So I forgot about the group aspect of it, let alone the name of the group. Excuse me. Plug this in before we lose juice. We're gonna lose no juice. Wow, there we go. So yeah. So I didn't I wasn't aware, I wasn't thinking about the name of the group or whatever. So and I didn't go and watch the movie. That would have been. That's why sometimes doing a typical thing, being unorthodox is kind of they stick where the Christians and stuff say, well, God works in mysterious ways, but I would say the spirit realm works in mysterious ways. Because I didn't go and watch the movie, because that'd have been like I was just on some orthodox. Not saying it was the wrong way, but if I would have done it the orthodox way, one of the first things I would have did was, well, let me go get the movie. But I didn't get the movie. What I did was I just started channeling her, and I started doing it through the one of the ways I did that was through the numerology. I started doing numerology on her or whatever. So I started doing the numerology on her. She had came through and she told me, she said, go listen to, she told me to go listen to Kid Frost on Eastside Rendezvous. Because Eastside Rendezvous, when I was growing up, we had cable off and on. So sometimes we had cable, and then sometimes we wouldn't. So at one point when I didn't have cable, my homeboy had cable. So he stayed at some apartments called Rose Gardens, and so sometimes on Fridays I go to his house and spend the night at his house, and when I used to go over there, that's when I used to catch up on all the latest videos and shit. And one of the videos that was coming on at that time that was Eastside Rendezvous by Kid Frost. Hold on, I'm trying to do too much at once. Let me see. What's Eastside Rendezvous? I think it was 9-5. Stay with me. We're gonna get to it. But yeah, it was on this the album that came out 9-5. So this had to be like 9-5 or 9-6. And I think when did she die? I think it was 9-6. Matter of fact, it was around the same time. I think it was around the same time Big died when I was going over there. But I like that song. Like it's one of them songs I always remembered or whatever throughout life. So she said, "Go listen to Eastside Rendezvous," and I think I was listening to yeah, she died at 9-5. March. So it was March 9-5. Yeah, I think when I first seen the video, it was probably by like late 95 going into 96, right before 96 or something like that. I don't think it was right around, I don't think it was in the half of the year when she passed. I don't think he was staying over there yet. I can't remember, but anyway, she said, go listen to Eastside Rendezvous, and I think I was listening to a Bobby Hemmett lecture. So when I went to I went and listened to it. This was the first time I had heard it in a long time. And in the second verse, one of the guys on the song with him was like, I'm riding down. I'm paraphrasing too, but this isn't what he actually said. It's something like I'm riding. He said something about being. He mentioned San Bernardino in the verse. San Bernardino. So I'm like, San Bernardino. And I'm listening to Bible. I thought I was listening to the Bible lecture, and you'll get a, like I say, you go watch the two videos, you'll get a better understanding because it's been a minute, but that's when it was fresh and I really first everything was first happening and I was first documenting it. So whatever I'm blurry on right now, you can get the clear cut of it when you go back and watch the actual videos. There's two of them on Selena. But I break down what I'm breaking down now clearer though. But first thing come to my mind, I'm not even thinking about the group or whatever being named Wallows Dinos. I think because I was listening to that Bobby lecture, I think the first thing came to my mind was when he said when the dinosaurs was on the earth, he said there was a such thing as dinosaurs. Some people don't think so, whatever. But he said when the dinosaurs was on the earth, he said we existed, but we existed in a more of a camouflaged. We wasn't fully physical yet when they was here. So it put you so in the mind of the Predator. When you go watch the movie The Predator, you know how he camouflaged so you can see him, but you can't. It was something like that. We was semi-physical or whatever. But mind you, we the ones that we was the ones creating this shit. So we in the process of creating it. It's like, all right, we seeing this shit. Like, okay, we need the energy because you know how in the ecosystem they say everything contributes to the rat, the roaches. You know what they say if you was to kill all the bats, it'll fuck the ecosystem up because they do this. Or if you kill all the whatever, if you exterminate all of one certain animal, it'll fuck the ecosystem up because they, no matter how you feel about them or how dangerous they might be, they add to this shit or something. Or, you got to get with the science, the environmentalists with that shit. But I'm just giving you the best rendition of it as I can. But when you look at the reptiles, it's like the energy that they manifest. We need it, and we need that shit. We need the energy, but we couldn't exist here with them being all the way physical, because we wouldn't be able to. They would fuck us up in so many words. You know what I'm saying? So he said what we did was we blew them up or we burnt them up or whatever. He said we had to blow them up before we could manifest physically and walk the planet. Now, what I added on to it was I said, okay, I know what happened. When he said we burned them up, what we really did was we broke them down into smaller versions. So, when you look at Set and Osiris, right? Which we're gonna get into that with the movie or whatever. But they say Set cut Osiris into 14 pieces or whatever. Osiris, the Green Man, reptilians, what color they associated with for the most part? Green. Dinosaur. What's Osiris' name? In Egypt, Osar. I started thinking about it. I said, oh, because even though Set might be considered the bad guy, whatever, it's a family fight. Really, you have a positive side, negative side, light side, dark side, Horus, Set, whatever. So I said, oh, I see what it was. So when you take it out of the context of morality and good, evil, or good guy versus bad guy, and you which is the level of it, but when you take it on a higher level and look at it as certain formulas and look at these these characters and certain formulas, what I came to understand, I said, okay, because even though you say Set, well, he's one of the things he represents is division. Um, so you look at the world, we are one, right? But we are one, but the one has many different aspects to it or whatever. So it's like me, I'm a Virgo. I'm real attentive to details. So, if I want to study, say, a car, I want to know how a car is made, or I want to know how a car operates to the highest capacity that I can understand it. I would have to break down my study of the car. I can't just look at the car and see it moving and oh, it's moving. No, I gotta, okay, you got the carburetor. I gotta separate it into different divisions. So I gotta study the carburetor. I gotta study the engine. I gotta study the battery. I gotta study this. You gotta study each part. But then that's the separation of it. But the remembering of it, or what ICE is the putting it back together of it is seeing how all these things function for to carry out one function, or how all these things work to carry out the primary function of the car, or whatever. So fast forward, rewind back to this whole dinosaur thing. I see what because he just said we burnt them up so that we can manifest them physical without them being a threat to our existence or whatever. So I said, okay, I know what we did. Really, what we did was we broke them down into smaller versions. Just like they say, giants used to walk the earth, but then you got, but actually the original people was Twa people was the small people, but and I'll come back to this when we get into the creation process because it'll be more understanding though. But we'll just say you still got very tall people, but you don't see giants no more. That's probably because even them got broken down into smaller versions of people or whatever. So you see more average sized people or whatever than you do the giants. I know you see pictures. You got people like Manubo or one of them niggas tall than motherfucker. Y'all mean and shit. And, you see tall people like that. But for the most part, you don't just see we probably all probably once upon a time, but that's where it's kind of confusing it because on one hand, which we're gonna get into this too, when you do the research and the study of history, they say the original man was the Twa man, the small man. So it probably was both. But the original, the Twa man probably existed first, but probably had to break the giants down and whatever. But anyway, you do what you can with that. I don't want to get too into that. That's a whole other subject. But what came to me was I said, okay, I know what we did. We broke them down into smaller forms. So we broke them down into lizards and geckos and smaller reptilian species, so that we wouldn't be around this motherfucker running for our lives on some Jurassic Park shit or whatever. Even Bobby said when you go watch Jurassic Park, it's not about dinosaurs. This shit is really about the black man or whatever. I don't want to get too crazy with that because I ain't get the knowledge on it. But you go check it out and see what you get out of it yourself. So that's what I got from that. I said, okay, San Bernardino, San Bernardino. So I said he was right when he said that shit. That's what she was communicating to me. Then I had to take it a step further and start thinking about smaller forms of dinosaurs, which would be the reptiles. I said, oh, I see what we did. You couldn't totally burn them up and just get rid of them because they was relevant. The energy that whatever they do, the energy that they generate on this planet is needed, but they don't have to be these goddamn gargantuan creatures to generate that, or they don't have to be in a form that was dangerous to us or whatever. Because remind you, we the rulers of the earth or the planet or the universe or whatever. So we got to be the ones to say, okay, well, we're going to have to do something about that. All right, them motherfuckers there, we need them. They too big, though, so we're going to have to break them down and put them in a smaller forms and woo. You know what I'm saying? So, boom. Okay, that's what I got out of that. Mind you, I'm consciously oblivious. Now, subconsciously, I knew about the group because I saw the movie before. But at the time, just based on my conscious mind, when I was dealing with the transmission, the first thing from my mind was the group Wallows Dinos or the Dinos aspect. Now, fast forward to this year and into this magazine. When I started reading the magazine, that's when it came back to me when I read about the group Selena Wallows Dinos. I said, "Oh shit!" Mind you, the house, I'll give y'all this. I've said it before, but keep in mind another significant aspect of this shit is the apartment that my homeboy stayed in when I used to go spend the night over there and watch the video. I moved into them same apartments about 5 years later, and I moved into the same apartment that this nigga stayed in. And he used to come over there when I stayed there and all that shit. And bullshit united, I never show you how crazy the mind works. I never made a connection. I didn't snap to the fact that meant that that the apartment I moved into when I stayed over there, I didn't snap to that shit till probably this shit here happened when I started thinking about Eastside Rendezvous and all that shit. I had to call him and say, bro, you know, when I moved over there, that was the same way. I don't know if he knew it or not, and it just wasn't a big deal to him. But I didn't, or it wasn't significant enough for him to bring it up. But when I started doing the research on her, that's when I came to the I said, damn. I said, man, look, I used to stay in that same apartment. Oh, shit. Hold up. Damn it, man. Excuse me. That's great. I'm spitting. Knock my popcorn over. Must need some groundwork on them. But yeah, get this water real quick. So yeah, I'm like, damn, bro. I had to tell him. I said, well, you know, when I moved to Rose Garden, I said, well, you know, I'm moving to the same apartment you was in, man. I did not know that shit until I started doing it, the research on the when she told me to go check out the Eastside Rendezvous thing or whatever. So Kid Frost, which is a Hispanic artist or whatever. So yeah, that part. Then I ain't gonna be too crazy with it because I'm gonna have to go and do one more video. One more video on her. Show y'all some other interesting things that I came across, like the fact that one of her biggest inspirations or her favorite artist was Donna Summer. Donna Summer, Starface Summer. Your boy. Which Starting Summers came through when it was about a week or two ago. But we'll get into that in my next video. After I do this one, I got another one coming where I'll get more into that. I don't want to jumble too much up in one, because this movie is goddamn selfish. Shit. This shit is this shit gonna take a while just within itself. But I just want to let it be known. She want to let it be known. She's in the whip. She's riding. She down with the crew. Let me see. So another thing you can draw from that is you thinking Hispanics or we not one. No, nigga, we. Now you may have some. Selena Immortal. Now you may have some Hispanics that have been amalgamated with the Europeans to the point to where they're actually Caucasian, but they still speak the Spanish tongue. But hold on, we're finna get to it. Let me find this right here. bring my boy Jay Rogers out. Go watch them 2 videos though, man. The 2 videos I did on Selena. Man, boy. Man, shout out to her family, man. Peace. Some positive energy their way, man. Man, they lost a good one. I really gained a bigger angel, but I understand, we after a point in time you gonna mourn. Because I can sit and tell you that, going to the spiritual realm is better than the physical world and blah, blah, blah. But initially, you're going to mourn. Shout out to Frankie Beverly, too, man. A lot of people, so many people in the past, it's hard to keep up with, man. But they come to mind because I was thinking about New Orleans. They did the second line for them. See, in New Orleans, they celebrate the death or celebrate the transition into the spirit realm, which is an aspect too. You got both though. You do have your mourning period. It ain't don't let nobody fool you. It ain't like somebody gonna die. You just gonna be like, you gonna have your mourning too. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have that part of you that's gonna miss them being here in the physical. But it's good to it's good to do that grieving, but not to grieve too long, because if you harp too much on the grieving process, it makes it hard for them to rise up on a spiritual level. It keeps them, even though they always around, they live within you. It's still a process of rising up the ranks within a spiritual realm. They go through too, but the more you mourn them, the more you drag the energy down, and you keep them, because they'll, like Bobby was saying, they'll be, one of the reasons why is because they'll be so focused on trying to, I guess I'll give you an example. Say somebody passed, and they see one of their family members taking it hard, and not letting it go. They'll even go as far as to start trying to do little things around that person and get them signs like, hey, motherfucker, I'm still with you. I'm just in a different form. And maybe that, can keep them, maybe that, they're going to do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? They do that anyway, but it can have a kind of for lack of a better way of putting it, an adverse effect on them in the spirit realm. So it makes them even more stronger spiritually, or as a spirit, when they can look down and say, okay, they finally get it. You know what I'm saying? They finally looking at them pictures and smiling, as opposed to, and you still have your times when you cry and shed tears or whatever, but that makes them stronger. It makes it easier for them to help you from the other realm. You know what I'm saying? So, but in order to help you, they gotta get you. If they gotta get, just think about it. If our ancestors, or the people you deal with that pass on the spirit realm, go onto that spirit realm and help you, it'll be easier for them. It's gonna be hard for them to help you if the first thing they're gonna have to do, if you don't know how to let go and realize that they still with you, they just in another form or within you. It's like, okay, I'm trying to help you do some shit down there or in the physical, but I first gotta get you to stop crying and shit and get, no disrespect. I'm not trying to sound harsh and nothing like that, but they're like, okay. The first one, we can go a little further. First and foremost, I gotta get you not to be scared when I turn the goddamn TV on and you ain't here. When you gotta be accustomed. That's another thing too. You have to understand that supernatural or paranormal, for lack of a better way of putting it, activity, so you won't be afraid of it. Now, sometimes certain shit happen where it might be some shit I gotta get this shit out of here or whatever. But sometimes it be your people. So they'll might cut the TV on or some shit. TV might come on by itself or whatever. Uh, and then something on that TV might pertain to them or whatever, and they trying to talk to you or communicate. But if you scared and shit, like, oh my god, it's a ghost in here, and it's like they like, no motherfucker, I'm trying to, that's why this is another story within itself, but this is why the way we've been raised to see the spirit realm in modern times or in America, the spookism put on it, or the myth, the fear put on it, makes it hard for you to contact the other realm, because the shit you gotta do or the shit you gotta experience to be able to get assistance from that, because not no one man with a beard up there. You praying to think you praying to some one thing, and it's like, no, it's just when you pray, or praying is nothing more than making an appeal to the spirit realm for assistance. But when you come into the understanding of true spirituality, you understand that you have to be particular with certain who you calling on. That's like, if you just saying, oh God, you might look up on something, or something might hear you, or let me help this motherfucker. He don't know what's going on. She don't know what's going on. She just praying to the wind, but I see her, so let me do something for her, or him, or whatever. Let's look it up or whatever. But I'll show you how deep it go. You'll be better. See, like, let me find this first. If you, well, let me give you an example, like being more specific. Say I'm working on an album, and or I'm working on music or whatever. I wouldn't call on, and you can, but because I was gonna say I wouldn't call on Bernie Mac. Now you can, but I would call on Bernie Mac and Tupac or Aaliyah. Why would I? Maybe I might want to be more. I might be a rapper, but I might want to add a little bit. I might be like, you know what, I need some, because even Pun, peace be up. See, he is. Take Big Pun for example. His last album, his first album was like serious. It was real. It was a real serious, dark type of album. Excellent shit though, underrated. But when you go into the Yeah Baby album, you will see he started trying to be a little bit more humorous and not being so grimy and hardcore. Still have that, but you could tell the night is young and I'm already fighting, hiding my gun, promoting bugger, screaming, who the fuck invited Pun? You know what I'm saying? That's like he was trying to put that humor into it. You know what I'm saying? So let's say I'm making an album. I'm like, man, you know what, man? I like that, right there. I might say I want to try to do with Pun to try to bring a little of that humor into my shit. My shit too serious. So I might call on Pun and Bernie Mac or whatever, and do that and go watch some whole bunch of comedy and shit, listen to a bunch of rap, and just giving you some tools to use. But I'm being specific though. I'm not just saying, oh God, help me be more humorous in my rhymes. No, I'm okay. Let me Bernie Mac. What's up, baby? Come through, and you gotta really get into the whole zone and communicate with them. This shit has to be annoying. Being, which is what this movie is about too, the Aquarian age. So I guess you can, for sake of argument, say you got to believe in this shit, but actually you got to have a knowing. But I will just say the belief will be the first step. Really, we're in the age of knowing, but we're just to formalize it. You have to believe in this shit. You can't just be thinking this shit ain't real. but your believing has to grow into ultimately grow into a knowing. Now I'm gonna show you something else. What I bumped into when I started reading this. They got her in the group got a song called well, first of all, let me show y'all this so y'all won't think it's a game. Where is it? Damn. I had to, like I said, man, I gotta shout the family out one more time, man, as well as the family of all the people who I speak on in these videos that made the transition. I don't want people to think I'm just trying to showboat or they this is my job. When you start doing your if you read that book, I'm just telling you about Ancient Light of the World. It'll tell you about how Christ, one of the things Christ does is raise the dead up. Now that's not necessarily thriller type shit where motherfuckers get to jumping out the coffin and shit, but when you say their name and honor them and do things like what I'm doing right now, this makes them live again. And I say that because I don't want to be I know, like I said, I understand both aspects of the spectrum. I understand it's a mourning aspect of it too. So I don't want. I know they lost the love. It's fucked up to me too because I felt like she didn't deserve that. You know what I'm saying? But I know it's more so a hurt to them because that's it hit a little bit more closer to home with them because that's a family member. So I don't want to be sitting here making videos and as if I'm oblivious to their loss or whatnot. Or it goes for Leah, Pac, Pun, anybody I speak on. But yeah, this right here. Now look at this here. This is one of the things she was trying to get me to tell y'all is that they're actually the family is black. They're black though. That's why I was telling y'all the other video. You look at one. I forgot what video that was, but one of them she looked just like. I saw her face. First thing that came to my mind was Aretha Franklin. But look at this. Don't that look space agey? That's her in the middle. When I first saw that, before I even read the article, with the caption behind it, under it, I said something. I was like, there's something spiritual about this. It's a divine look to it. It's a divine look. But I'll read what it says. It says let me go well, I start right here. It says, it's because it's the debut. Excuse me, this is the debut album. It says then in 1984, Freddie Records released Ms. Primeras Grabaciones, the debut album of Selena Walos Dinos. On the album cover, the band wore bright, shiny suits. They looked as if they were taking Tejano to outer space, and in a way, they were. And they do look space agey. You look at that, look like they just landed in the mothership or some shit. But yeah, and I give y'all one more nugget out of here. Then I'll say the rest for the when I go back and deal with her exclusively, as opposed to within the context of this movie. Now, they got a song on the album. They got an album called La Corcacha. It says it came out in 1992. Cumbia music was born in Colombia, but by the early '90s, its signature syncopated dance beat had become common in Tejano music. La Caracacha adds bass and synthesized horns. For this song, AB's lyrics were inspired by an old car he seen puffing down the street. Uh, or is this a song? Yeah, this is the song. Let me think. Yeah, this is just a song. Was it on the album? Well, it's a song. La Caracacha. He asked. AB's lyrics were inspired by an old car he seen puffing down the street. He asked Dino's keyboard player, Joe Ajita, what a vehicle like that would be called in Spanish. Ojita's translation then became the title, which is La Caracacha. So, La Caracacha, old cars, which is we dealing with this Mad Max Fury Road thing. So she's really a road warrior. She in the whip with us. So shout out to her, man. Had to give her shout out. Like I was saying, they like this when you able to make these transmissions and I know some people like, oh man, why you doing that? And how you know she wanted you to do that? And it's like, no, this is she can still serve as an inspiration even after making the transition. So somebody may have never heard of Selena, but then they may know of me, so they may hear me, listen to what I'm saying, but let me go check out Selena, and then she'll be able to work through them, and next thing you know, you have a new Hispanic phenomenon, or even a black, because she's black, but so it ain't, you don't have to be Spanish to be influenced by her, because her and Aaliyah is of the same type of energy. She would be like a Hispanic version of Aaliyah. It's just that we would we were as blacks, or she's black too, but just speaking for the sake of the video, like I said, I didn't hear about it till after she had passed on, and I'm quite sure that's how it was for most black people, because if I never heard nobody say nothing about her within the black realm of things or whatever, but. So that's why she had to even come through me and say, "Hey, nigga, I'm black." You know what I'm saying? Which I already knew that about Hispanics. But I'll read one more thing before we go. Before we get into the movie, which I already knew that, but I never thought about it in regards to Selena or whatever. It had been a while since I think I had even had thought about it or whatever. One thing I would say is I do. It's always been something about Hispanic music. Even when even though I may not understand some of the words, like hers, most of the stuff, she had to transition into Spanish. But I'm just talking about other Hispanic music in general, like. I was in a Hispanic store the other day, and something came on. It just natural rhythm, just it's like it reminded me of. For some reason, when I hear like Hispanic Mexican music, like Tejano type of music, for some reason, I always remind me of Saturday mornings or something. For some reason, I think it's because I used to stay. I used to stay in some apartments called the Promenade, which these apartments was predominantly Mexicans. You had blacks there too, but it was predominantly Mexicans or whatever. So I think it came from the Saturday mornings hearing that the music pumping out of those different apartments or whatever. So when I hear it now, it takes me back to that. Cause that was the only time I ever lived in some apartments where, cause I don't know about where y'all live, but like in Houston, you got certain apartments where, um, most apartments would be, mixed races or whatever. Then you got some apartments where it's like predominantly Mexicans or whatever, and which was these right here, which was these were. But now I went and got this. Some told me I seen Rogers. I seen his name. This was a little bit before I started doing the research on for the movie or whatever. But I saw his name. Some told me to go get Sex and Race. Shout out to Jay Rogers. He been coming through to me too. But the way he been coming through is me studying different things. Because as of lately, one thing I've been doing, I say over the, we'll just say, over the past 6 or 7 years or whatever, what I've been noticing myself doing is like studying different phenotypes to see, like when I see like people that look white or look Hispanic, I've been looking at me like, is that I wonder if they got black in them or, I've been doing that a lot, but come to find out, that's one of the ways that they come through too. Sometimes they might just talk to you, show you signs, but sometimes it'll be things that you do. You may not know why you're doing them, or may be able to make a connection, but that'll be your ancestors. That's just like right now, if I go into a Coke binge to drink or whatever. If I get the craving Coca-Cola, out of the blue, or just one day crave, like, I got a taste for some Coke. I know that's my grandma, because my grandma loved Coca-Cola. You couldn't bring her no Pepsi, but I know what that is. That's see, the old schoolers, like from her generation, that's back when they was putting they actually put cocaine in Coca-Cola, which they do that with a lot of shit now. But that's to get you addicted. The addictive part of the cocaine addicts you to the Coca-Cola. So that's why when my old man, you say, if she seen you to the store to get a Coke, don't just make sure you get a Coke. Don't just get any other type of cola. It gotta be Coke. But I understand why now. I understand why. But that's probably why Bobby said, he said, if you ever having a heart attack or you have some type of heart problem, like the way he put it, like if you having a heart attack or something like that, he say the best thing you can do in that, he's like, it's happening right there in that moment. You might be waiting for the ambulance or something to come, but the best thing you can do in that moment is to go get them a Coca-Cola and get them to drink that Coke, because believe it or not, cocaine has healing properties to it. You know what I'm saying? We just don't understand it, and we deal with the only aspect we've been the only thing we've been taught to think of it as is an addictive drug that people do, but it also has a healing. It also has a healing aspect to it too. I don't want to get too deep into that. I'm gonna do that with the Donna Summer thing, because it's more relevant there. But when I do that next video, but yeah. So I just got this book, but when I got it, he basically said the same thing I said in the original when I did the Selena video, which is, he says, page 11, he says, it's black strains and Spaniards. He said, there's a very large percentage of Negro blood in Spanish people brought by the slaves who accompanied the Moorish invaders. The Spaniards then carried their black strain further into Europe in France and the former Netherlands. When Spaniards were driven out of the later lands, about 3,000 of them settled in Hamburg, and many of Hamburg citizens today bear a striking resemblance to the citizens of Spain. One more thing about Selena. It's funny because I was out and about, and I had saw her on I had saw a Hispanic girl with a Selena T-shirt on. And just so happened I got home that day, I turned on the TV and the founder was on, which is the story about McDonald's or whatever. Hamburger, this. Like I said, I ain't gonna get into it too deep because I don't want to go off track or whatever. But Portugal was the first example of a Negrito republic in Europe. And the Portuguese runs a deep current of Negro blood, and there the Negro has often risen to the caste of nobility. Both, echoing the same thing I said in the original Selena video I did. We just understand when the Moors was up in Spain, they had a nice little run up in there, and when they was up in there, they was mixing with the Spanish Europeans. So, who they say came over here? Christopher Columbus and the conquistadors and all that. So when the conquistadors and all them came over here, although you had a Caucasian Spanish aspect to it, or the Caucasian Spaniards, a lot of those had black blood in them, based off of the intermingling with the Moors. And so when they came over here, not only did you get the Native Americans over here, which is the Native Americans, the South, Native Americans, which is Native Americans, South Americans, the Aztecs, and all that, everything that was over here, those were original people or black people. It was more copper tone by my color, and who's to say they probably had some dark skins over here too, because we was all over the world. Don't ever let anybody trick you into believing we wasn't. But so even when the Spanish conquistadors came over here, you had pure or fully Caucasian Europeans mixing with the natives over here, and this is where you start getting your what we see today as your Mexicans or your Puerto Ricans and all that. But they also had strains of black in them too. So it was a lot of them, even though they may have passed for Euro, Spaniard, or whatever, they still had black in them too. So you still had a fusion of you had the fusion of black and the actual Spaniards from Spain, and then you had the fusion of the half black, half Spaniards, as well as the Caucasian Spaniards that came over here and mixed with the Native Americans over here. So the black is all in that pot, you know what I'm saying? So even though you may see a Hispanic, they may be fair skinned, they might have their skin tone might be closer to the Europeans, they may very well still be black, because at the end of the day, it's all about the neuromelanin in the pineal gland. What makes the black person different than the white person or Caucasian or whatever is the pineal gland and the neuromelanin. If your pineal gland, if you have a function of to the Caucasian pineal gland is calcified, that's why they lack spirituality, or they lack the spiritual functions that we have. But ours function, and this is our antenna that connects us to the rest of the universe or whatever, in the spirit realm. So that's what draws the line right there. It's like, so you can be straight hair, light skin, but if your pineal gland functions and your your neuromelanin is active, then you're black, or you a god or goddess, or have the potential to raise yourself up to the god or goddess hood or whatever, or divine hood or whatever. So let me pause this for a second, take a quick break. All right. So So shout out to Selena, man. Uh, uh, see if there's anything else we need to cover before we get into the any other side, excuse me, any other side things we need to talk about before we get into this. So let's just get into it, and whatever comes up, comes up. Now, this is Mad Max Fury Road. Now, this movie is about, because it's a post-apocalyptic joint. And let me say this before we get into it. Nah, niggas like to run with shit. This is not some type of prognostication or prophecy of a drought coming. No, we're in an Aquarian age. I'm the man bearing a cup of water, or the pitcher of water. Even though the water, ultimately, that they're speaking of, is a spiritual water, or is a reference to spirituality, but in the same sense. Because we look at the movie, plus the movie will show you that too. I'm just saying that though. I don't want to get that I know when I get that, when I showed niggas how I made contact with Pop through Hennessy, through pouring them Hennessy shots. I went to the fucking liquor store after I done that. Not right after. Maybe a few months or some shit like that. And for one, I couldn't find the shit at first. Then when shit finally got back in stock, it was high as fuck. So, let's not make this a rush the goddamn water section. This is not what that is. This is a movie. Keep it within the context of a movie. And actually, like I say, actual what they're talking about with the water is more so about a symbol, a metaphor for water. I mean, for spirituality. And even though they say it in the movie, you gonna in the sound bite when it's coming on, you gonna say the world's running out of water. It's not. It's a movie, man. You get so many words. What I'm trying to tell you, it's just a movie. So this is not a fear. I don't know what y'all, not niggas getting the fear. Did that fear take over? This is not that. So, but in the context of the movie, we'll start with Furioso doing the main character breakdown. Furioso, she's playing the template that she falls under as far as deities would be Persephone. Persephone is kidnapped by Hades and taken to the underworld. Her mother, Demeter, has to come and negotiate a deal with Hades to where Persephone can spend half of the year on top of the world, on top of the earth, and the other half in the underworld. That's just another symbolism for the sun. During the winter, the sun is at its most southerly position below the earth. In the winter, in the winter it's at its most southerly position. In the summer, it's in its most northerly position, above the earth. And actually, the earth is what's moving. So when the winter come around, it means the earth is making its way to a position north of the sun. And then in the summer, the earth is going to the south, putting the sun above it, which we'll get into later on in the movie. I don't know. So in this case, Hades would be Immortan Joe. Now, well, you'll see, you'll see, um, Furiosa, she's got short hair, right? Right, she got the G.I. Jane look. That's that symbolizes androgyny, because for the most part, women don't have long hair, men have short hair or whatever. So by giving her the short hair look, they're trying to show you the androgyny aspect of it, the masculine and the feminine, as opposed to the beginning with Max, which is her counterpart or her partner. You're gonna see in the beginning, he has long hair. Showing androgyny within that character. So in the movie, she's kidnapped by Immortan Joe when she's a young kid, a baby, and forced to grow up under his kingdom, or his reign, or whatever. She had half an arm. She had a prosthetic arm, a metal arm. She has a metal arm. That her arm is a reference to the twin pillars. The twin pillars are the seven chakras in the body, and there are seven chakras that above the head when you sit make that form the ladder up to the cosmos or whatever. And it's getting hot in this motherfucker, so let me hold up. So, and that's why I was telling y'all earlier, for those familiar with my work already, y'all already know what this is. But, now, this is the earth, the core of the earth. This would be on one hand, in the process of creation, before the final call, or before the conclusion of everything, as in regards to the creation process, the moon, before it was separated from the earth, would sit on top of it, which that would be the moon, and this would be the seven lamps or seven spears But those 7 spheres end up absorbing into each other until they all meet up right here, causing the ladder to disappear. That represents the half of our arm that's missing. The metal arm represents this right here, this pillar. So that the missing part will represent when when all them lights go up and that ladder disappears. Now this is the core. Remember, this is the earth, the core of the earth, or the bottom of the earth. What's inside of the earth? Minerals, metals, precious metals. So the metal arm or the prosthetic part of the arm, or the metal part represents this part of the arm. All right. I mean, this pillar. These are the twin pillars. Pillars of the backbone of Osiris, or some say the backbone of Sut, or backbone of Sut, backbone of Osiris, or this is Osiris mummy, the bandaged mummy. They run hand in hand. No pun intended. Yeah, a little scholarship. I ain't gonna get too deep, but the movie itself is so goddamn involved. I can't even. It'll be. I had to take up too much time trying to pull out all these books, but I do a little something. But I ain't gonna be able to get to the. I'll probably have to do that in the next, and when I do the correspondence video between the two. I think I'll do that then. But I'll jump into this right quick. I get a look. You gotta love this. Look. All right. Oh, yeah, I'm glad I went here too, because I'm going to need this part right here. Yeah, everything comes together. No, wait. That pertains more to the end of the movie. But we'll get there, trust me. Alright. But anyway, with the arms though, you get what I'm saying. With the like I said, you go watch some other videos. I'm gonna get into it now, but just I know those that it's already familiar with the work. They get it. They already see what it is with that. With the arm. You gonna see you gonna see one scene in the movie where she pulls a horn down with that arm. Thought I had the. Oh, that's what it was. Hold up. Hold on 1 second. All right. Now she's conquered. Warden Joe is set in this. His character is under the set template. So Soot, the prototype of what we now call the devil or whatever. That he's the bad guy or whatever. Let me see where it's at. One of the attributes of Set is the eater of the arm. She's under the caption. She's a captive of Soot, and half her arms missing. So that's what that represents. The eater of the arm. The eater of the arm. Soot represents the darkness. The eater of the arm. When they say he's eating the arm, it's the when each one of those spheres of light retracts into the other one or goes up into the other one, the light that was once in that area disappears and darkness takes its place. That's the darkness, because the darkness takes that place. So break it down for you. I know the shit off the head, but I like to give a little scholarship too. So you for niggas that just for the sake of that. But so when this part right here, because you see how you got a little tube in between each one. It's called the train of Horus. Furioso is she's gonna be driving the war rig. When you look at the war rig, you're gonna see it's a long truck. You're gonna see a black ball in the back of it. This is in the comedic science, it's the train of Horus. A train, like a train, or like the train, what they call the wedding, the back of the wedding dress, the train. That black ball on the back of the war rig is gonna be this. You're gonna see that black ball disconnect within the movie when they get to fighting this shit. The disconnecting of that black ball from the war rig is gonna be when the little tube in between the tibia, as they call it, disconnects from that, and the light port, this light here, retracts into that light, and then all that goes into this one. This one goes into that one, and this one goes into that one. This one goes into that one. This one goes into that one. This one goes into that one, and they all meet up here. And this is where they all come together to form the sun. But when that part right there, when that happens, when the ball separates from the back of the truck, that's what it's alluding to. The truck being the whole train of Horus. But you'll see that in the movie. This shit's gonna be interesting. Like I said, you might not be able to watch it all in one sitting because it's gonna be long as fuck. You find you some time, break the shit up into twos and fews. This is a bad motherfucker. Get back with me. All right. All right, yo. So here we go. Now this is page 538. Soot and Horus as historical characters in the canonical gospels. So it's talking about the battle between Set and Horus, Soot and Horus. But let me go to the part that's relevant to what we on now right now. I mean, it's all relevant, but I'll be dealing with the arm. The battles of Soot. Oh, let me see. Okay, it says Soot is the representative of evil, of darkness, drought, sterility, negation, and non-existence. Which is, in the movie, like I say, it wasn't Joe. He's the king of the desert. But that's what the desert represents: the drought, the lack of resources, sterility. Remember these things. Sterility. Remember this little breakdown I'm giving. I mean, what I'm reading right here. It says Soot is the representative of evil, of darkness, drought, sterility, negation, and non-existence. It is his devilry to undo the good work that Horus does, like Satan sowing tares among the weed, and that's in the Bible or whatever. It was Soot who paralyzed the left arm of Osiris and held it bound to Sekhem. The power of resurrection was imaged, particularly enlightening the illustration of the mythos reproduced as Martian. The power of resurrection was imaged by lifting of the arm from the mummy bandages. Horus in Sekhem is the lifter of the arm. While the arm is fettered in death, Soot triumphs over Horus in the dark. When Horus frees his arm, he raises the hand that was fettered in death. When Horus frees his arm, he raises the hand that was motionless. He strikes down Soot or stabs him in the heart. The power of darkness, one from which was Soot, is designated the eater of the arm. This act of the Osirian drama is rendered in the apocryphal gospels by the bad boy persistently aiming at injuring the good boy's arm or shoulder. In the gospel of Pseudo-Matthew, the bad boy, who is called a son of Satan in the work of iniquity, runs at Jesus and thrusts himself bodily against his shoulder with the intention of breaking or paralyzing his arm. In the Gospel of Thomas, the boy ran and thrust against the shoulder of Jesus. Again, the bad boy threw a stone and hit him on the shoulder. Several times when this occurs, the bad boy is smitten dead by Jesus, just as Soot is pierced to the heart by Horus. This shit crazy. Okay, so yeah. So when they say that the arm, let me go back. The arm and the mummy bandages. It's gonna be good. Yeah. This is the arm and the mummy bandages right here. All this is the place of rest or motionlessness, or lack of motion down here. We'll get. I double back to it because I got to go back to the beginning. I'm gonna have to get into the creation process from the beginning. This is not the beginning of it, but I'm gonna have to go through that. But just know, this is the arm. When all the light is, see, you have the masculine energy, you got feminine energy. Masculine energy is active energy. Feminine energy is passive energy. Melanin, all this is melanin. The melanin that came down here and went to a passive or resting or Buddha-like state. Meditate under the body, the meditating under the sycamore tree or whatever. The meditation or the stillness of the mind. Everything when the earth was being created. When the light was coming up here and going to the flanks, all this light up here was active, while you had the melanin coming down here, petrifying into and going into a state of rest with residual light up here. The light was within are encapsulated within spheres or balls of melanin. Down here, you have spheres of melanin or balls of melanin with the light particle or light residue on top of the clusters of melanin or whatever. Those are called the footprints of Buddha. So as you can see, even though you have the morality or the good versus evil aspect of it, but at the same time you see it's deeper than just that. But that because dealing with the footprints of Buddha thing or whatever. Now I'm gonna have to pull this to the side now. Yeah. All right. So we will get to that, but like I said, that's the whole thing with the arm of Furioso when they show you that. The arm of Furioso. So spoke about the short hair. I'm trying to find it, but it's another part of the mythology where they say horse is armed with horns to go to war with Soot. When she blow the horn, she gonna blow the horn, and you gonna see horns on top of the truck as well, or the rig as well. That's a reference to the arming with the horns or whatever. Arming with harmony. We got that. So now I guess we'll go into Immortan Joe. We'll go to Max. We'll go to Max. Now Max is a road warrior, right? He's a road warrior. Now we in this apocalyptic age, but before everything went, because you're gonna when it's coming on, but basically when it's coming on, you're gonna hear let me see. You're gonna hear these sound bites when the credits rolling. You hear these sound bites. So you're gonna hear the sound bites like news clipping. I mean, like news sound bites. Like you're gonna say oil wars. The world's running out. I'll tell about this part where they say the world's running out of water. The world's running out of water. Oil wars. The berries are poison. All this is basically all these sound bites. Then there's another part I'll say. Mankind is terrorizing itself with nuclear weaponry or something of that nature. So you'll see when you when you check the movie out. And there's gonna be another part where it say, it's the oil, stupid. Now I want to see to be the small shit you gotta pay attention to. Now when they say it's the oil, you're gonna hear them say it's the oil, stupid. But it's, like I said, it's sound bites. Now, what that right there in particular is speaking to is when you go back to the 90s with 9/11 and the Gulf War and all that. They telling you they're going to fight Saddam Hussein in the name of democracy, and we going to fight Al Qaeda because of what they did to the buildings and all that shit. When the whole reason they was going over there was for what was for oil and drugs as well. Because one of I know right after 9/11, one of the things I seen in the newspaper, they were saying that shit was about the opium fields over there. So when he says the oil, stupid, now to an untrained ear, you'd be like, what, because it struck me like when I heard that part, I'm like, why he said, why it come off like that? I said, oh, I know what that is. That's how deep this movie is. You gotta pay attention, motherfucker. When he said it's the oil, stupid, that one line is the sentiment that people who don't go for the bullshit is representative of the thoughts of the people who wasn't going for the bullshit in the 90s. Because see, now it's common knowledge. It's common knowledge. You tell them motherfucker now, yeah, they going over there fucking with people for that oil. And be like, it's common knowledge now. People like, yeah, you hear that shit in mainstream media. But see, if you grew up in the 90s, you knew it wasn't that easy to convince a motherfucker that shit. Or you knew, if you wasn't a rebel or you didn't have if you fell for the patriotic shit that they ran on you, you might tell somebody and they be like, oh, they're going over there and they'll probably bark on you. They're going over there to fight for democracy and in the name of freedom of all people. And you got niggas like us like, nah, they going over there fucking with people. They using that as an excuse to go over there and take them people fucking off. The Gulf War, I was still a young kid. So I didn't really give a fuck one way or the other or what the fuck was going on. But I know by the time 9/11 hit, even though I wasn't book conscious, or I guess I always had a revolutionary mentality since a kid. Before I even started getting into all these books and shit, it was, like I say, it was just common sense to know that these motherfuckers, like I say, once I learned about slavery, they just set the tone. I was like, oh, okay, and these motherfuckers still running shit. All right, I don't trust I don't trust the government. Which is a good thing. It set me up to where where I wouldn't fall for the bullshit they be running. So by the time 9/11 happened, and this is before Jada, I said this shit I said this shit, and then Jada said this shit like the next year or something. It was 2 years apart. No, it was 01. I think, he said like 02, but I said the shit before that. I'm just trying to let it be known because he said it in the song. But I came to that conclusion on my own. I was like, I said, man, them motherfuckers. I said, America did that. I said, they crashed them goddamn buildings just to. What made me click is when I after the shit happened, when I started seeing the patriotism of the people. That the people were partaking of, and how patriotic, the patriotic mood it got people in, that would trigger me. I said, oh, I know what this shit is. They crashed them buildings themselves just to get people riled up and rile the people up and turn them against. Who was it? Osama, whatever the fuck. Turn them against them. So now when they go over there, so now when it's time for them to mount up and ride over there, it'll be easier for them to recruit more motherfuckers through this patriotic mentality. Because these people looking like, oh, we gotta go over there and get back, and that's fucked up. And then they was mad. You know what I'm saying? They was mad at the fact that some people that came over here and crashed a bit what they thought. So they got them in the war mode. And whole while I'm looking at this shit, I'm like, it's something bigger than that. And like I said, probably about a week after that shit happened, I read and this was in uh the Houston Post or some shit. One of the newspapers. It was mainstream. It wasn't no. It was in the mainstream media. They was talking about how it was about opium and shit or whatever. So but I've said all that to say, when he says oil, stupid, that's how you would have to talk to a motherfucker back then who was naive. They going over, that motherfucker be like, yeah, they fight for freedom and we going over there in the name of democracy. Motherfucker, it's oil, stupid. They going over there for the oil or whatever. So now that's one thing. Now, like I said, let me see which way to go with. When they speak about the oil and the gasoline or whatever. Now this is alchemy right here. Because you're going to hear them talking about oil, water, gasoline. You'll get it when you watch the movie. They're gonna start talking about oil, water, and gas and all that shit. But first and foremost, that's alchemy. Gasoline comes from what? Oil. But you have to transmute the oil in the gasoline or transform it, which is Osiris. You have to do whatever they do to convert the oil convert the oil into gasoline. That's what you call it, chemistry or alchemy. Alchemy. Taking a base metal and turning it into a gold. The base metal will be the oil transformed into the gasoline. Don't gasoline have a gold-like tint to it? Gasoline evokes motion, right? What I was just telling you. Well, let me go ahead and get into this shit right now. We have to go ahead and get to the the light. This is how everything was before. This is the prehistoric time before physical material reality came into a manifestation. We have the center point quantum world. Everything that ever was and ever will be existed right here in the form of a thought. But the life we live right now, this physical life, it's thought of as a dream. A dream made in a manifestation when the process took place, but it started out as a dream within the quantum world. Just like your soul, you might see this and think, well, damn, how everything come from that little, how everything inside of that little point right there. That's how the shit is. The smallest point is the strongest point. Just like your soul. Somebody said you gotta have the faith of a mustard seed. The mustard seed is the soul. The size of your soul. Your soul is like a kernel of corn. See how this look like a? That's why the maize or corn is saved to host Osiris, because the corn has the husk, and it has the gold within the husk, right? I mean, it has the corn kernels on the cob inside the husk. The husk would be the melanin that the light goes up in here and encapsulates in. So the outer edges of that darkness you see right there be the husk, and the inside would be the corn. That's why Osiris is a corn deity. Which reminds me, this is why you gotta be careful about a lot of shit you hear out here too. Cause I remember once upon a time I heard a motherfucker talking about corn, and they was like corn. They was saying corn wasn't a real vegetable or a real food. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Shit, stupid. I understand the concept of GMO and a lot of food that is synthesized or generic food. But that's not what this person was talking about. I don't even remember who the fuck it was, but I remember when they was breaking it down. They were saying that corn was created, period, by the white man. Like they wasn't saying that, well, you used to have real corn, now the white man making fake corn. No, these motherfuckers were saying corn wasn't real, period. It was some shit they created in a lab. I'm like, well, how the hell is that possible when you do the research on Osiris? He was a corn deity. They got corn within the mythology of Osiris. He's a corn. One of the things was sacred to Osiris is the corn. So how the hell the white man created the corn when the corn is sacred to Osiris, and Osiris was here the science of Osiris was here way before there was such things as a white man. So this is why you have to watch certain shit motherfuckers be saying. But so I'm trying to think shit out. Let me get back to Max first. But let me go and get into more show. Well, it is kind of. Let me finish this shit here first, and I'll get at that. Get to the creation process. So you got the sound bites. It's oil wars. It's the oil stupid. Let me see something right quick. I see I got a page with right there. See what that's for. Oh shit. But yeah, so now, you talking about the oil and water. Now the oil, they talking about when they speaking of oil, they also referring to melanin, oil and water. Now at first you had before the physical manifestation of the world came into view, you had the light sitting down here at the bottom. And it's a yin and yang thing to it. Because light is activity, right? Or action. But there's a contradiction here because the light down here was still. So you get the masculine energy in a still state. Then up here, you have the feminine energy, which is the dark, this the yang, this the yin, this the light, you get the yin and the yang, this the yang, the light, this the yin, the darkness. The yin is the passive half of the yin and the yang. But in the beginning, the darkness was in motion because you had the whirlwind up here. But you'll see that in the movie too. You had this as a whirlwind right here, up in here. So as you look at it from a bird's eye view from the top, you'll see this. And if you was to look at this from the bottom, you'll see that. So just imagine this whirlwind spinning or whatever. So, yeah. What ended up happening is the whirlwind sucks this up and causes it to shoot up to right here, giving you, which is where you get putting it right here. And then 7 spears of light. This one already had. It's milling up, but really, that's why you gotta watch the other one. It's a better breakdown. But I had to where the other one was like, yeah, the dark half, and then the bottom was the light. All this was light. I kind of did this one different, and but like I said, you'll check the other one out. It ain't that big of a deal. But when you see the other, you get a better look at it when you look at the other 2 series I did. But anyway, long story short, this one here shoot up here, boom, and then them 7 spears of light that followed it. First when it go up, it goes up, and you're gonna have a little streamer. So you'd have the it'll be like a sperm cell. So when it go up, you have that melanin cluster, and then it'll have a long, slim light tail behind it. And then the other 7 spears will follow it. So you have 7 more go up till you get this. Now while that's happening, you got light. Not only you got the light coming up the center, you got light that's coming through the flanks and going out this way. So you got light shooting straight up, and then you got light coming this way. So that light that's coming from here and here, going here and here, if you just look at it from a bird's eye view, you'll see this one being shot up, but then you'll see light coming out and spilling this way, spilling it there, spilling it there, spilling to all 4 corners of the world. Until this right here looks like this. And then on the flip side, this part would have melanin dripping down this way. Now the melanin, so let's go back to this as the top. When the melanin starts oozing, you're gonna have melanin that oozes down here, oozing there, oozing up, and you're gonna have when the melanin comes down this, like I said, this is already shot up. When the melanin starts coming down here, it's gonna be a process to where, remember I told you this. Up here you will have in between each one of these right here, you have a thin streamer of light or whatever. Under here, the difference is when that light, some of the light gets caught, the melanin that's coming down here, or that's drizzling and going straight down, as opposed to coming down and going to the flanks. The melanin, the light particles that get caught in the center right here, turn into a particle of dust, turn into particles of salt. That's when you go back to your Sodom and Gomorrah, where it say that the lady looked back and turned into a pillar of salt. What it's saying is the light that got caught right here, because the light was going up or going forward, the melanin was coming down or going back. The going back represents the lady, or the lady looking backwards represents the melanin coming down or backwards. But the light particles, each one of these clusters had to come through. When each one of these clusters of melanin came through and went down, you had light part, like the light, like take for example, say you got 7 light, you got the light spears going up, right, and you got melanin balls coming down. The melanin balls that's coming down is running into the light particles the light that the seven spirits is going up. Each one of these spirits coming down is running into a spirit of light going up, and those spirits of light that's going up is pure spirit. So it's like it's passing over the melanin. They meeting in the middle. The light is passing over that, and then so you have a ball of light that come here, and then you have that little stream of light that gets caught in the middle. That's what turns into the salt, and then the pressure of the melanin cluster from the oozing melanin, because the dark melanin from right here is oozing. It's like goo. It's oozing. That's why one of the names of Osiris is Al Oozer. So it catches that light gets caught in here and turns into particles of salt, but the pressure crushes it and shapes it into a spear. So you have a ball of light that goes up right here, right? Boom, and stop right there. Or we'll just say that one light shoots from right here, and it'll go right there. For every one that go up, one comes down. But the difference is, this one, when that you have I do it with my hand. So this one here goes up, bam. All you would have is that right there, right? So the next one in line to come up and shoot straight up, just like you'll have a ball of melanin coming down, but as opposed to a melanin, how that light shot straight up and went as the second one, the melanin, instead of it coming down and shooting straight down, it's gonna push down, and so it'll push down, push out one. The first thing that comes out is the tailbone. This would be the like I said, the first to be last. So this one right here would actually be the first one. When that's first of the seven shoot up and land right here, this one would be coming right here. So you'd have that tailbone. The first thing to come out would be the tailbone, and then it'll push the first melanin ball down, which would be that. So it'll be this one first. So you have this right here in one spear light, and then down here you have but when that first one go up right here, when the first one shoot up and go right here, the reaction from that would be a tailbone. You had the first cluster of melanin right here with the tailbone sticking out, but you wouldn't have the other ones yet. Then when that next light shoot up, which would be this one, and set up right here, the next part of the process down here would be that tailbone pushing out with a cluster of melanin stuck to it or whatever, which would be this one right here. Then that process is finished until the first one that pushed out right here goes all the way down, and then you'll have your tailbone right there with the other ones on the top or whatever. But each one of these, so those pillars of salt are actually pertaining to the spine, 33 columns of the spine, or 33 vertebrae or whatever. And like I say, go watch the other ones. I get a little bit more jiggy than that one. I'm just trying to get through this shit so I can get to the movie. But if each one of these come down, they run into the spirit light that's going up. That spirit light that's going up leaves light particles on top of that, and that's what you call the meditate or the footsteps of Buddha. Because what happens when you meditate? You calm or still the mind. All the melanin is coming down right here, while the light is coming up here as active light. The melanin is coming down here and petrifying or becoming hard, as opposed to the active light up here within the melanin clusters that is surrounded by whatever. So those particles of light sitting on top of that resting melanin was called the footsteps of Buddha. And then the melanin that came, that's the melanin that shoots through here becomes the 7 chakras and the 33 vertebrae. Then you have the melanin that comes through, that's oozing from the flanks and coming out like this, like the light did at the top. It's also bringing particles of light as well, little mini. As you can see, I try to see the little yellow specks in there. Those will be the little particles of light that it picks up when it's going down there. That's what you call patar, or right here. But that process will continue until it comes all the way out here, and then you have what we call the bottom of the earth, or Hades, or hell, or because hell is just hell is the solar system. Hell is a name, Helios. Hell comes from the word Helios. Helios means the sun, heliocentric. So that's why it's associated with heat and hot and red and all that, because all actuality, it's not some place you go where you die and burn. It's the it's the solar system, because hell is just the sun. Helios, the Helios system, or the heliocentric. Our solar system is referred to as the heliocentric system, or whatever. Just like what's a dam? Ain't a dam water with two sides to it, or with two walls on the side of it. Underworld, hell, dam. Eventually, when the sun come back down here and all these bust open and the water starts shooting out, because mind you, the melanin that's coming out down here, it's moisture in it. But the moisture is coming from inside of the melanin. It's just like when you sweat, the moisture comes from out of your skin and sweat to the top. The melanin, the moisture that was once when it was in the beginning, when we still had this, all this is moisture, melanin with moisture in it, or whatever. That's why right now, when you drink water, the melanin inside your body needs water to activate it or make it more active or whatever. Because that's the state it comes from. But when the light, when the light that shoots, when it shoot up right here, the 7 that follow it, and then when the light starts spilling, the light that was once right here starts spilling through the flanks and filling this up with light, causing it to look like this. When this is happening, the water, the moisture that's inside of the melanin up here, where the whirlwind was at, this is Shu right here. Shu is the whirlwind, and Tefnut would be the precipitation of the water rising up out of the melanin. Just like the sun today, when the sun shines on the water of the earth, it precipitates or causes the water to rise up and create clouds, right? So, same process. So by the time these 7 ladders of lamp shoot by the time you got your 7 lamps with this one at the top, and then you got your 7 at the bottom, when it's looking like this right here, the surface that was once like this, the surface up here that was once, this part right here, the surface, which was once just dark black melanin, now looks like this. This would be the sum up act. This would be, within the creation process, this would be what we call summer in our seasons or whatever. So due to the water rising, you had these 7 lamps, and all that water or mist or precipitation that was rising, you had these 7 lamps with mist surrounding them, or water. Due to the water, the precipitation all around them, or whatever. The misty, fiery firmament or whatever. So, and then, I'll go ahead and finish it off real quick, so it'll make it better when I'm explaining the movie. But I'm gonna do it in quick. So once these 7 set up down here and those 7 set up here, that's when the either and the arm process starts. This is the arm bandaged, or at the bandaged Osiris, because with the mummy that's bandaged is wrapped up or at rest, right? Just like everything, when everything comes down here, it petrifies and is resting, while the light up here is moving and activating. So when we get to this process, all this is sitting still while this process takes place, which is when the that little tool right there disconnects, and then the light starts to shoot up. while each one of these seven spears of light is retracting to the other one and going up in the air, the light that had took over the top surface up here, which is now looking like this, is retracting too. So when that goes up and when this spear light goes up to here, the melanin surrounding it drops back down. And you're gonna see that in the movie too. So you're gonna have that melanin cluster that was surrounding it drop off or shed like snakeskin, and while this spear of light goes up into that one, and that process continues. But for example, when this one goes up into here, the light that was on the surface that was all right here retracts into this cone right here. I mean, to this conical circle right here. So in all directions. So now this part right here be fully concentrated with all the light that was once right here. And then all that light will shoot back, retract up and meet up with that light that's here, and all that will go right here, etc., etc., etc. Until all this is, that process will continue till all the light concentrates into one single ring, which is the girdle of Isis. Well, you read about the girdle. Horus put the girdle on Isis, something like that. This is the girdle, the belt. When you pay attention to, you gotta look real close for this too, because it's like real. This movie is involved. I didn't even catch this shit till like the last time I saw the fucking movie. But it's the one part where you gotta pay attention to all the little details, because there's one little part where you're gonna see belts hanging from the war rig, and I'm like, what the fuck is that about? You know, the belt. What the fuck is that about? But that's what it's. It took me a minute to catch on. I was like, the belt, because it's another part. Well, we get to that, but that's what that shit is. When this, that's why I said this shit is complex. It's real involved. There's a whole lot of. It ain't for the. You gotta have a trained eye to be able to, because some shit you have to separate. They got shit mauled together. You'll see what I mean when we get there. But let me not waste my time. But and this is what I'm telling y'all about Saturn. All that light is gonna concentrate right here. So by the time all this right here meets up into this one, and that last spear shoots up into there, when this goes up into there, the water is following it. So each one of these go up, the water follows it. So let's just say this is one. This is the first spear of water right here, surrounding that light. When that one goes up, that water gonna follow it. So all that water, just like the light, the water gonna all meet up right here. But this is where the water stops, at the border. So when this goes up right here, the water can't follow. So when that goes up in here, and all that light shoots out to right here, shoots out the sides, what you're gonna have left is, due to the majority of the light being outside of the spear, it's gonna cause a lack of heat, which is gonna cause that water to freeze and create a dome over this top. So that's why you got the top right here, which is the dome, and then by all that light that shoot out here to create the constellations and the stars that we now see in the sky, you're gonna have this surrounded by the rings of Saturn, i.e. the stars or the starry firmament. So you'll have a globe, frozen. The surface now, when all the light retracts, it's gonna look like this. But the only difference is it's gonna have all that light that was once here that retracted is gonna leave little particles of light all throughout here. Little small eyes. That's where you get the all eyes on me from thing. It's gonna have little bitty specks of light left behind the eyes of Horus or whatever. So but it's gonna be cold and barren, and everything's gonna be inactive, which is what soot. Negate what it said. Soot represents drought, dirt, drought, negation, drought, negation, dirt, so the state of the earth would be in a soot typhon state, because it's cold, barren, frozen, all all the water frozen. The water that rises to the top up here, like I said, the water that's rising with the light is rising and precipitating, and then it eventually freezes. You're gonna have the water that comes down here with the melanin. The ooze, water is gonna be sweating from out of the. So here it precipitates. Down here it sweats from out of the melanin that's dripping down, and that light, the light within the melanin is it's basically because at the same time you're gonna have like what you call it, tunnels of set down here. So it's gonna be during the process. It's gonna be tunnels being carved out down here, and that melanin, that water that's sweating from out of the melanin, it's gonna get trapped or inside of those pockets of tunnels down here. But when all this light retracts up out of here and from the sides, just like that dome freezes at the top, the water down here is gonna freeze, and it's gonna take the sun. After the sun is created to shoot back down, penetrate this, but the sun's gonna stop right here, and the earth is gonna lift up on it as opposed to the sun shooting straight back down. But when that process takes place, that's when the water down here is gonna start melting and eventually shooting to the top, that spring water, like spring water. But we getting ahead of ourselves there. I just want to give you a quick synopsis so it'll make it easier for me to break the movie down and make references to what parts of the movie, because different parts of the movie is going to be pertaining to different parts of this process I'm showing you right now. So, yeah. So Max says, now you got Max. He's going to be giving a monologue. We're going to break Max down real quick, and we're going to get to more than Joe. We're going to get on the road. So, you got Max. He's giving a monologue. Now this scene, he got his back to the camera, but he's far off. Now close up to the camera, you're gonna see a two-headed lizard. Now this is where the shit gets weird, real shit though. Just like I told you, I had a little situation with the bird, right? But before the bird was the second thing. I was waiting to get to this part because waiting to get to Max. Now I'm sitting on the porch one day. This is like what? I think this was September or whatever. Or was it August? I think like September. I'm sitting on the porch and shit. And next thing you know, I see two lizards, one on top of the other. They walk across a branch. The other one packing the other one. They walk across the branch of the bush and stop right there in front of me. Like I'm sitting right here, the bush is right here. The motherfucker just stopped. And they sitting on top of each other. So I'm like, first when I seen them walking on top of each other, I said, oh, they mating. And that motherfucker stopped right in front of me. And they just looked at me, because they sideways, so they looking at me, giving me the side eye. So I'm like, I want my jokes and shit. So I'm like, you motherfucker just gonna sit here and fuck right in front of me. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, look at us. I'm like, you freaky bastards. So I'm sitting there looking at this shit. And these motherfuckers ain't letting up. They just, I'm thinking they gonna stay for a minute and go about their business. No, these motherfuckers just, so I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So we had a all American stare off. I'm looking at them, they looking at me. And you know how lizards look. They look like when you look at them from the side, they look like they smiling and shit. So I'm like, this shit here, these motherfuckers. So I'm like, so I start thinking about the movie. The only difference is, they on top of each other, so shit ain't got real yet. But I'm still thinking about the lizard, because like I said, this is when I'm in the beginning process of watching. I think I had watched it. I think I took my first set of notes. I took about 3 or 4 sets of notes. I watched the movie about 4 or 5 times before we got to this point. I got like 2 or 3 sets of notes of this shit. So I think I had already did one session, and I'm looking at these motherfuckers. So I'm like, okay, 2 lizards. Say, damn, this Mad Max shit kind of some real shit going on here. Shit got realer. Next thing you know, the one that was on the top turned his head this way, and then the other one kind of turned his head like this, So now them motherfuckers is looking like a two-headed lizard. You can see both their bodies on each other, but from afar, if you didn't know better, but from the way I'm looking at it, when they move their heads, but they were still on top of each other, the shit looked just like the fucking movie, the fucking two-headed lizards. Except for the movie, it's a one body and two heads, but these motherfuckers was two lizards on top of each other with their heads like turned opposite ways. So I'm looking at this shit. I say, hold the fuck up. And I wish I would have had my fucking camera, man. I say, ain't this a bitch? I'm thinking to myself, I say, shit, should I go get my camera or my phone? I say, man, I get up and get the phone. I ain't want to disturb them. I say, man, I get up and get the phone. Them motherfucker might leave. So I'm trying to sit there and, I'm sitting there. I just said, fuck it, I'm just take the moment in. But man, I say, ain't that a bitch? Y'all might be sitting there like, this nigga here bullshitting. I bullshit you not, babe. I ain't gonna even go into that part. That shit crazy, but yeah. But anyway, back to the movie. You got the two-headed lizard sitting right there. It's a true story, bro. Shit sound far-fetched, but it's some real shit. I guess the animal world won't end with this shit. So they like, hey, motherfucker, we hear you now. We want some fucking action too. Shit, put us in there. It's Jumanji time, goddammit. But so he giving him. So you got the two-headed lizard, and then you got Max further off with his back to the camera, by his car. Now that's key. He had his back to the camera. Mind you, talking about melanin, right? Did what he say. He say, my name is Max. My world is fire and blood. Fire and blood. Now, for one, he talking about war and shit, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever the fuck he was going through before the apocalypse shit came. They reduced them down to where they was at, to the level they was on, the drought shit or whatever. Like I said, I don't know. I probably have to go. I don't know if the backstory. I don't know if when you look at the old Mad Maxes, they give you more of the backstory or what. So I don't really know the backstory of what totally happened before all this shit. Before they got to the wasteland in this movie, I don't know if they if this movie is a total because you know they changed shit just like with the Batman movies and shit. You know what I'm saying? The first Batman that came out in '89, they shit. You look at the ones that came out as a late, it'd be a totally different story. So I don't know how much they changed or whatever. So, but he's like, my word is fire and blood. Fire and blood. Two types of fire. The fire you see, the physical fire you see, is nothing more than the physical fire you see today, or we use to cook and all that shit. That is a secondary version of spiritual fire. The true fire is spirit. You know what I'm saying? Just like with blood. Blood is a secondhand version. The red blood, you see, that's why they tell you really before it hit the air, it's purple or some shit like that, blue, black, or whatever. Or you go look at that one. I don't know much about it, but it's a warlock. It's one scene, only one, two scenes. It's only one scene I really remember from that movie where the nigga he cut himself and black blood run out or whatever. I need to go back. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to probably watch that shit tonight. I've been seeing it, but I ain't been checking it out. But I might have to go check that out. But the real blood, or the original state of blood, is melanin. This right here. So when you say fire and blood, this is what they're referring to. This is the fire. This is the blood, the black blood. And like I say, it'll make more sense. Some of this shit, I might need to. I might need to not go too into detail with the breakdown, and leave a little room for y'all to put your own shit together. So so I give y'all that much, that fire and blood or whatever. Two-headed lizard. He said, I'm the one who runs from the living and the dead, hunted by scavengers, reduced to a single instinct. Now, this is the story of the black man and the black woman. Don't get it twisted. Now, everybody can have their own furioso path, and we all go through our own, because this one of the things that shit is a fury road. Fury road, a road, a path. Everybody have their own path in life that they go through in their own hero's journey or your own struggle or whatever you go through in life. But one thing that this movie is about, well, let me get into that too. That's one of the, as with most movies worth their weight in gold, this movie is what it's about is layered. On one hand, it's about the as a psychological aspect, the psychology of the black mind, or the psychology of the mind. Period. But I put emphasis on black because we the epicenter of this shit. We the this is an Osirian drama movie. In the Osirian drama, ultimately, it's about the struggle of black people. Because and you might be like, well, how you going to exclude the white people? Like, no, the white people are not older. They can identify with it, and I can show you. You know, I'm not saying that they should look at it because they in the world too. So all of them ain't rich and shit either. They just a lot of them going. The ills that we suffer from as black people, a lot of them motherfuckers suffer from this shit too. Maybe not to the degree we suffer too, because it's the systematic approach of oppressing the people is more so concentrated on us, but it's an oppression of poor. This big racism is what's the word I'm looking for? Overrated in so many words. It's more so about classism. That's why I tell niggas, pull the curtain back. Well, you give this shit. Look at the Conference of Berlin, where they carved up Africa. What they do, they carve Africa up. China got a piece of Africa. France, Britain, Russia, or whatever. I don't quote me. Look up the book. All I know is the Conference of Berlin. They broke up Africa, and certain different European areas, and each got a piece of the motherfucker that they would end up going to colonize or whatever. Like, I think the Britain got South Africa, the Dutch or some shit. You go check it out. But don't let nobody fool you though, because we don't want to make light of the race thing because that is a factor. But at the same time, ultimately, the most oppressed black people, it is fucked up over there in Africa in the mines and shit. But I would just put it like this: the ones that they really, really do the mind fucking on is us, pause, because unlike niggas in America, these motherfuckers that run the planet knew or know that black people were slated to wake up and rise back up. But the ones that would trigger that or the head of that would be the motherfuckers in America. So ultimately, yeah, you got black and white, but ultimately got to the point to where it's really, okay, it's black and white, but it's more so about them niggas in America. So we gonna need we gonna even need blacks. We gonna have to use their own to oppress them too. So you got motherfuckers in high places too, that's you got niggas down with the private program or whatever, or it was niggas who played a part of this shit too, fucking us up. So you see that? I'll give you an example. That's just like when you got niggas over here that they oppressed and put through slavery or whatever, and been asking for reparations and shit. Don't get shit, but their motherfuckers come way from Africa that'll come over here, and they'll get them motherfuckers everything, long as they don't help you, and they let it be known, hey, them motherfuckers, they'll Bring the people over here and tell them, hey, they fucked up, and get them everything. Open up, giving them loans and shit to open up businesses and all this shit. When you been in this motherfucker building America and ain't got a motherfucking thing, and really, shit, they doing that shit with the migrants right now. You know, the motherfuckers coming over here and they giving them all kind of shit. We like, well, God, you just gonna skip over us? That's another story. So, what I was going with that, but yeah, but back to the movie. When you say hunted by scavengers, the reason why, that's why I said that about, why I brought up this shit being about us. Because one of the things he's referring to when he said hunted by scavengers, they're talking about us, because the black body snatching, because they do hunt us down and eat niggas. Organ harvesting, it's all out there now. You know what I'm saying? But we just not coming to the knowledge of this shit on the grand scale within the last 10 years. But hunted by scavengers, reduced to a single instinct, survival. Now, but let me get back to the one who runs from the living and the dead. Now that's more of a that'll be the best way to break that down. The one who runs from the living and the dead. Well, we'll just keep that within the context of the movie for right now, because in the movie, all the motherfuckers he couldn't save in this past life or whatever, which really the being hunted by the living or being hunted by the dead, which you're gonna see with the little boy in the movie too. He's saying I'm hunted by the dead, but really what that is referencing is what they're saying is I possess the souls of the dead, or the ancestors of the dead still live through me. Even they call it hunting, but it depends on how you look at it. What you gonna see with the little boy, because it's one of the things, one of the spirits he's gonna be hunted by is a little boy. In the beginning of the movie, you're gonna be looking at the little boy like it's gonna be like the visions attacking Max. But later on in the movie, the little boy that he's having visions of, or i.e. that's hunting him, is gonna actually be his and the little boy actually represents Horus or his inner child. But the little boy is gonna actually end up being helping him throughout the shit though. So when he say the living and the dead, that's what he means with the dead part. But the living, when he say hunted by the one who runs from the living, he talking about the Immortan Joe and the War Boys, which we're gonna get into when we might get into the Immortan Joe character or whatever. So the one who runs from the living and the dead, hunted by scavengers, reduced to a single instinct. Now that's us, reduced to a single instinct. Hold on, let me take a break real quick. A little water break. Yeah. Alright. Get back to it. Now, where was I? I gotta backtrack. Before let me go back. I just thought of something though. I want to go back to the dinosaurs. That goddamn white boy, man. That other motherfucker. And you can tell. See, when you look at this entertainment shit, you can see the reflection of his mentality through that. Now look at this shit. I was just thinking about this. Now, that nigga Bobby was saying how the dinosaur when he was talking about the Jurassic Park thing, he was saying that the dinosaurs are really about the black man. And you know what? That shit kind of look. Go back and look at the Flintstones. Now put the Flintstones. Let's think about the Flintstones within the context of what I just told you about. Why we had to reduce the dinosaurs down to size. See, the average motherfucker don't even think like that because they small minded. You be like, what the fuck? But see, when you have a divine mind and you know that you the highest thing going on the goddamn planet in the universe. Fuck the planet, because we created this shit. Then you can think like, see, a motherfucker that's petty. I don't even want to say that because there's certain people that probably don't grasp what I'm saying, but they ain't knocking it or they trying to they in the process of trying to understand the shit I'm saying. So I don't want to say it like that. They better off than a motherfucker that just looking at me saying I'm crazy though. But think about this though. I'm telling you, we knew we had to reduce these motherfuckers down in size before we could manifest into a physical reality and walk around this motherfucker, because we couldn't do it with them here. Now let's reverse that and look at the white boy. Look at the Flintstones. If you ever pay attention to the Flintstones, Bobby said the Jurassic Park was about the black man, the dinosaurs was about the black man, right? That shit makes some sense now. Thinking about when you look at the goddamn Flintstones. What was the dinosaurs in the Flintstones? I'm gonna let y'all think about it. I'm gonna give you a couple seconds to think about it before I answer that question. And I ain't watched the Flintstones in a minute. But yeah, but no, you thought about it yet? I'm gonna give you about 20 seconds. Think of my notes. I'm gonna let you think about this. You just really think about it. The fucking dinosaurs and the Flintstones, what was they doing? All them motherfuckers was working for what? The humans. Sound like who they sound like? See, these motherfuckers have this slave master, slave mentality so deep embedded in them, that even when they create something like the Flintstones, now you know goddamn well, in reality, you ain't gonna have no motherfucking dino. You got a T-Rex carrying rocks and shit. So T-Rex gonna bite your motherfucking head off. Some shit that'll slap your head off your neck. This motherfucker got them in the cartoon being slaves in so many words. Yo, look at the Flintstones. I just want you to... shit just kind of came to me when I had to go take me a lunch break. But, yeah, man. That shit crazy, man. Just some of the things that make you go, around this motherfucker. Alright, so let's go. Okay, so I just want y'all niggas to think about that, man. That boy, goddamn cracker, boy. He a motherfucker. And see, when I say cracker, I'm a, like I said, I like to be particular. Cause like I said, man, you got some white folks out there, just like my boy Bobby say, man, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater when it come to them, cause you got some of them that's down with you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Despite the differences we may have amongst each other as far as our spiritual differences or biological differences, you do have some motherfuckers out there. I done had white boys come tell me, man, I hate my people, bro. I hate them. And the reason being is because you have to think about this new generation. These motherfuckers are not racist. Some of them may be, but it's to the point now to where you have a considerable amount of them that's like really look up to niggas and admire niggas. So the distrust that we may have, which is a psychological, is through the genetics, you know what I'm saying? Through the genetics, through the shit that we went through at the hands of them. So, although we may not be racist or just like I tell you, like with me, it's gonna always be that it's always a sense of distrust there based off of what we went through with them. So I may not be racist, and I may be cool with white folks, some or whatever. But the history that we have, that their ancestors, the shit we went through based on the hands of their ancestors, it's always gonna happen. You know, always gonna have a nigga with his guards up to one degree or another. But now I had like two or three white boys just come up to me and randomly tell me that like, man, I hate my people, man. I hate what they did because it's fucking it's fucking them up to today because they looking at this shit like I don't got no problem with these people, but you making these motherfuckers making us look bad based on shit they did way back then. So now, uh, even though it's not a hard, cause average nigga, um, uh, ain't doing ain't on no this average nigga ain't on no fuck all white people. That ain't even really our nature to just stand up and say, man, I don't like white people, period. Some you got maybe perhaps we do have some people like that, but for the most part, we don't even function like that. You know what I'm saying? But until we don't start getting to our hate bad for white folks until you start showing us that you one of the ones that don't fuck with us or you don't like us or whatever. And I'm saying that shit based off niggas I be around, me myself and niggas that I be around. I don't you know. So so when I say cracker, even though somebody else might say cracker, it might be a general thing. They might be talking about white folks in general. When I say cracker, I'm talking about those that partake of the pseudo white supremacy shit. And you got niggas, some niggas out there be like, oh man, he trying to cope, he trying to cape for them. No motherfucker, I'm saying how I fucking feel. So you feel like, me saying me separating or saying, hey, if you alright, that's one thing. If you fucked up, I don't fuck with you. If you got a problem with that, fuck you. How about that one? Because you niggas you motherfuckers, I ain't gonna get my blood pressure up because I'll get to going off on you niggas. I'll put you in the same bag with the cracker and step on your head. But, fuck I was finna say. I just felt that vibe. I had felt the need to say that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no fucking caping. I'm just speaking the real. We'll get into a little bit more of that when I get to this next part too. As a matter of fact, we'll double down on that. Just for you niggas out there. I know you niggas out there. I'm feeling them vibes. But so yeah, I just thought that was interesting though. That cracker mentality, whip cracker mentality, these motherfuckers got. I leaked into the cartoon. I'm like, I thought about, I said, goddamn. Like, that motherfucker, fuck that. Goddamn well, you ain't gonna have no, I understand it's cartoons and shit. You can use your imagination and all that. But I'm just saying, certain little shit you gotta look at sometimes when it comes to these motherfuckers. I said, damn, so when you look at the Flintstones, really, they probably wrote that shit with that in mind. Like, okay, we ain't gonna put niggas, we can't put black people as some, we'll put dinosaurs as a symbol of niggas and have them carrying the bricks and all that old Flintstone shit. But yeah, when you look at the Flintstones, all the goddamn dinosaurs was relegated to serving white folks. Or pets. Yeah. I think I'm trying to think of one. Like, what the nigga when they clock in? I can't remember. It's been a minute since I watched the shit. But when they go to work and they clock in, don't they put a rock in the bird mouth and he stamp it? Man, that shit is crazy. Shit just came to my mind. I don't know where it came from, but yeah. So let me get back to this shit. Where we was at? Alright, so I said we was hunted by hunted by scavengers and reduced to a single instinct, which is survival. Now, that's pretty much society today. uh, a single reduced to a single instinct, which is called survival. Um, See, when you say you've been reduced to a single instinct, which is survival, that's basically so many words. It's self-explanatory, but we'll get a little deep into it. Um, in so many words, you've been reduced to a mentality towards life where the only thing that matters is physical, physical things or whatever. So, uh, food, clothing, and shelter, the five senses. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, um, what it's saying is, well, put it like this: being reduced to that type of mentality blocks you from having a spiritual mentality, or because the only thing you worried about, you just don't get me wrong, you need money, food, clothes, and shelter, and all that shit. But by us being systematically brought down to a level of impoverishment, um, we've been brought to a point to where, I'll give you an example. Take when let's go back to Africa uh, when a lot of invasions was taking place or whatever. Oh shit, excuse me. They say when Egypt was getting invaded, you had people that stayed and fought, and then you had the people that didn't fight. They fled and ran. Now a lot of people that ran ended up Kemet or Egypt was their home. So a lot of them, I can't remember where I read that at. I think it was where I read this there. I think it was Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams, or was it Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization? I can't remember, but I remember one book. It was speaking on how a lot of people that fled from them lands that were being invaded, when they fled, they didn't have no particular place to go. So a lot of them ended up in places where food resources was low. The land wasn't arable, so they could. Excuse me. The land wasn't as arable or fertile as it was in Kemet, or if they found themselves around fertile land. So a lot of them ended up in places where they starved out, or they ended up with, or they dealt with a lack of food to the point to where the lack of nourishment drove them into a backward state of thinking, caused a mental malfunction. So on one hand, when they would have made have been in Kemet, on top of their game, spiritual and with a more saner mentality, being ran out of there and finding themselves in lands where the food was scarce or whatever, and they was had to fight to survive. After a few generations of that, going through that, so the first generation go out and end up in these places or whatever, and then the next generation after that, after a generation two after going that third generation, they gonna be fucked. They not gonna be as sharp as they once was back before they had to cause see, you in Kemet or Egypt or anywhere somewhere where the food is you have abundance of food. Once your physical needs is taken care of, and you don't have to put so much energy in to find out how you're gonna get food, clothing, and shelter, you have more time to dedicate to other matters, mental matters or spiritual matters or whatever, art or several liberal arts and all that shit. But if you find yourself in an area where you have to spend all day, all night, or you gotta majority of your time into trying to survive and still barely surviving at that, then that's going to cause a backwards thinking because due to the malnourishment for one. Two, you don't have time to put your focus your energy on higher ideas when you steady trying to find out where you going to about like today. But it's just I'm using that as an example from back then. So those people who were ran out of the major cities and ended up in those places where food resources may have been lacking, they were forced to what? Or brought down to what? A level of a single instinct, survive. And I'll take, as much as we, don't get it twisted. Yeah, if anybody knows the importance of scholarship and intelligence and having an understanding of spirituality is me. But in the same sense, I do understand that if you're in a position where you ain't got the shit you need to survive, then that's going to take up a considerable amount of your time and draw your mind away from being able to study and elevate yourself on a mental level. When you got to spend a majority of your time trying to when you got to spend a majority of your time you got to contribute a majority of your time to provide for yourself on a physical level. So the worse off the land or the worse off the environment or the more impoverished the environment that you staying in or living or occupying is, the further away you get from being able to elevate yourself on a mental level or spiritual level, or however you want to put it, based on the fact you have to contribute most of your time with trying to take care of yourself on a physical level, which is still relevant to this day. Give me a second. All right, so yeah, we talking about the survival instinct. It's gonna be a little weird because I paused it and I'm coming back to it. But yeah, so to bring that back up to speed or bring that back up to date, you can say bring it back up to date from back then, but we'll just say let's just take niggas in America plight or the plight of the niggas in America. Being the most oppressed. Now, when you look at our overall situation, whether you want to want to look at it as, because it's really both. But I think, well, let me see what I'm saying. Whether you want to look at it as we were brought over here from Africa, or you want to look at that we was already over here, which is both, but I think it's probably a little bit more of an exact, the numbers of us that was brought over here. Well, because first and foremost, we always thought, well, at least now I know it's more in-depth information out there, but I'll just speak for my generation, the people that's my age or whatever, and a little older, and maybe a little younger, 4 or 5 years younger or whatever. We was programmed to believe that all the people that we consider black was brought over here from Africa, and then the only people that was over here before that was Native Americans, who really was us too, because we all was one people, but we were programmed to look at them as a different race, and then the only yeah, I'm gonna get into that. I was trying to think shit. I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna get into this one. But here we go. Excuse my mommy going ahead of myself up. We programmed that those people was not us. It was different people. It really was Native Americans looking more than black people. More of a copper tone skin color, but nonetheless, black people. That's why we had the same culture. Same kind of culture as the rest of the cultures around the world that existed before the white man. Just a different style. Cause we deal with the spirituality or the spiritual things that all these indigenous people dealt with. These things are all saying the same thing, just in a different form, different texture, different descriptions. So give me a place marker, so I won't go too far off a tangent, too far off in a rant. Put a little reminder right here where we at. So I'm gonna go somewhere with this Native American thing. Show you how that you will learn a lot. I don't know a lot about today's television as far as regular television or whatever. Well, sitcoms and shit. I haven't gotten to a lot of the sitcoms that come on today. Most of the sitcoms I watch are ones that have been out since at least the mid 2000s. I haven't really gotten to none of the up to date ones for sitcoms. But I remember the sitcom we had coming up. When you go back, you can learn shit from them. And you can see the psyche of the white man manifesting through these TV shows. Just like one part of this lecture I'm going to get into, it's going to be pertaining to the whole thing about them being at 1% birth rate. They're not really having kids like that. That's one thing. One example I can give you, which is a good example because it's relevant to the movie. But back to the Native American thing, we were programmed to believe that these people were not black people. One of the ways they did that was through the major propaganda machine, which is the television, theater, and all that. Which is probably the greatest weapon they got against niggas, or use against us. Until you wake up and start activating your divine mind, then it becomes a tool to help you, because then you can see the waters being waved and you can be able to use that shit against them. So, or at least reverse, or at least block out and make his aim null and void, or make his aim null and void. So I'll give you an example. It's an old school show named Alice. Ooh, come on, Alice. Alice worked at a diner, Mel's Diner. Mel's Diner. Cool show. Now, in the show, there was one episode where it was a Native American. You know, he was more so, still had that pale Native American look to him, but he was a little, probably his skin tone probably a little, but you could tell this dude was whoever that went out and played it, even though he may not have been as dark as the original Native Americans, he probably about a little lighter than me. He had the stringy hair thing, but you look at him, he you could tell he was a real Native American. He was just one of the ones that kind of got broken down a little bit with the intermingling thing, but nonetheless, you could tell he was a real Native American. You know, so the show went, he went in the diner and he told Mel. Now you got to think about this show. It's like in the '70s. I think Mel's diner was like the hold up. I'm on my phone real quick. Oh, this is gonna be a long motherfucker. The movie, I ain't even got out of the first 10 minutes of the movie yet. I got niggas in for a treat. It might take you a few days to watch this shit, but nonetheless. Alice, that's a good show though, man. One of my favorite old school shows. One show I can sit down and actually check out, sit and watch episode after episode. Like I said, I don't know about the new shit. Let me see. All right, so it's debuted in 1976. It had 9 seasons, so that probably went on into the went on into like the 80s or something, the early 80s or something like that. Kiss my grits. Goddamn goddamn flow. Damn flow of motherfucker. But yeah, so you got Alice. I'm gonna show take place on the West Coast. But I think she moved from the East Coast. She was a singer, and I think she moved from Jersey or something to the West Coast and tried to pursue a music career. And she worked in a diner. Well, her plan was to work in the diner until her music career popped out. But I don't think it ever did. So some of the words, all the episodes was about her in the diner, Mel's diner. Mel was the dude who owned the diner. Now, let me show you how this shit works. What I found interesting. Now, don't get me wrong. I gotta mention this too. Because what I'm finna say, ain't gonna necessarily, I don't know, like, guess whoever wrote it or whatever, the writers or whatever. On one hand, it might paint them in a little bit of a negative light or whatever. But I done seen shows where they like did niggas justice. Like it was one episode where and you gotta pardon me because I don't remember the details, but I'll just give it to you in nigga terms. I remember the scenario, but something happened. I think it was like I think it was some dancers or something. It was niggas though. Some niggas who had a dance group of, this is back in, that's why I say I think it went into the late 80s, because this was like, thinking like in the late 80s or some shit like that. But there's so many words, the group, the niggas came in there, whatever. And I think Mel had said the owner of the diner. Like Mel is like a not necessarily he ain't necessarily racist. He ain't racist. He just a asshole. Period. Just one of them type of dudes. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go watch the shit yourself though, so you can see what I'm saying. Good show though. But this one episode in particular, some like the niggas coming up. I can't remember what he said, but he said some racist type of shit. And Alice, which is star of the show, got dead on his ass. Like, you know you wrong for that, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just showing you both sides of it, so you won't just hear what I'm finna say about the Native American shit and automatically look at it like it's just a racist show or some shit. Cause that ain't what I'm trying to. The point I'm trying to make, but it's worth noting. It's noteworthy what I'm finna say. Now, back to the Native American. Native American, he's in the diner and shit. He come in the diner. And he tell Mel, yo, I was like, he told Mel, your diner is built on the land of my ancestors. And some shit, I think they said something, it's a profit. It was like, if you don't pay, he said, you gonna have to get off of this land or you're gonna be cursed, or you gonna have to pay me, or some old shit like that. That's what the whole show was sitting around. Like I say, Mel is a staunch asshole, so he like, fuck that. Ooh. So the Native American was like, okay. He went that bitch and sat in the diner and was like, I ain't going though. He sat at the table. So I ain't going nowhere until we reach some type of agreement or some shit. So he and that bitch, oh hell, doing all this, his Native American shit or whatever. Relevant to the movie, truck. We'll get into that, but he doing this little Native American shit. So that's what the whole show about. Mel and like trying to figure out what to do and woo woo. So I can't remember exactly what happened. But Mel ended up trying to bargain with him. So he bargained with Mel like, well, how about if I do this? He's like, no, I think Mel was like, well, what about if I give you such and such amount of something to leave or something? Some shit. I can't remember. But I think he almost had Mel. He was almost gonna get something out of Mel. Cause basically what he was trying to do was he was conning Mel. How they painted in the goddamn in the show. He was running the con game on Mel. He was a Native American. Well, shit. To be honest, when you look at what the fuck happened, between Native American or us and the white boy, you can't blame them for trying to con them. Y'all took our shit, so hell, y'all already got all this shit. I'm trying to make a way out of no way. Fuck it, So he trying to con Mel out of something or whatever. If you want to look at it that way. And I think he had him. He almost had him, and then this cop or some shit, immigrant, what he was, some old type of, he was a police or some shit. I put all the motherfuckers in one bag anyway. He was a police. The motherfucker coming up and I think the motherfucker name was Joe, the Native American, but he was going by his Native American name. Fuck with Mel. You gotta go watch the shit. It's good. It's a good show. So he like So I'll just give you an example. Let's just say his name was Chief Sitting Bull or some shit like that. So he in the diner terrorizing Mel and going by the name of Chief Sitting Bull or some shit like that or whatever. So the cop come in the diner and he see Chief Sitting Bull. And he say, Joe? I think the nigga name was Joe. I might be tripping. He like, Joe? So the Native American look at him and was like, uh-oh. And he got up and ran up out of that motherfucker. So Mel was like, he go to the law, he was like, what's going on, Woo? He was like, oh man, that's old Joe. He's a con man or something, blah, 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 blah. Nah, he's just talking. He's not a real, I don't know if I think he said, I'm paraphrasing all this shit, but you go watch, if you can find and watch it for yourself. I'm just keep you, I can't remember the details. But there's so many where I give you the scenario. He was like, oh man, that's just old Joe. He's a con man. He ain't a real Native American or some shit like that. And Mel was like, oh, really? He was like, yeah, man. Boo. And then the cop was like, I should know because I am one. But the goddamn cop, if you see Chief Sitting Bull or the other dude, he look like a real Native American or closer to. He looked more like the shit you see on the pictures, even though that was a more so of a watered down version too. No, more of a hybrid version as well. Or some people call them the $5 Indians. No disrespect, but like I said, that shit is based off of, and I understand it. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not knocking that people who call them that, but as I say, man, I'm Sambo, man. I'm the nigga in the middle that reconcile this shit. So, and the reason I'm saying it is because if you got some people that's the ones that would be considered $5 Indians or $5 Indians or whatever, you may be able to call them that based on the fact that they skin tone is lighting down, but at the same time they still might have a pineal gland. So even though they are more of a lighter version, they probably still have can stake claim of being native due to the fact that the pineal gland function. Because that's really what you got to get to the bottom. That's how you really get to the bottom of all this shit. You got to get beneath the surface or whatever. So that's why I'm making a distinction or whatever. But so many words. Now, the cop that was saying, he was like, well, I know he, and that's how I'm paraphrasing, but in so many words he went out, it was shit like this. He was like, Mel was like, well, how you know he's not a real one? He was like, Mel was like, well, how you know something? He was like, oh, because I'm a real one. It was something like that. I think he pulled out something that indicated, I can't remember. I just remember this nigga was a straight up cracker though. Or this white boy was a straight up cracker though. He a white boy or whatever. He wouldn't know goddamn. He just when you see him come in, you wouldn't even think to look at him as a Native American or whatever. But I said all that to say is that's programming. See, the motherfucker that was closest to the real Native American, they portrayed and painted him as a con man, just trying to get some shit out of Mel or whatever. But he looked more closer to the goddamn real Native Americans, or was a Native American. He was more of a Native American than the goddamn lawman. The goddamn lawman, you look at him, he ain't nothing Native American about this motherfucker. He look like California Joe or some California Bill or a bleach blonde surfer or some shit. So when I saw it, I said, you know what, that's interesting right there. But that's one of the ways they program motherfuckers. That was part of the programming of making you believe that that was part of the programming of making you believe that niggas wasn't here already. That's why when you go to school, they can show you lighter and lighter versions of Native Americans, because if they gave you that real, that's like my great great grandma, my great great grandma Annie, which is well, my native ties come through. She was jet black. She had straight, that straight hair like the Indians in India, but she was Native American, jet black. Which is why I said, even the copper tone, that's about the, for mainstream, that's about as close to the darkness, closest to the dark version of Native Americans they'll give you. It's probably about my skin tone, or really lighter than me. But in all actuality, we had people over here who was dark as hell. But they can't show you that, because they show you that, then you'll be like, well, hold up. I thought niggas came from Africa. You told me we came from over there. But if niggas came from Africa, well, why, who are these dark motherfuckers over here? Blackfoot. Matter of fact, even that shit. Need that. 1 second. Fuck it, I ain't finna open the book anyway, but I just go get Serious Mystery by Robert Duval, excuse me. That's my boy named Robert Temple. Serious Mystery. He'll tell you about a group of people in Africa that was called a Blackfoot. And he said it was called a Blackfoot because, the garb that they wore was like all white, and they was pretty much wrapped up, and the only thing you could see is their feet. Their feet was black, so they called them the Blackfoots. Same thing they called way over here the Blackfeet Indians. So that's one of the ways that they program niggas to believe that. So but let me get back on track. I just want to share that. But so we get brought, the niggas that was brought over here, then the motherfuckers that was already here, however you want to look at it. They take the land, put niggas in slavery or whatever, to whatever degree that is. Because now the more and more shit come out, the more and more it's like, not saying slavery didn't happen, because it happened. It's more complex than the shit they taught us in school and shit. It's a whole lot of shit. You used to fuck with the Moors and shit, listen to them niggas. And that shit be making sense too. You get like, what the fuck was, so in the word, what I'm trying to say is that that watered down ass public school version of it that they gave us, that shit is a small part of it. There's a whole lot of shit going on with that shit. Anyway, so they got the land, they got all the resources. So we'll just stick with the regular public school shit for right now for sake of an election. Now, so I don't have to sit here and all day and shit. So we just go, we in slavery. They got the land, the resources and shit. Okay, let these niggas go. Let niggas go. What the transition from us getting let go to getting shit to our own, getting on our own, I don't know what happened in between that. Go talk to the Moors or something. We just say, okay, they let us out. Somehow we ended up getting our own houses and our own shit. But the whole while, they controlling the resources and shit. And then from the way I'm learning, we did try to raise up and do our own. They'll tie shit down and from so many words. Somehow we end up in the goddamn ghettos of America, poverty stricken, food stamps, government cheese, streets are bumpy, lights turned out, dope fiends dying with a pipe in their mouth. You know what I'm saying? Our shit. And so when you look at our condition, and I'm talking about as a whole, I didn't grow up fucked up like that. I ain't gonna lie. So I don't want you thinking I was the nigga. One thing I had to give my props for and my mama for partially because she kind of turned into a Rolling Stone on a nigga. I ain't gonna hold it over her head, but I just said for the most part, my pops, he pretty much made sure a nigga was straight and shit. But I'm just speaking in general. Uh, uh, you take a group of people and you concentrate them in an area where uh, the resources are low, and you don't plan on keeping the majority of them oppressed, and the ones that and the ones that you do allow to make it out, they have to conform to your way of life or conform, be an Uncle Tom or whatever. But you got them up in the ghetto. That would be our version of the Africans who ran out of the cities that were being invaded, and finding themselves in lands where the resources were scarce, and end up going in backwards thinking. Now with us, take that and then you pair it with a systematic psychological attack on our psyche since slavery and shit, the Willie Lynch theory and all that. So you take these people, put them through slavery, systematically program them to hate themselves and view you as the best thing since sliced bread. Take their history, keep them from the knowledge of who they really are, and then allow them to exist in America as America flourishes. And you give them religion. So you got to pacify that, because we're a spiritual people by nature. So can't just have these niggas running wild, or we don't give them something. The shit that they really are will probably surface and come out, and we don't want that. So put that Bible on them. You know what I'm saying? Put that Bible on them. That's how they did is put the Bible on a nigga. So you got the Bible pushing you, setting you back another 400 years and shit. And you, and I'm just speaking from the perspective of worst case scenario. Not only do you not know who you are, or find yourself in a situation where you're not privy to the information of who you are, or that will facilitate you finding out who you are. You have generations of DNA information, generation of you had this mentality of the mentality of that's bred by being reduced to only trying to survive. That mentality is passed on from generation to generation to generation. We'll just say, just keep it safe and safe from slavery all the way on up into modern times. Paired with the fact you already been robbed of the knowledge of who you are, and not privy to that information. All this leads to, by the time the information come on the scene, and certain people like Honorable Elijah Muhammad, W.D. Fard Muhammad, No Drew Ali, cats like this come on the scene, Marcus Garvey and them, and everybody, by the time the information start making itself manifest on the scene, a lot of people have been so programmed to only be concerned with surviving. It's to the point to where subconsciously if it ain't entertaining you, only thing you give a fuck about is if it can put some dollars in your pocket, or i.e. help you survive or whatever. So when people do raise up Cause I'm saying this shit now these days. I say within the last past 10 years, it's getting a little bit more. It's when it just really first started really getting easier to get this type of information through to people. Which is one of the reasons why a nigga like me had to come on the scene and do all this miraculous shit. So because it was needed. You know, you need more than a nigga just coming to you saying, hey, you see this? You see that? Nah, you gotta have a motherfucker doing some magic. Like, hold up. I don't know what the fuck he talking about, but you better listen to this nigga because he's doing some he ain't just talking. And that's the thing with the horrors too. When you see horrors doing this right here, you would think on one hand that's horrors in silence or whatever, or how am I cool? That's not. It represents it represents a sign of silence, but not a sign of not talking. When you see that, or when you see something like this here, that's the part where we just say it's two ways. I can sit in front of you and talk to you and show and prove shit to you through talking, and I can show you through actions and shit, through signs, symbols, and shit that happens around me or whatever. That's what that actually means. That doesn't mean don't say nothing. You can't talk. That don't mean that when you see them do that, that means that it's more than one way to show you. I can say it out of my mouth, but I can be quiet and shit will happen and you will see for your goddamn self. That was needed because talking to we were so reduced down to so much of a animal's level, this animal instinct that you couldn't get through. So some of us are gonna take more than just some words to get through to them. You can sit here, hey, you see this? Okay, this they said this in Africa, and then they said this in the Bible, and you can put the shit together right in their face, and the motherfucker still be sitting there like, booga booga, because these niggas is knuckle draggers. So it's the whole point of the return of the Christ or second advent or whatever you want to call it. Because it's gonna take a miraculous happening for some of these motherfuckers to wake up. Some people get it. Oh shit, yeah, it's making sense. Some of these motherfuckers that even us in the conscious circle of things looked at and said, that motherfucker will never get it. And rightfully so, like, I ain't gonna deal with it. Even the motherfucker we do that to, some of them motherfuckers have to get it. So it's like, okay, well, he ain't gonna get it. Them motherfuckers ain't gonna get it through listening to these people talk. Even more evidence of that is the fact that them people not even finna talk to them no more. So they miraculous shit gonna have to happen to get these motherfuckers to wake up. So then they can wake up and say, hold up, hey, I'm woke now, I'm ready for some more information. I'm sorry I ignored you the first time, but it's gonna take some shit, some real miraculous shit for some of these people. Because leave it to us, just trying to, cause I'm not obligated to, and just like anybody else worth their weight in gold in this conscious shit, it's not obligated to sit down and try to beat you in the head with this shit all day. It's like you either get it, trying to get it, or you either get it, that's cool. You either trying to get it, but you don't get it yet. But if you're trying to get it, I guess that's just like they say, you take one step to Allah, He takes another to you, or I guess that right there. But if you ain't trying to get it, or you ain't making an effort, we not obligated to fuck with them people. We not necessarily obligated to fuck with anybody. A nigga obligation is to just talk this, to put the information out there, and you either get it, ask questions, try your best to get it. As I say, I'm a teacher. I try to do the best that I can do to help people get this shit. But motherfucker ain't trying to listen, and it's obvious. I don't have no obligation to sit here and hold your motherfucking hand, and because that shit ain't gonna do nothing to end up into some other shit. I've seen it firsthand. As a matter of fact, the order of the day is really get away from them type of motherfuckers. Yeah, man, you know, woo, 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 man, I don't want to hear that shit. So, quiet is kept, or quote, part about it is, even some of them motherfuckers that we would deem, not all of them, some of them motherfuckers just gone. It ain't no coming back for them. But, even some of them motherfuckers that you end up like, yeah, I'm good. I have to see shit, miraculous shit, just to wake up or whatever. So you take these people, us, still dealing with Max though. We're gonna get back to that. We just trying to show you, give you a little bit more than just some action-packed movie shit. But so when it another manifestation of being reduced on people who an example of people reduced to this single instinct of survival. Another ramification of that would be the motherfuckers who, when you talk to them, when you tell them shit, they respond like, well, how am I gonna get some money out of this? You ever, anybody that's really unconscious and, you know, dealing with knowledge of self, whatever, you run across them type of motherfuckers. If it ain't making no money for them, they like, are you here with these niggas just in rap shit? If it ain't about no money, I don't want to call my phone and all this old stupid shit. If it ain't about the money and all that old shit, you know what I'm saying? That shit, you know. I'll give you an example. Okay, you got them type of motherfuckers. They not gonna get this shit because the only thing they worried about is money and the physical aspect of life, which is taking back to the basics, being reduced to your lower nature. You got a lower nature, higher nature. I guess that's a good way to put it too. When we get to this next phase, Soot or Set, the devil or whatever be your lower nature, Heru, Osiris, Horus, whatever be your higher nature. Your lower nature, people who are trapped in their lower nature are dealing with the root chakra. Say this is your spine, your 7 chakras. The root chakra will be right here. Root chakra, people whose consciousness is stuck right here, only thing they can process is shit that deals with the physical. Food, money, shelter, sex, selfishness, all these type of things, whatever. You have to raise your kundalini energy up to here to bring your consciousness up to here so that you can start, because really this would be, when it's all said and done as a person, this would be you, right? Now what you're trying to do, this is the creation of the earth. This is how the earth was created. I just gave you but before you raise your kundalini energy up, this is you. All those, that metal or them clusters or blocks, you have to raise that energy up and turn this right here to this. It's called cutting the lights on. So when you're born, your shit right here. The process of raising the kundalini energy up, kundalini meaning serpent, core serpent, is raising that energy up through here. When it raises up through all those chakras, it busts. Just keep this in mind because it's going to come in. For people that's familiar with the process I'm breaking down, you already know where I'm going with this. But if you're new here, just stick around if you don't get it right here. But a lot of people consciousness is stuck right here. So when you talking spiritual shit, you talking right, you speaking it right here, but it's bouncing off of here because this is still hardened, all right, or whatever. And their consciousness is still right here. So it's like you speaking up here. It's like I'm talking, but all my words is coming up here. Their ears are down here, so they can't hear what I'm saying because I'm speaking on some shit way up here. And their ears are, their level of hearing is down here, stuck down here. So if I ain't talking in order for me to, I'm singing it's like a dog whistle. I guess that's good. They say you got a whistle where when you blow it, the only person, a human can't hear it, but the dog can hear it. If it's a different frequency, it's the same shit. It's like a dog whistle. I'm, uh, I'm, you get to talking spiritual shit. I guess in this term, the spiritual person will be the dog, and the information will be the whistle. If you ain't a dog, i.e., if you ain't a spiritual person, you're not gonna hear the goddamn whistle, or if you ain't resonating at this level of thinking. So they stuck down there, and that's what the root chakra deals with: survival, whatever. Now the reason why I was so privy to this type of information and I pick up shit so quick is because I was raising my Kundalini energy up when I was just a little boy. Like, I remember being 5 and 6. Bullshit you not, before I even knew what any of this shit was about. I used to just do that shit. Like, I used to just random. I still remember to this day. I just be running around, playing, jumping around. Then I would stop and just make out, raise, just under your scrotum or under the woman's vagina or whatever. You know how you can tighten that up. I used to just tighten that up and shoot that energy up through my spine. And every time I would feel it hit my head, and I feel like my whole body would just get warm and tingly. I don't know. I guess I just carried that shit on from the last life or what. Cause I was doing this shit when I was like 7 or 8. Probably started when I was like 7 or something. And that's probably due to each one of them years after I was born. So let's just say I started 7 or 8. I say probably about, I'll just be safe about to say 8. But I think it was a little earlier than that. I had to do the math on it. But each one of my chakras probably opened each one of them years to the point where by the time I got 8, I just started naturally doing it or whatever. However it happened, I was doing it. I'm thankful for that shit. That's why when I started learning about this shit, it made sense. Because when I started learning because I ain't learned about it till I ain't started learning about the chakras until like a year right before I got out of jail. So when I started reading up on the process, I say, oh, that's what I used to be doing when I was a kid. That's why I used to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And I give you one more example of that, and then we'll move on. And I hate to do it to you, buddy, but I ain't gonna say your name, but give you another example of how that mentality, how deep it can get. I mean, how much of a how deep entrenched this shit, that instinct survival, that survival instinct be inside of us. When I first came home, I was dropping this information on one of my partners. And you got different levels. So you got one. Some people you say this shit to, they be like, oh man, I don't want to hear that shit. This nigga went to jail, and they think everybody go to jail, come out, be a Muslim. Hell, you went to jail and you a Muslim now. Come on, talking that crazy shit. You went to jail and got to talking them niggas down there. You got that type. And then you got some that will hear you out, but and they'll act like they with it, or yeah, woo woo, but then go elsewhere and really not understanding what you're saying, but for the sake of the moment when you're talking to them, probably act like they get it or whatever. Then you got some people that like follow you all the way through till they can, get on their own level. Now my partner, him, this cat in particular, I remember when I got a job, I was chopping it up with him. And at first he wasn't getting it. More and more I talked to him a little bit. The next thing you know, I started coming back. I meet up with him. He's like, yeah, bro. Ooh, ooh. I remember one, but I remember I dropped a book on him one time. I said, man, I want you to read this book, bro. Ooh, ooh. He's like, all right. So he took the book, he put it on his counter, his kitchen counter. And this ain't no diss to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Cause I know you be watching, but I'm probably on another level than that shit now. But I ain't talked to him in a minute, but he put the book on the counter and shit, and he's like, I'm gonna read it, bro. I'm like, all right. I went back over there. I went like probably about 2 or 3 months before I went back over there and fuck with him. Pause. I shot over there, and now when I walked in the house, the book was in the same goddamn spot it was when I left it last time. I said, bro, you read some of that book yet? Nah, I ain't got a chance to get into it yet. I said, oh man, give my goddamn book back, man. That's why I don't give books to people, because it's like I'm more of the type of cat, for the most part. I'm more the type of cat that I feel like I read my book too. It ain't no I read a book one time and that's it. Like I read it, I go back, read it again. It'd be a shame for my shit to be sitting somewhere collecting dust, and one day I read some shit like, oh, you know what? I need to go connect this with that book. Oh, such and such got it, and the whole while such and such ain't even using that motherfucker. So that's why I don't like lending out books and shit. So he's like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna read it. So I don't know about. I think I took it back that time right there, but I was like, blah, whatever. So boom, there go. Time passed and shit. So one day, this a couple years later, and I'm on hard times or whatever. So I hit him up. I'm like, say, bro, let me borrow such and such. I was waiting for I finna start a gig, but it was like I think I had like about a couple weeks before I had before my starting date or whatever. So I'm like, say, bro, let me borrow. But first I think I'm jumping the store. I think I put one before the other. I think first when I hit him, I'm like, what's up, bro? Blah, blah, blah. You chocolate? Like, what's going down? And so he was like, man. He said, bro, the son was talking to me the other day. So now I'm like, oh, this nigga getting. So I said, shit. I said, oh, this nigga on some shit. And I said, yeah. He's like, yeah. I'm like, man, what's up, man? Come, I'm ready. Give me the goods. Whoa. He said, man, I was tuned in to this son, bro. And my partner always been like, this my cool cat. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy, man. And he always been I don't want to say like in a bad way, but he was always the cat in the clique who into that designer and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my nigga, we want the fly shit too, but he was the like we was the nigga that was pretty much cool with Nike, Adidas, Polo, Guess. You know what I'm saying? Woo woo. You know what I'm saying? But he was always he was always that, man, you see them Steve Madden? He was more into that shit. Or Carl Ryan about, man, that's that new 600 food. I wouldn't know what the fuck it is, but that ain't nothing wrong with it. Because if I had bread, he'd be the nigga I call like, hey, bro, what's the latest? You know what I'm saying? If I gave a fuck about some shit like that. But he was the, and that's why I be saying, not necessarily saying you can't have a nice thing, or it's something wrong with wanting to have nice things, or doing things that's, I guess, a little touch above, or want to eat at a finer restaurant. I would just put in them words or some shit like that. Or you need that shit. Ain't nothing wrong with that shit. Because once you master this shit, or I won't say master this. Once you get into this shit, get to the level you're supposed to be on this shit. Ain't nothing wrong with having nice things. So he be the nigga like, yeah, bro, what? Shit, I don't know where the Gucci store at. Where the Gucci store? I'm just paraphrasing. I'm talking, just trying to give you an example of what I'm saying. But, but he always been that dude since us growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like he was the one that wanted to do the, Like one of his things was he wanted to start a clothing line or whatever. You know, he was one of them type of cats. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But he was always the one that was a little bit more material. He was the one that always was more concerned with that type of shit, with the Gucci and the Prada and all that shit. Man, boy, I'm finna go get that art money exchange. And he was the one to get a little bit more on the dressier side. We was more the, you know, Air Forces, Reeboks and shit. You know what I'm saying? He'll step out with the Kenny Coles and that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But so he always had been a little bit more materialistic than the average cat from my crew or one of my crews. I got different segments of niggas I fuck with. But yeah, so he was like, he's like, yeah, man. I said, well, what happened? What you know? He was like, yeah, his son told me I was gonna get that Lamborghini, man, and this, that, and the third. I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, man, and this, that, and that. But everything he was telling me was some materialistic shit. So I'm like, I'm waiting for some, at least mix it up. I ain't tell you. So I'm like, what else? I'm like, that's it. So I started breaking it down to him. I said, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You got really three versions of the sun. But we'll deal with two. You got the hidden sun, Aimon Ra. And then you got Ra, the physical sun. Or the physical manifestation of the sun. And I was like, I'm not gonna necessarily even say put it like this. I'm trying to figure out how I broke it down. So I was trying to tell him your transmissions that you think you getting or you getting or whatever the fuck's going on is something lacking because it's nothing spiritual. They're not giving you no spiritual information that's gonna raise you up as a light being. You just whatever the hell you heard or was talking to you, it ain't just telling you what you really just telling you what you want to hear. Because I know that's what you want to hear. Man, I'm going to get that survival instinct. See, that's what happens when you carry that mentality into you can't. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be rich and have money. And because don't nobody want to be broke. I know I don't. I'll tell you straight up. I fuck that. So ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're supposed to be about abundance and all that. So we ain't going to get it twisted. Well, when you carry, you gotta watch how your mentality is when it comes into this shit. Cause see, what he did was carry that mentality. He carried that materialistic mentality into a spiritual field or spiritual zone. So I would have even understood it better if you would have been like, you would have told a nigga. I'm sitting there listening. I'm like, well, goddamn, nigga, did Oswald act alone at least? Did they at least tell you that? Like. Some kind of mystery to this shit. You know, what did you find out about yourself on a spiritual level? You know what I'm saying? Because a Lamborghini ain't gonna make you no more spiritual than you are, or you know, whatever the fuck. He said some other shit too. I can't remember, but I just remember the Lamborghini shit. And I was like, bro, over the Porsche, some shit really don't matter. One of them goddamn cars. I'm saying he was always into that type of shit. He know that type of shit. And I'm not knocking him poor. That's cool too. Like, not trying to mix it the way it blended and shit. But, you know, ain't nothing, like I said, I like learning. I like learning, period. So, you know, I car ride by, he be like, man, that's that new 6.50 cat or whatever the fuck. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit, man. I'm a Lincoln man. You know, 6'4", you know what I'm saying? That type of shit. You start talking about 7.5, 6s, and then you see that new 300? I don't even know what that is, bro. So, show you I guess I'm trying to show you a dichotomy, you know what I'm saying? But I always looked at that, but see, that's what I'm saying. See, I'm a balanced cat, so you know, back when niggas was growing up and had dreams of being a goddamn rapper, pity the fool that was. But you know, I always looked at it like, well, we need that type of shit because the nigga get his rap game and start making rap money, I do want some foreign shit, so he'll be the nigga to help with that type of shit. Put me on the, cause I'm the type of nigga that's go get me. I'm a slab or go get shit a 6'4" or something, or some shit like that. But you start talking about the foreigns and shit, I'm not really. I'm a slab. Well, see, Houston, my Houston niggas gonna get this one, but I'm more of a slab type of nigga as opposed to a foreign. But I'm not against a foreign. But it had to take a nigga like him to put me up on this hot shit. Well, that new 650 just came out with the reversible doors. Really, nigga? How much that bitch cost? Let me see if I got that. You know what I'm saying? If I was a big time rapper, as I thought I was gonna be or whatever. But so it's not even knocking that within itself. But one thing I do know though is the more deeper you get into this true spirituality, the less of that type of shit matter. So not saying you'll get to a point where you just really wouldn't give a fuck about none of that shit. Well, it could be that too. But the more and more you raise yourself up spiritually, the less and less of that shit matter. So it's like not saying that just because you become spiritual, he would lose that total part of him though. You know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense. But 9 times out of 10, a person that starts to, I ain't gonna lie, shit, man, it gets to a point now where it be like, man, a peace of mind around this motherfucker. But that comes from that survival instinct. Even though what he was saying was based off of something a little bit more than survival, it wasn't food. Just it was more of a. It goes from design to make sure you got your basic needs, a survival instinct on that level, and then after that, it goes to what you see now in hip hop and all this shit to conspicuous consumption. You know what I'm saying? So, that conspicuous consumption aspect of it bled into factored in when it came to his spirituality. So now you thinking the sun is telling you, I'm like, that's demiurge energy. The demiurge is the physical aspect of your ego or your physical, the part of. So you hear about this demiurge energy. Demiurge energy or ego is just the part of you that pertains to that's the part of your psyche that pertains pretty much strictly to your physical existence. What you need, that's the part of you that's gonna help you get your food, gonna help you get the food, clothing, shelter, and all that shit. That's the part of you that's telling you need. That's the part of you that's gonna protect you. Hey, don't let that motherfucker do that to you. Or hey, you know what I'm saying? That's that part of you. You know what I'm saying? But when you bring that, when you try to bring that into a spiritual ground, or spiritual battleground, or whatever, it's gonna work against you. Because now, like I said, it sounded ridiculous to me after he said that she didn't have nothing else to say. It didn't diss me because he said all that shit, and I was like, I don't know if it was the same conversation, or I end up asking him, asking him to loan me some bread after that, or within that same context. But either way, whether it was that day or after or before, I knew it was after that, I think. If not within that same phone conversation. The nigga told me, well, man, I think it was the same conversation. The nigga said, man, you talking all this spiritual shit, why you ain't got no money? I was like, kind of offended me a little bit. I was like, what? Nigga, I'm like, damn. But it goes to show you how survival instinct. It ain't about even motherfuckers that think. When the motherfucker think, they on to some spiritual shit. If you don't tame that ego, it'll come with you into that zone and fuck your whole teaching, your lessons. I, mean, I don't know where yet on his spiritual path now. I like to think he's a little past, a little bit more mature than that. Cause like I said, you go through your phase. I never went through that phase. I guess I was never really necessarily a materialistic person. So that shit, I never. Don't get me wrong. I had desires too to have nice things, but I never had those. I never felt I needed those to be who I am. And maybe he did, or maybe he just want nice shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to ask him that. But I know a lot of people, and I'm not saying this is him, but I know it's a lot of people who feel they need these things to validate them, or need these things to get people to look at them a certain way, or whatever. I never been one of those type of people. I always raw dog. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Shout out to my boy, man. I ain't gonna put him out there like that, but that's still my nigga. But even though we ain't talked in a minute, I ain't mad at you. But yeah, nigga told me, I'm like, goddamn, nigga. Really, where this come from? Yeah. So, all right, let me get on with this shit, man, because I ain't even in the, like I said, we still in the first 10 minutes of the movie. I'm going to try to speed this shit along. I think this probably be the area of the movie I have to spend the most time on anyway, though, just breaking this shit down. Everything else will just probably be quick run-throughs and, or whatever. I won't be as elaborate in my notes with these next couple of rounds. Or either I have to do about 2 or 3 more videos on this shit, 1 or 2. I'm not gonna be here no goddamn 14 hours and shit. I'll give y'all 12 straight or 10 probably if I can. Well, I know I can do it, but if I want to do it, shit. Okay. One who runs from the living and the dead. So living and the dead, the one who runs from the living and the dead. So I already broke that down. The living. Now take it out of the metaphorical aspect of it, take it back to the movie. When he said running from the living, he's running from the war boys, scavengers. Now this goes back to the whole thing about white people using us as medicine, or those on the upper echelons. I want you to think that the Johnny next door is eating niggas and shit just because he white. Now we're talking about a certain echelon of these people, the ones some of your favorite rappers hang out with. So he's running from the war boys. So you say, who's the war boys? Well, we'll get into the war. We got to get into Morton Joe. And after we get into Morton Joe and we break him down, we'll be ready to ride all the way out to get it popping. So let me, this is where we're going to get interested. Let me get my books real quick. Hold on, let me pause this though. All right. So you got a Morton Joe. Now, first and foremost, let's get to the name. Morton Joe. Now it's IMMORTON, right? Now what daily food supply you can go in your kitchen and find with that same name, or partially that same name, without the IM, the first I and the M. It's Morton salt, right? Salt does what? Dehydrates you, or i.e. causes a negation of water, or lack of water, or whatever, or or cause you to need water, a thirst. Immortan Joe, drought, desert, thirst, Morton, uh, so when you look at, uh, first and foremost, get back to your boy, jumping ahead of myself. Get back to Max. He says, yeah, I'm going ahead of myself. Get back to Max. He say, he got his back to the screen. The two-headed lizard runs from the front of the screen and runs to over there where he's at. He steps on it, picks it up, eat it. Two-headed lizard, one Max, the three and the one. The Holy Trinity. Eating the lizard. He eating the lizard because he's reduced to a survival mode. That's all. He in the middle of the desert. Ain't no food around this motherfucker, so he got to eat what he killed, which was the lizard. So he had to eat the lizard. Back the lizard, Osiris, dinosaurs, reptilian, all that shit. The reptilian brain. Let me pull that up. I got that on my grand page. The reptilian brain. So the two-headed lizard, two in the two. He swallowed. Put the two inside of him. Them two plus him, the one, the three and the one. It's a reptile. He's Horus slash Osiris. Well, he's both. The father and the son is one. Horus and Osiris is one. Or Horus and Osar, Heru and Osar, one. However you want to put it, they are one. So but he takes on different aspects of them throughout the movie. Just like at the end, well, we'll get to that. But so you got the lizard. The lizard is a allusion or reference to not allusion, but alludes to the reptilian part of the brain. I'm gonna show y'all a picture of that. Now I know I spoke on this before, but I'm gonna bust that shit up again. That you got to, we kind of dying down now. But I don't know. I don't listen. I kind of start limiting the motherfuckers I listen to them. Like I said, I told you, motherfucker told me personally, but I heard a motherfucker say once the nigga talking about that corn shit. Well, corn is not a real. It wasn't like the nigga. Like I said, it wasn't like he was saying corn. There was a real version of corn and a fake version of corn, or genetic, a GMO version. No, this motherfucker was saying corn didn't exist until the white man came up with his GMO form of it, and I was like, oh, ain't that magnificent? Look at this motherfucker here. Hold up, let me find this shit real quick. But that alludes to the reptilian part of the brain. So you gonna hear him say, running from the living and the dead, hunted by scavengers. And then you gonna hear him say, here they come again, worming their way into the black matter of my brain. Or the black matter of my mind, or something like that. So if you made it to this point and you doubt, and you was thinking I was just talking some crazy shit, because all this is in the same setting. So if you thought I was talking some crazy shit when I said that the oil that they were talking about was not just about physical oil, but water, but melanin as well, because all that shit is the same: 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, carbon. Carbon is oil, carbon is melanin. Melanin. So you gonna hear him talk about the oil wall and all that shit first, and then it's gonna go into the part where we talk about the black matter of the brain. So when you hear all that, if you was thinking that nigga wasn't talking about melanin, when he say the black matter of my mind or the black matter of my brain, all in the same monologue, that should show you right there that he's talking about something more than just it's deeper than just the physical aspect of some damn oil and water shit. But let me find this real quick so I can show you what I mean about the reptilian brain. This kind of love. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. We don't bother here. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Yeah, this is a badass movie, man. Um, this is a bad motherfucker. I guess. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. But let's get into the name, Mad Max. While I'm finding this other shit, Mad. Now, Mad is basically a. See, commonly when you hear mad, you think of somebody that's upset. But and that's probably one of the definitions if you look in the dictionary. But ultimately, mad is basically an irrational state of a state of mind characterized by irrationality or whatever. Uh, so you can be upset and not be mad, right? And you can be mad and not be upset. I'll give you an example. Uh, if you seen a nigga, if it was raining outside and you look at the window and you seen a nigga doing the backspin on butt naked backspinning in the rain and shit and breakdancing, uh, you wouldn't necessarily look up there and say, and let's say he's in a joyous mood. He's obviously in a joyous mood doing that. You wouldn't say he was mad, but then, when you think about that word, like you'll be like, this motherfucker is crazy. I.e., he's on some irrational shit right now. I would probably say he looks mad. The average person just be like, this nigga's crazy. I would be like, I'd be thinking the same thing, but I'm an open-minded person. So I say he look crazy, and that is some crazy shit, and I wouldn't do it. But you never know. He might have you can go out there and ask him. He might just give you a goddamn rational answer. So but we'll stick to calling his ass crazy for now. But he might be on to something. So but you might just look him up and say that nigga. Now I would probably look at that nigga. He out there looking like a madman. Not mad because he's upset. I don't give a fuck how happy he is and how happy he look. Motherfucker, you look crazy as a motherfucker out there. Go put some clothes on, young man. And then when it's all said and done, even with that, no matter how mad I think he is, or insane I think he is, shit, if that nigga, he justifying that shit in his own mind, shit, he might be doing the rain dance. That nigga might tell me, shit, nigga, it was finna be a drought. I had to get out here. The spirit told me to get out here and do the butt naked rain dance for these niggas. Okay, more power to you. Better you than me around this motherfucker. Shit. I'm just stretching this shit, man, but it's something to take into consideration. They'll be fine and shit, man. But I brought that. I noted that because that's one of the things I philosophized on before all this shit. Back when I was like in jail, I was like, mad. See, when you can be upset without being mad. You can be angry without being mad. But anger can lead you to madness. And what I mean by that is, if you let your emotions control you, you let your emotions get out of control, your anger can lead you to doing some irrational shit, i.e. putting you in a mad state. So when you look at the movie Mad Max, it's not that he's not necessarily that he's mad. But just look at him eating the lizard. If we in the hood chilling and the lizard ran by, my partner picked that bitch up and just swallowed him whole, I'd be like, you alright, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be some mad shit to me. I'd be like, this nigga, he lost his motherfucking mind. But if you look at Max, on the other hand, nigga step on the lizard and eat the lizard, Like, nigga, you lost your mind? No, motherfucker. It ain't nothing to eat out here. I ain't ate in 6 weeks, some shit. That's the last thing it was to eat. I probably still wouldn't eat this. I probably eat better than me because I fuck around and there's some shit I just like pork. It'd be a starvation mission for me. I just gonna clock out because that shit there. But so I would look at the nigga and say that's crazy or that's mad. He's a madman. And he'll be like, no, motherfucker, I'm perfectly sane. I'm just hungry to the motherfucker and ain't ate in 2 or 3 weeks. What you can't. That's when it turns into that's when it turns into a matter of preference. Then, like, well, to each his own. Then can't say the nigga crazy. Then just food for thought for you niggas. Kind of loosen your mentalities up. You know y'all all stiff out there. Let me see. Where's this shit at? Hope I ain't pass it up, bumping my flaps, fucking with y'all. Oh, I'll probably bet off getting shit straight from the goddamn book. What the fuck am I doing? I'm being a madman. Cha-ching. I done went mad on you niggas. Yeah, where that bitch at? Let me try this. Is it over there? Yeah. Shit be all on nigga face when you don't need it. Start looking for shit, it disappear around this motherfucker. Just hang on though, man. I hope I ain't boring y'all. We finna get to the shit in just a minute. Fucking book at, man. Shit. This shit is taking all day. Let me pause this shit real quick. Yeah, but like I was saying about the mad thing, mad. So now you look at Mad Max. The first 2 letters of Mad is M-A. Then you got D. Ma. Then you got the D. Ma D. What they call what's the Messiah's? What do they call a Messiah in Islam? The Mahdi. I think it's Mahidi, but it's pronounced Mahdi. And you look at Max. Ma X, the mother X. Ma D, mother divine. Ma X, mother unknown. Or now the X or the T. when you go to Kemet, for example, take Nuke, for example. You got Nu, and then you got Nu. Nu is the man. Nu is the feminine version of Nu. You just add the T. So in Kemet, what they would do, the T was would denote the feminine principle, from what I'm seeing. So just like when you look at, let me try to find this shit. Damn, man, I gotta. But so when you look at the cross, the cross would be the physical earth that the spiritual element of life is spread across or crucified on. As you can see here, spirit. That's what the crucifix. That's the real crucifix. It's not no got a man on necessarily a man on the cross. You can look at it as that, whatever. But Christianity took it a little too far. But what it really is the mother cross or the mother X, or this is the X, this cross. But if you look at it from the angle, which is how the sun hits the earth in angles. So you look at it like this, you got the cross. But when you look at it from the path to the sun, because say the sun was to rise, well, that's the east. So say the sun rise right here, it's gonna boop. It's gonna rise, hit that angle, then it's gonna come down and set or whatever. So it hits the earth, and then when it's under the earth, it's still hitting from the bottom angles. So when you're looking at it from an angle, it's an X, because you got bam, 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 bam. It'll be an X from there, or a T if you're looking at it from the vertical. Let me try to find this though, so I can close out on this. It'll pack part of it. And this shit far down my timeline. I mean my goddamn page. But then when you take those two and put them together, you got Mad Max M&M 1313 26. Well, just dealing with the first initials. Mad Max is 26. 6 plus 2 is 8. 8 is he or her. He or her has to, when dealing with the supreme mathematics, he or her has the ability to build or destroy depending on one's knowledge. Man, where's this shit at? So that's the 8. Let me find this shit real quick. Should be coming up now. I wish I had where that fucking book at, man. Oh, I had the bitch in here. This shit, fuck this shit. I mean, anyway, I'll have to find that shit later, so it's taking too long. But the reptilian brain, if you used to look at a brain from the side, one hemisphere of the brain from the side, the makeup of it you will see looks like a lizard. What I'm trying to find now is I got a picture of it. I got a picture of the motherfucker. Let's take it too long to get to that shit, so I'm not finna waste no more time fucking with that. You just have to take my word for it till I put it in the. If you follow me on Instagram, yeah, I'll put a picture of that shit in my little commercial or whatever the fuck. I always do my little presentations of this shit. But anyway, man, I'm not finna waste too much time on that shit. I thought the book, I'll look one more time. I thought I had the book in here. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that's the reptilian brain or whatever. I want to show the picture of the. Oh, I paused it. Alright. I want to show y'all a picture of that shit because, we went through one phase in the conscious thing where you hear motherfuckers talking about the reptilians are coming, like some strange race from space or some shit was coming to destroy niggas. When the whole why we're the reptilians is referring to the reptilian part of the brain. So that, but the 8, so you got his name, the 8, and then when you do the one more time, I done it earlier, but when you do the numerology on Furiosa, or the gematria, on Furiosa, it comes up to 8. But we'll, just to be on the safe side, because I was kind of in a haste when I done it earlier. But let me, just to be sure. Hold up, let me pause that real. Yo, let me just get on with this shit. When you look at when you do the math on the name Mad Max, the 2M, well, at least the 2 M's, M being 13, the 2 13s, 26, 26 plus 2 is 8, 8 being the number of the path. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then when you break down Furiosa, it boils down to that's not his whole. That's just the 2 M's. But if you do the when you do the numerology on her, the gematria breakdown on her name is what's that? 6, 9, 19, 28, 34, 7. Let me make sure. Yeah, it come down to 9. So that's what? Time. Do the whole. I'm gonna do the whole now. Just probing right now. 1, 4. Yeah. So if you do the when you break his whole name down, it'd be 5, and hers would be 3, which bring you to the hold up, I'm tripping. No, hers would be 9, and then his would be let me see, 6. One more time. Yeah, and her would be 9. So that's 9, 5. 9 plus 5 would be 14. 14 being the number of Osiris. You cut this 14 pieces. The 2 7s. Or 2 7s or 7 realms of light. The 7 dark realms of melanin that surrounded it. And the 7 melanin clusters and the 7 speckles or patches of speckles going down, which would be 14, 14. 1 plus 4 will get you 5. 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep that in mind, because when we get to the movie, it's gonna come back up. So we done that. Now let's get into your boy old Morton. So Morton Joe. So but yeah, the reptile. He eat the reptile. 3 in 1. The reptilian brain. What else? Oh yeah, before we go that, before we get into more things, you're gonna see him. You gonna see his appearance. He gonna have long, straggly hair, long, straggly beard. There's 2 ways you can look at that. And like I said, this story is about the redemption of black folks. So when it comes to the ghetto or the hood or a state of impoverishment, we share commonality with white folks because they come from that, the Caucasian or the Caucasus Mountains or whatever, right? So the Caucasians or the Caucasus Mountains or whatever. So take you back to Rakim. Goes to the song "The Ghetto." What he say? He say, "Oh, I thought the ghetto was the worst thing that happened to me. That's why I'm glad I listened when my pappy was rapping to me. Back in the days, they lived in caves, exiled from the original man, strayed away." He said that in a song called "The Ghetto," and what he was trying to tell you was, them motherfuckers are the original ghetto dwellers. When we was in Africa, and they was in the poor part of the planet Earth in so many words, right? Our poor part of the planet Earth, our correspondence to that would be what we today call the hood, or the ghetto, or whatever. The ghetto. Peace to shout. So what is the ghetto characterized by, or what is the attributes of the ghetto? Negation. Back to the soot thing. Lack thereof. Lack of resources, right? But our resources being controlled by soot or Morton Joe, or as we can get him as the white man. So now we had to take y'all down the Nation of Islam tree. So he, first and foremost, well, we get into that. We do it more than Joe. We break him down real quick, and then we'll get back into that shortly. But okay, when you look at him, he looked like the caveman, right? He looks savage. He's in a savage. He's like the way the caveman would look in the goddamn cave. Why? Because they didn't know how to groom themselves. They didn't have no razors and all that shit. They were reduced to one single instinct, which is survival. Forced to due to the lack of resources, they had to fight amongst each other for the little bit of shit that they had around that motherfucker. And that icy cold ice box, which is what bred that cold hearted mentality that you see reflected in the faces of the motherfuckers when they was hanging. I'm not making no excuses for them. I hope it don't sound like that. But I'm just showing you where the shit come from. When you see them when you read books like 100 Years of Lynching, and you see them hanging motherfuckers, and they looking at that nasty look on their face and pointing at niggas and burning motherfuckers at the stake and all this old shit. All that shit was a reflection of how they were they had to live. Well, they made their debut on the planet or whatever. Um, so when you see him, they showing you a person in a savage state. Now that represents you. Your savagery is the ghetto, drug wars, block wars, killing each other for colors, jacking each other to survive, burglary, crack addiction, you name it, slavery, all that old shit. The list goes on. The shit, that's our savagery. You know what I'm saying? Cause we once was at the top. How we always said, we was once kings and queens and shit. And what they said, from pharaohs to, I don't even like to say niggas, because niggas is a divine word. Pharaoh, nigga, king, all that shit is the same thing. So we went from pharaohs to crack dealers, I guess you could say. Or from pharaohs to crack holes. Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, but when we were pharaohs, they was cave dwellers. Keeping themselves warm with shit mounds and shit. Wild shit. So on one hand, when you're looking at it, they showing you by him being the Horus figure or the Osiris figure, which is the black man, even though he's a white guy playing it, Tom Hardy. And even peep this. I just peeped this shit the other day. Tom Hardy, he the nigga that played the boy that played the fucking Venom with the black suit on, melanin. I ain't got into the movie yet. I never seen the first one either. But that's probably what it's talking about, melanin and shit. But even in that motherfucking movie, so I don't know what kind of message they trying to send, but he the one playing the Phantom, which is some yin yang type shit. Cause he's all black with the white or whatever. Oh yeah, which reminds me too. Man, I'm all over the place. But I'll get to that. Let me get this breakdown right here. So when you see him, he's representing us. Like I said, the movie's about the redemption of black people. I'm gonna show you that, how they show you this in the movie, how this is about niggas. But they kind of mixing it. I say it's all mauled together because they're showing you the savage state, but they showing you what they give you the symbol of savagery through his unkempt appearance. But at the same time, the unkempt appearance is the way the white man looked in his savagery. So instead of a nigga standing there with some baggy clothes on and shit, they show you a nigga with a scraggly beard and shit. He looks like a caveman. But on the flip side of that, that's why I say this shit goes much deeper. They also showing you, they bringing it back to him representing the black man, or what the white, or so many words that even though you can look at it as a caveman look, what they also showing you is, which is alluding to black people, is showing you the style of the white boy who got closest to being black, or closest to being of the black mentality, and relatively speaking modern times, which is what the hippie. Because see, what they did with the hippies was, they used LSD. They took the LSD. I was watching this shit on this documentary the other day. But they took the LSD and the acid and all that shit, and they was using that to experiment on society or whatever, on people. So when they put it out there, and they put it in the hands of white folks, what they started noticing was white folks started taking the niggas. They started acting more and more like niggas. What we see in the Nation of God's North and Nation of Islam, what's the original nature of the black man? The nature of the black man is peace, right? So we go back to the hippie movement, when they were taking all these drugs and shit. See, drugs ain't necessarily always a bad thing. That's a whole story for another time. But it's really the the problem don't be the drug. It's really you, depending on what drug. Some shit you can't take. It's all about knowing what you fucking doing. Which show you that in this movie too. Keep all this in mind when I come back around. But before I go too far, let me stay on track. But they start giving them niggas LSD. The white folks start getting closer and closer to being niggas, or closest they can get to being niggas. Why? Because drugs aren't always a bad thing. The drugs loosen the. Not saying you need drugs to get on a spiritual level. You can do this shit sober, but it helps because it loosens the mind up, takes you out of that rigid mentality, because that's what really be keeping niggas stuck and blocking them from actually understanding higher sciences, because you stuck in a rigid, constricted state of mind because you've taken on the mind of the average white man. Because the white man, that's him. He's the strict. Think about it. When we just take it back to what I was just telling you about the caves. They come from the caves, the cold weather, right? What happens in the cold? You get constricted. Your nuts shrivel up. You trying to keep warm, so you constrict it. You strict it in. What Cube say? You ain't white, so stop holding your ass tight. Because on that one song, you saying that because that's what you're trying to allude to was white people. You know that for the most part, when you're dealing with the uppity bougie ones or whatever, because you got some that's loose and can get down with you and maybe even cut a rug or shit. But we talking about, you know what I'm talking about, that goddamn corporate cracker with the suit on. They constrict it and, you know, it's all uptight, and that's why they talk like that. They constricting, or how niggas talk when they trying to, get alone or something. Hi, man, you know, goddamn well you Jamal, what's up, baby? Woo woo. You get on the phone with that cracker. Hi, yeah, I'm torn from that. You constricting your voice to. I don't do that shit. I never did, but I make sure I make a conscious effort not to, because I'm not knocking people when I say that. I'm laughing with the shit, but I'm not necessarily making fun, because I understand it was that type of shit was put in us for survival, because we've been forced to conform to their ways of action or ways of life just for us to make a goddamn living in certain situations or whatever. So, and plus you trying to not to offend or scare them, so I ain't trying, and it's like, I don't do that shit. I make sure I don't do it. So I'm talking to somebody from the other persuasion trying to pay a light bill or whatever the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, okay, but I make sure I don't, because we have a tendency to automatically do that sometimes. Why I ain't John? I was calling about my cable bill and all this old shit. But it's not a knock, because it's just some shit that comes from all them goddamn, all the shit the mind control they put on the nigga ass or whatever. So but what them drugs do, certain drugs do. That's why I never done LSD and acid. Shit. For the way niggas talking, I might need to put me a fucking tab under there, like, get on my Jimi Hendrix and shit. Because for shit they talking about, niggas seeing spaceships and shit. I want to see the Mickey Mouses running through the damn floor too. Shit, you seen what? That's just me though. You might think I'm crazy, but like I say, I'm not beyond shit. Mushrooms, might be my next goddamn thing. I see what that shit hitting on or whatever. But that's why motherfuckers tell you that, we just growing up as a kid, motherfuckers, we was hearing that shit. Like, man, white folks get to taking that acid, they get to seeing cartoon characters and shit. Now I ain't gonna lie, as a kid, a nigga was like, now you young, so I'm like, cause you know, I was hearing about this. I started hearing about that shit like when I was about 10, 11. Right before I got into my thugging or area, when I started running the streets and shit. So a nigga like, on one hand, you know, a nigga like, oh, that's that crazy white boy shit. It was a little part of a nigga like, not even the conscious part. I now that I understand the mind, but there's always one part like subconsciously that was like, I don't know, I don't. You see it coming out now because I get around the right people I can trust with that shit. Let me see what that is. I ain't just taking anything from anybody though, but uh, um, that ain't no different than the shamans in the Native Americans smoking the peyote. What you think they was doing that shit for? They was doing it to have spiritual experiences. Uh, Only problem, our problem with drugs is we abuse this shit. You know what I'm saying? So we fuck up. It ain't the drugs or the drugs, man. For the most part, certain shit you got, and if certain shit you gotta know what you're doing. Like I tell niggas all the time, you can sip syrup, sipping lean. Lean got heroin in it, but the alchemical way is constructed, or the amount or the way it's put in there, you can sip the shit without being. This can be addictive, but it ain't like raw heroin or shit. Them niggas in Asia, before we even was born, the syrup sipping babies was born. Them niggas in Asia was smoking opium straight up. This shit ain't nothing new. They been using drugs. I might be kind of fuzzy about this, but the British was using. Motherfuckers in Asia was smoking coke. They was smoking opium, and they was using the same way they use drugs as a weapon, pushing on us to get us addicted and throw us off a game. That shit, they been doing that shit before the ghettos of America even developed or whatever. But it's not actually necessarily the dope that's fucking you up. It's your abuse to it. If you could take this shit, have fun with it, be okay, or do whatever you're gonna do, and then say, okay, that was for today. See you 2 weeks from now or next month. Do it then. Get your little experience. If you're spiritual, you're going to be on some spiritual shit. If you're a dumb nigga, drugs don't make dumb niggas spiritual. You just be a dumb nigga doing drugs. But if you already have a mind geared towards, unless you do something and it triggers something, but don't think you just going to take a mushroom and next thing you know, you the goddamn Dalai Lama around this motherfucker. It don't work that way. But anyway, back to the hippies. They start, what was the nickname for the hippies? The long hairs. So they was doing the drugs. What they started saying, peace and love, peace and love. That's a far cry from that cracker that was putting that whip on your ass, huh? See how that worked? But see, the establishment couldn't have that, so they was like, hold up. The more and more these white boys start acting like niggas, the bigger the nigga army get. And we can't have that because we trying to get niggas to turn against themselves. We can't have our people turning against us on behalf of the nigga when we trying to get niggas to turn against their own selves. So what they do, took all that LSD shit in. They stopped that experiment. They took Charles Manson to give it a bad face and to fuck the hippie movement up. They took Charles Manson, who was a fucking agent, put him in the play, made him famous, he was a famous hippie, and then next thing you know, get him to start killing motherfuckers, and then catch him. He probably didn't even go to jail. They probably, don't tell what they did with that nigga, but they used him as made him the face of the long hairs, and they had him go crazy. And then put him in the news and say, well, Charles Manson is a maniacal murderer. And that's going to make you think, oh, he was one of them hippies. So all hippies look crazy. When the whole wild them motherfuckers was about peace and love. But they made him the face of it, turned him into a killer. So now you look at all the goddamn hippies, like that whole... So the potential of a white person who could have became a hippie and been more... closer to being black, doing the drugs and all that shit. Now they like, oh, we don't want to do that hippie shit. You might end up putting niggas in your freezer. Or was that Dama? One of them, they all fucked up. It don't matter. But you see what I'm getting at. So when you go back to Max, when you see him with that long hair, he's a long hair. So they see how they molding all this shit together. So you got the caveman aspect of it. Then you got the other hair where you can look at it where really the shit he playing is really supposed to be a black man anyway, but he's white, so we'll give him the closest, give him the image of the white man who came closest to in modern America, I guess you could say, the closest you've seen, or what put fear in the crowd heart of white folks coming close to being black was the hippie, and there you go, you got Max. So so that's that. One more thing, like I say, when he had his back to the screen and he said, here they come, worming their way into the black matters of my mind. The black matters of my mind is, or the mind is the medulla. When he said the black matter, he got his back to the screen, and then they show you they're showing you he's a prophet too, or showing you him predicting the future. Because when he say, here they come, worming their way into the black matters of my mind, wasn't nobody on the scene yet. He was the only one out there. Now, on one hand, he's talking about, mind you, all this is a conversation he's having in his mind. He's not talking to nobody. The monologue is for you, but it's some shit he's thinking in his mind. So, when he say worming their way into the black matters of my mind, I'm going to tell you what that is. Well, y'all give you what you going to send a movie first, then I'll break it down symbolically. He say that. He said, here they come now, worming their way into the black matters of my mind. And he said, I say to myself, they can't touch me. Then he paused for a minute. Then you see him grab his bag, grab his shit, jump in the car, boom, burn out. He do all that before the war boys even start coming. He jump in the shit, burn out, boom. And after he spin off, then you see the war boys coming. They were trying to show you he was seeing into the future, or he was prophesying. He knew they was. He sensed them coming before he could see them. He said, here they come now, worming their way into the black matter of mind. So when we jump in the car, burn out, next thing you know, you see the fucking wild bunch coming. Chasing his ass down. Representing problems. That light bill. Like I say, teenage pregnancies. Nigga problems. There's problems that be in the back of your mind, worming their way into your shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what that shit represents on a psychological level. Worming their way into the black matter of my mind. It's talking about all that shit that they the psychological attack, because that's where they attack the subconscious mind, the back of the head, the subconscious, the back of the medulla oblongata. It was somewhere I was supposed to go with. Because this part of the mind deal with the Akashic records, right? Take you to movie Waterboy. The medulla oblongata. You got two types of crocodile in Kemet. You got the baby crocodile, which was considered the Sebek, he represented Horus. The grown crocodile represented Set. That's why, or Soot, or quote unquote the devil. That's why you see in a lot of ancient mythology, you'll see Horus standing on top of the two crocodiles. That represents him subduing the lower nature, or overcoming or overpowering, or defeating Set. Defeating Set. Soot also represents what? The back of the mind. So when you go to the Waterboy, remember you talking about the croc. It's been a minute since I seen Waterboy, but I remember. I need to go back and watch this shit because there's probably some shit in there. But I remember this much. Remember you had the crocodile, the alligator, in that motherfucker, right? Movie called Waterboy, and then you remember you got the one scene where it's talking about the medulla oblongata. You talking about the medulla oblongata, and then you had the crocodile in that motherfucker. That's it. That's where the Satan get behind me come from. So that's why I say ultimately this shit is a psychological. It's all about your psyche, because at the end of the day, you have to defeat the soot within you, or put put him in his place. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's called Satan getting behind me. Soot tongue get behind me. Because you can try to go out here and fight the problems of the world and help everybody else. But if you ain't fucking with this here, if you don't put him where he's supposed to be and put Satan behind him and God with that, you use both because you need your masculine and your feminine, or your dark and your light. Your light and your dark. You need both sides of yourself. You just have to put the motherfuckers in their place though. Because motherfuckers fucked up people, for lack of a better way of putting it, they lead with this. Selfishness, division, greed, a lack of love, all that shit. They lead with this. You're going to see this shit in the movie. So, like I say, all you got to do is stick around. If all this shit, if this shit ain't making sense of what I'm saying thus far, trust me, by the end of the breakdown, it's going to be undeniable. But it ain't going to be no way you can look at the movie and say, oh, he's just reaching. He's just saying that ain't what this movie is. But no, they going to make sure you see the shit in the movie. But this the back of the head right here, right? Soot, the crocodile, medulla oblongata, water boy. When I tell you water is activated by melanin. Water boy, the man bearing the picture of water. Aquarian age, the age of knowing, which is the age we in right now. The age where the wicked forces get overthrown. Now that don't mean we're gonna walk outside tomorrow and it's gonna be a utopia, because common sense, if the world wasn't fucked up in a day, it took more than a day to fuck the world up. So it's gonna take more than a day to fix some shit. So small victories in the meantime, I guess, shit. But yeah, so even when you say that's why when you call a white man a devil, I mean, okay, you could say that just to put him in a certain context, but ultimately the prototype of the devil is Soot or Set, and Set existed way before the white man came on the scene, and your nigga had. So the white man is actually he's actually your lower nature grafted from out of you. On one hand, to show you what exists inside of you. So you can look at him and talk all shit you want. But if you don't look at him and then look at yourself and say, well, let me make sure I don't be like that and subdue that part of you that can bring you to the level of him. Because as you can see now, I'll give you an example. In the 90s, in the early 90s, if you was watching the news and some shit came across the news and said, woman found chopped up in the basement of man's house, you automatically say, oh, that's some white boy shit, and be right. Or you hear some shit like, man goes to jail for eating or woman goes to jail for eating her husband's ear, you'll be like, yeah, that's some white people. And it'll be white people. That shit was all the way up. It was like that all the way up until, for me, when I first heard when niggas get into the weird shit was like, I think 06 or 07, I was locked up. And they said some nigga had chopped this gal up and barbecued her or some shit. I think it's happened in Third Ward or something. You niggas out there, if anybody from the Trey, y'all might remember that shit. It was about like 05, 06. No, about 06, 07. They said a motherfucker barbecued this gal or some shit. But it was a nigga though. And I was like, whoa, that was the first time I ever heard of a nigga going to that extreme. I remember that shit clearly. I was like, damn. I said, usually that'd be some white folks type shit. So I don't give a fuck how much melanin that motherfucker got. It's obvious now. You damn near niggas didn't reach their full potential of crackerism within them or something. Because once upon a time, niggas that was like some unheard of shit for a nigga to do some shit like that. So you have to view. You can call him that. Like I say, honor Elijah Muhammad in the Nation of Islam, they call him the devil, to give you just to kind of show you what you was up against. Like, you are already in this mentality, Christian, and it was fitting because you already in the mentality of Christianity, which is God is good, the devil is evil. So Elijah Muhammad them had to give it to you like, okay, look, this is the real deal. You want to know who the real devil is or what your real problem is that motherfucker. He's the manifestation of that, as well as the devil within you, because you have to murder the devil in yourself. They taught you that too. But outside of that, on a human level, the closest thing you're going to get to this imaginary bullshit they telling you about, this pitchfork man under the fucking ground, which don't exist, is that goddamn white boy. Because it's like Bob Hemming said, it ain't that goddamn devil you talking about in the Bible ain't did nothing nail worse is what these motherfuckers ain't done. We ain't even talking about the shit we don't know about. Shit, hell, just eating babies and shit is enough. But I should just tell you how twisted and morphed them motherfuckers is. And I'm saying the upper echelon of them. I don't want to put that on all of them because they all ain't into that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even in the Nation of Islam, they refer to a level of white folks as Muslim sons, which is basically the Masons or whatever, the white Masons or whatever. They was looked at as those are the ones that it's been a minute since I dealt with the 120, so pardon me if it ain't all the way on point, but so many words I didn't process so much information since then, but so many words. What they were saying was, if we're not just talking about any and all Masons, I'll give it to you in my interpretation of it. So many words. What they were saying was, you have a certain element of them that's capable of, though they may not have the black dot and be able to raise up to godhood, there's a certain element of them that you can at least raise up to a level to where they'll do things that's in benefit of the original man. Those that can recognize who their mother and father is and say, you know what, those are our parents, and we're gonna honor our parents, despite what history we got between white and black folks, as opposed to the evil ones amongst us or whatever, or ultimate evil ones or whatever, if that's making any sense to y'all. So that's why I don't necessarily, that's why I try to make distinctions when I break this shit down. It ain't caping or I'm trying to, whatever. I like to deal with shit the way it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the nigga that go out and I look at every white person like I say, it's like I deal with this shit from a child. The same. I say I go back to the whole childhood innocence thing. See, when I was a little boy, 5 or 6 years old, I wasn't racist. I wasn't born. You're not born racist. Just like white kids, you have to teach a white person to hate black folks. They don't grow up and look at their skin and say, I'm white, they're black, I don't like them. Now, so that's why I say I stick for as that aspect of this whole shit. Knowing what I know, I keep everything in its proper perspective. I keep my childhood innocence because when I was young, I wasn't racist. When I was a little boy, everybody was just regular people. Then get up to like 6 or 7, you start learning about racism and be like, okay, I gotta keep an eye on some of these motherfuckers, but I'm still not gonna put everybody. That's just common sense to me. Not painting with too broad of a brush. Cause like I said, you can find yourself fucked up on that shit. You got niggas that'll fuck you over quicker than white folks, and you got white folks that'll help you quicker than niggas. And we all know that shit to be true. So ain't no use to sit here just, when I get to shitting on white folks, I shit on all of them because, like I say, even OG Bobby said that, not Bobby Johnson, but Bobby Henney. Even he said it. Don't throw the baby away with the bathwater, because there's gonna be some of them who write for you and tell the truth that's gonna validate the shit you saying, which he's not bullshitting because I got the goddamn paperwork to prove this shit. So, but you still keep your eye out for the ones that are fucked up though. And the dirty tricks that are played by them motherfuckers. You don't, fuck them. We can line that up. If we can line it up like I say, it's hard to know who to trust here and who to trust there. But then we can just hypothetically speaking, split it down the middle and say, okay, these are all the fucked up ones. Oh yeah, I fuck them. Burn them in the fucking fire. Put them in the fire and brimstone in them hoes. Gasoline, fire. No problem with that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, whatever. So okay, make sure that shit's still running. I'm gonna be running my flaps and the motherfucking camera to stop. So let me get into this. Now we're gonna break down the More Than Joe. Now More Than Joe, like I say, he's the soot. He's sick. Now, like I say, the original set is nothing more than the dark side of you or the chaotic side of you that you have to tame or whatever on one hand, and balance out. That's why you have this in Egypt. But in the book, in the movie, they gonna show you that yeah, he's a template of Set, but to show you that the oppressor falls under that template. I guess just to like a better way of putting it, just say to show you that the white man is a spawn from the negative side of us or whatever. He don't just give you some type of just some regular villain like Scarecrow or some shit where it's just a motherfucking mask. No, he could Set is the prototypical template of all the villains, right? Good, bad, hero, villain, or whatnot. But they specifically show you that this motherfucker is he represents the cracker villain of the cracker of the earth villain. And I'm going to show you how they put that in there to show you who this motherfucker is. But we don't want to give him too much power because he doesn't have a cosmic origin like that. Soot, Horus, Osiris, all that comes from all that is this. You know, the white man, he wasn't here when all this was popping off or whatever. He came later. But we was dealing with these concepts of good and evil. That's why I said it was two priesthoods. See, when you go to Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam, you have two. Yaqub told his brother, "I'm a creator through taking through gene splicing and selective breeding." Gene splicing and genetic breeding, I'm going to create a race of people that's going to rule over you. So, long story short, he got exiled. So him and everybody who was down with his plan, they exiled them and sent them to the island of Patmos. Now, ultimately, on one hand, you have some people that say Yaqub just symbolized not just one man, but a priesthood or a group of people that was down with that program, which very much may be so. But at the same time, it was a goddamn. See, that's why I'm glad when I started learning about when I started getting my degrees and shit. I became a 5%er at the same time studying ancient Kemetic history or whatever. So my mentality was I'm hearing the science and the lessons, and the shit is making sense just based off what I know with my two eyes and living through the world or whatever, or my third eye, whatever you want to call it. But it was still a part of me that was like, I want to confirm this through uh, scholarship, through information outside of the Nation of Islam, so to speak, or whatever. Which I was able to do because I was studying. So it wasn't like I was just studying the Nation of Islam and just studying one sector of scholarship and just going with that. I'm studying that and I'm validating everything that I'm learning on that through other annals of history, passages of or other pipelines of history. But here you go right here. That Soot. This the book is called. It's a good book about the tell you about the true teachers of the devil, which is not what you think. It basically show you how it's two half. It's just one portion of one half of the whole you. This is what you're supposed to do right here. You're supposed to balance them out. Use transmutation. That's alchemy. You war with him at first, subdue it, and then you use him. You make use of both sides. So this would be you in the middle. This would be your Heru side. This would be your Soot side, and you use both of them to your benefit. To your benefit or whatever. So I was telling y'all earlier. Go back to psychologically speaking. Take somebody take that little boy who grew up and he always like to take the radio apart or some shit. Taking the radio apart would be Soot, right? Separating the pieces. But if he say he take them apart, learning each piece and then putting it back together, and then he grow up and use that in some kind of career or something, or that may be the beginning of his career in electronics or some shit. But it'll start there. In order to understand how the whole works, you have to study each one of its main components in its separate or within its individual state or its separate state. And then once you learn how if it's 5 parts to something, you learn how each 5 work, and then you put them all 5 together, like ISIS, reassemble it or mentally reassemble it, and then you'll know how to use it to your benefit or whatever. That'll be using the shit to yours. That's using set or the mentality of separation, or sometimes you might have to separate from a motherfucker. Well, you know what? We ain't making it. I must separate because I'm gonna end up knocking your motherfucking head off, or vice versa, or whatever. And I ain't just talking about. I'm just talking about people, not just intimate relationships, just whatever. So or whatever. So that's what that's about. That's the ultimate understanding. You can look at it as the white man and all the havoc he's wreaked up on the planet. We ain't ruling that out. But ultimately, you're going to have to deal with yourself. It's an inner battle. And I'm going to show you that with this right here. Man, let me see. And then we'll get to cooking with some grease after this. But, okay, there you go. But so like I was saying, Yaqub was a priesthood on one hand, and then if you look at the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and W.D. Fard Muhammad breakdown, it was one man who got exiled to the island, and everybody that was down with his program followed him off into the island and got exiled with him. And that's when they started the process of creating a white man by separating the germs of the black man and breaking one down and weakening one of them and doing away with the strong one and instead of breeding with the weak one, which would probably be, I guess, taking because they were doing what they'll take I personally think it was, the albino. I think they were taking albinos I think they did this with Mike too. I think when he got burnt up, when because Bobby said they Bobby Hemmings said they took a they shot his pineal gland with a laser when he got burnt up in that Pepsi at the Pepsi commercial. Now, and if you think about it, that's when his skin started going. If I'm not mistaken, that's when he started having the skin problem. Right? He was Black Mike or whatever before that, if I ain't mistaken. And then after the Pepsi thing happened, next thing you know, his skin started lighting up. I think when he went in the hospital that one time, that's when they done the damn do on him or whatever. And don't say they can't do the shit, because when I first started thinking about that, now that's one of the reasons why I always be quoting Bobby, because a lot of shit I was thinking about in my mind when I was in jail, when I came home and started hearing him for the first time, he was saying the same shit. And I'm talking about shit, not shit I read in the book, or shit like this. I read in the book, but it prompted me to think that. But it's other shit that let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Oh shit. This is Naeem Akbar, African Papers in Akbar Papers in African Psychology. Another book you need to get from him is Ancient Egypt, Light of Africa. And it'll show you read that in relation to what I'm breaking down in this movie, and it'll further show you how this story right here, talk about this movie in particular, but it talks about the Osirian drama, and he break down how when you looking at this story, just like you look at the Osirian drama, but when you look at the Osirian drama, the way you break down the book, he gonna show you how the Osirian drama, Osiris getting kidnapped, cutting the 14 pieces, Isis having to go and recover the body, go around, find the Easter egg hunt, go find all the different parts of the body, reassemble it, Horus resurrecting from that, which would be us, our history being the black man being kidnapped by Ksut would be us getting hit over the head and losing our knowledge of self, all our information taken by all these different people scattered everywhere. Isis being the black woman, or i.e. us as a whole having to deal with different elements of knowledge and from different land masses, bring all this shit back together just so we can resurrect and rise as who we are now, the Horus race, so we can, get on with the show. Same thing with this movie. But it says, although the word melanin comes from a Greek word melanos, meaning black, in a biological science it is used to designate a pigment whose natural color in human ranges from pale yellow over reddish brown to almost black. Melanin is synthesized and dispersed by specialized cells, which are called, listen to this, they say melanin is synthesized and dispersed by specialized cells, which are called melanocytes. Melanocytes synthesize melanin through a series of biochemical reactions beginning with the consumption of an amino acid phenylalanine. Each subsequent biochemical reaction in a chain is controlled by a specific enzyme. If all the essential enzymes are present, the pigment melanin is produced in considerable quantities. When this occurs, an individual has skin which is dark in color, hair which is black, and eyes which are brown. If any of the enzymes are relatively inactive, the pigment production is correspondingly curtailed, and the individual manifests a pale skin color, hair that is light or blonde, and eyes which are blue. The occurrence defines a state of depigmentation, the genetic inability to produce sufficient amounts of melanin. It is worth noting, however, that all human organisms produce some degree of melanin. Variations occurs with regards to specific level of melanin activity, which takes place within the cytoplasm of the melanocyte. So, if he knows all this, then that means that, for one hand, what you're hearing is one of the ways that the actual process of creating a white man, so people that think, oh, this nigga's talking hogwash, no, he's showing you how this shit can be biologically done. Well, they cloning shit right now. If they come on the news and tell you they cloning lambs and shit, you cool with that. But so they can do that. You should don't think just because this was some ancient time or back in the day shit, they was more advanced back then than they is now. But if he could sit here and show you how, basically what he just broke down is what produces melanin and what can cause melanin to go into or cause a production of melanin to be curtailed. So who's to say that when Mike was in that hospital, they didn't fuck with his pineal gland or fuck with his melanocytes and do something to him to where his skin started producing less melanin. When I read, now Mike was still alive, so this wasn't like no channel. I don't want to make it seem like I guess he was. Well, then again, shit. This was when he was. I think they were saying he was that drug that used to be on that propofol. They said Mike, if I'm from what I remember around, when his death was the talk of the town. They was talking about the propofol shit. They were saying the propofol he used to stay asleep. Now, not saying they didn't kill him, but what I will say is the propofol. I think Mike, had got so burnt out and tired. Shit, look at the name of the tutorial for him. This is it. That nigga was like, nigga, this is it. Fuck this shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that nigga was so tired of the world and all the shit he was going through, he just rather stay asleep or whatever. So, but they probably slipped some shit, slipped them with hot dose with that other dude or whatever the fuck. But long story. But anyway, but what I was finna say was shit. Let me go on to the gist of it. Because after he passed, I know, because I think right after he passed, I had a motherfucking out of body experience. There's some astral traveling type shit happened. I was in the sun. I could tell by the. I was in a dream, but I was floating through the sky, and it was like a panoramic. It was like, and I put like, it was funny too because the school looked like about the color of this book. So it's like, say this is a school right here. I'm right here in the sky, and I'm looking at the school like this, and then by the time I got right here at the end, there was a door right here, like a little shed in the door, some shit like this. It's a red brick school. So at this time I was working at I was a trustee, so we used to go to the free world and do basically community service type work and shit. So that next day after that, we went out riding shit. We were in a little country town or whatever. Somewhere I never seen this building before, none of that shit. So it ain't like I'd seen it before and dreamed about it. I'd never seen this place before. So we riding. I see a little red schoolhouse. So we on the side of it, just like I was on the side of the sky, but we on the side in the truck. So I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, man, this is like the motherfucking building from that dream I had. So here we go again, we riding. Well, right here, look like we riding, but so it really was. I really was on this side of it. Was just so we riding. So I say, man, we get to the end of this goddamn building, and it's a door on the other side. This is that same fucking building. So you know it. Got to that, when we got to the edge of it, it was that door. Same one I seen in the dream. And this was like right, I think right after Mike died, or right before. I think it was after, but it was in that point of time or whatever. And that was connected to him. That's too much right there. I'll be all day with that shit. But let me get to the. So I think Alkbar papers in African psychology. They I think when he was in the hospital for that Pepsi thing, they put a move down on him. So that's just to give you some insight into for those that may be doubting. Use insight into the possibility of them doing something to him to fuck his melanin up and shit or whatever. So Morton Joe. So we dealt with the now he created white people through what? Selective breeding. Morton Joe, what is he doing in the movie? He's a breeder. This is how the whole movie pop off. Cause Furioso, she's trying to escape, but the girls want to come with her. His breeders want to come with her. So they supposed to be going to she's supposed to be going to Gas Town to get some gasoline. So the plan was we'll go to Gas Town and then we're gonna shake these fools and get up out of there. I think what it was we're supposed to go to Gas Town. I think they're supposed to go to Gas Town. And I think they were supposed to turn off and go to the bullet farm. And then when they got to the bullet farm motherfucker, because on the way to Gas Town, they had Morton Joe boys riding with him for security. But they were supposed to turn off and go to the bullet farm. And when they go to the bullet farm, run their security into the bullet farm soldiers. And the bullet farm soldiers were supposed to get the Morton Joe boys off of them so she can try to get to, because they were trying to get to the land of the many mothers in the green place. We'll get to the many mothers in the green place in a minute. But the many mothers Morton Joe. So he first and foremost was getting to him. So they show him he getting ready to give a speech or whatever. Mind you, all this is in the middle of the desert. So he getting ready to give a speech, so they dressing him up. He got people dressing him up. So first thing you're gonna see a little boy. First and foremost, all the war boys. You're gonna see first. This is how you know they showing you this shit is about niggas, but it's mixed up. You gonna see what I'm saying? On one hand, you're gonna see the war boys. They all pale. They got like white paint on them. They look like, you know how the witch doctors and shit look in Africa with the, you ever see them Africans with the all white on them, like the white powder egg shell shit crushed all on them or whatever. They look like that. But so on one hand you can look at them like albinos, or you can get them like straight white folks, or you can see, because they're gonna be playing the drums like the Africans too, or you can look at them like the Africans who used to wear the white powder and shit. So it's all mixed up in there. But you gonna see a little boy blowing that white powder on the Morton Joe back, and on his back, you're gonna see that he's sunburnt. His skin gonna be all pilt and bubbly, showing you that this is the white boy. You know, they know that Max in the gang represent niggas trying to get out of oppression. Your boy Joe represents the white boy who's the oppressor. So, the little boy blowing the powder on his back. Go back to the what I was telling you about the backbone of Soot, or the backbone of Osiris. They call it both in Egypt, depending on how you look at it. You call it the backbone of Soot because you say it's the backbone of Osiris, but it's Osiris in a mummified state, but however you want to look at it, you see him blowing a white powder on his back. What I tell you about what happens when that thin layer of light meets right here in the center with that melanin. It turns into that white ash, and the pressure when it's getting pushed out causes it to turn into a spear or a scepter like or a rod or whatnot, a pillar of salt, white salt. He's blowing a white powder on his back to allude to that. Then you're gonna see him put a clear case. He got a wart where you like a war chest. It's a clear chest. He gonna put a clear vest with the front half on it, then the back half on, and it's gonna have like war decorations right here and shit, 500 and all that right here. But it's gonna be clear. Now, what I tell you, when all that light retracts up in the hill, and all that light that's filling up the surface goes out to the four corners and shoots out and leaves that inside dark and barren with sprinkles of melanin in it. With the with the bottom half of the spear petrified and frozen, still resting Buddha state. The earth is in a negated state, or it's in a soot type state because it's barren, desert, drought, lacking water and food or the proper environment to breed resources or whatever. So it's in a soot state. But what happens when that light go up here? This clear water freezes and turns into the moon before it blasts off the earth, and as it's still sitting on top of the soot typhon state of the earth created by the earth in a condition brought on by a soot typhon state, the clear case sitting on the earth brought about by a soot typhon that's in a condition brought about by soot or a soot typhon state, a clear chest over it, just like him being soot with the clear chest over his front and back. So they do that. Then they're gonna show you him sitting on a cube or on the square. What is a cube? A cube is a square block or whatever. Square, four corners. Square, whatever, with the throne. Shit. What else? He gonna get. They do that. Then they gonna strap his mask on. Then his mask gonna have. Let me show you a picture. Why the fuck I'm making like I ain't got this goddamn phone. I should have took pictures of this shit, but it'd be alright. Now, when something is buried beneath the earth or on the ground, all the air is up here, right? So if all the air's up here and everything down here is the goo petrifying, it's lacking air. So you're gonna see he got two tubes running from his mouth. Let me see something. I need to go watch that old one too. There might be some joints in that hell. Yeah, so there you go right there. Then you see the mouth. When you check him out in the movie, you're gonna see the close up of it. You're gonna see his mouth is like you got to really look at it, it's like a crocodile mouth. Mind you, that being the emblem set or whatever. The grown up crocodile. Got the crocodile teeth. And then pay attention to the movie. There's gonna be certain points where he give a side eye, and you're gonna really be able to see how he look like a crocodile and shit. So he get a speech, and he get a speech, and he get a speech, and he telling the people, selling them false hopes. Oh, I'm gonna be the what he say? What he was announcing what the Furiosa was finna do. He was like, my Imperator Furiosa, she's going to gas town and get 3,000 gallons of gasoline or some shit like that. Woo woo. He was saying, I am it's by my hands that you arise from the ashes of the phoenix and all this shit. He talking to the regular, now the masses, now you got the masses of the people. That's like the regular people down there fucked up in a really power state. When they show you them, there's gonna be a lot of lames and people with limbs missing and dirty and flies all over them. They, when he give his speech, they all running to him and crawling to the mountain. Or I forget that to the mountain, but they all crawling to him or whatever. But they represent the downtrodden, the pop or whatever. So he giving them a speech and telling them it's by his hands that they gonna rise from the ashes of the phoenix or whatever. Woo woo. And then he tell them don't what he said, don't become addicted to water. Don't become addicted to the water because you'll resent its absence or whatever. Well, he got a point to a certain degree, but it's really game. He really running game to keep them from, because he's really hogging all the water to himself or whatever. And the crazy part about it, they calling it aqua-cola. They calling it aqua-cola in the movie. Crazy part about that is what? Or agricola. Look at your girl. That ain't by coincidence. I say this is all spiritual shit. I had no idea. I didn't write the magazine. I don't know the people. I don't even know the name of all this shit just came together. Sorry about that. Came together. But now we gotta go back to Max. When the war boys come, he running from them or whatever, blah blah. They end up catching him. Now when they catch him, I think his car flip over. So when his car flip over, they're gonna show him crawling from up, like the car gonna flip over, but they're gonna show him crawling out of the window of the car or some shit. But when they show him crawling out from under the window of the car, he gonna have a flashback vision of the little boy I was telling y'all about getting ran over by a truck. So while he's escaping from out of the truck, well, not getting crushed, but he's coming from out of the car. He's having a vision of the little boy getting ran over by a truck. Now this represents his childhood innocence or whatever, and it's kind of flip side because, but it's kind of, I guess it's like the elder horse thing or some shit like that. Let me see. It's like some of the words. The little boy represent his inner child, the part of us that you're supposed to keep, but we all lose and have to regain. We lose it through what we call being a grown up. Because one of the things that you have to exercise within this, in order to wield magic or have a magical mentality, is imagination. And you all know nobody has a better imagination than kids or whatever. But a lot of the shit you be thinking in your mind via imagination when you young, visions of flying and wanting to be like the superheroes and jumping off the bed and all that shit. The older you get, the more and more that shit start to go away, because the more and more society tells you that's hogwash. Don't grow up, make good grades. What you want to be when you grow up? That's the number one thing right there, bro. Hey, what you want to be when you grow up? Once they start asking you that shit, they already taking you out of a childlike mentality while you still a child. Cause now, bitch, I'm 7. What the fuck? I don't know. A fireman? Shit, that shit always change. Not always, but for the most part, when you was 7 and they asked you that shit, by the time you turn 14, you be on some whole other shit. So even that's mind control if you ask me. Because see, when you begin to lose it at puberty. Now, before we came into this savage state of society, the savage societal state that we in now, I'm quite sure as regular, before we was swooped down on by the caveman or whatever, we had certain rites and rituals that kept you from losing, and we're gonna get into that shit later on. It's some deep shit with that. But we had certain rites of passages and rituals that we would do to maintain that type of mentality. Not saying you had to stay, you would still mature and become a young man or a young woman, but you would still keep keep the inner child with you, as opposed to today's society where they smother that. Perfect example, you see that just within our mentality of dating. We would just say 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. It's all innocent. I like you, do you like me? Send a letter, check yes, check no. You didn't give a damn what kind of shoes they had on, clothes. You all was just kids. You just liked them up because they were cute to you or whatever. You didn't give a damn. Start going through that puberty stage, get into middle school and all that shit. Now you worried about, it ain't just about who you like. It's like, well, I like them, but them shoes ain't right, or I like them, but everybody else say she's ugly. So I don't want people to make fun of me because I think she's cute or whatever. That's all ego shit. That's you losing your innocence. And that shit develops into, I ain't fucking with no broke nigga and all this old shit. It really fucks up with fuck the women up the most, if you ask me personally. And maybe I'm just saying because I'm a dude, or maybe it fucks them both up, but they get into that shit. It turns into that with them. It goes to that. It really fuck. I tell you, look, not even just with the money shit. I'll give you an example. I remember I met this chick in the store one day, right? Tall chick, thick, dark. I met her in the apartments, chopping up with her. Woo, she digging me, get the number, everything, blah, blah, blah. No, I didn't get the number. That's the thing about it. Excuse me. I didn't get the number that day. I forgot what happened, but she had stayed in the area. I think she had somebody pulled up, and we had no pen and paper. And I think, no, I lost. I'm lying. I did get the number, but I lost it. Now that I think about it, I got the number, but I lost it. So I seen her in the store by 2 days later. Now this time she with a home girl. So I'm on my pocket. I said, "Oh shit, that go girl. I got it the other day. I've been trying to see her, and I'm trying to get the number again." So she see me. She like when she walking in the store with the girl, and she see me. So I see her whisper to her homegirl like, "Girl, that's him right there." Woo, woo. Her homegirl, which was less attractive to me, if you ask me, she more attractive than her homegirl. So she whispered to her homegirl, "Girl, that's the boy I'm telling you about." She like, "Girl, he too short for you," or some old weirdo shit she said. And she probably one of the niggas. She was about my height, but her homegirl was tall. But so she was like, "Girl, he too short." I heard her say that. So when she said that, I was going down the candy aisle or something, but I was finna come back and grab what I was finna grab, but then walk up on her like, "Whoops," I get the candy and shit, or whatever I was getting. Then I walk up on her, I'm like, "Man, what's up, man?" Woo. She's like, "Hey," I'm like, "Man, shoot me a number." I forgot. She's like, "Oh, no, I can't do it now." She blew a nigga off with some old fugazi ass shit. But not knowing, I heard when I don't know if she knew I heard it or not, but I heard when I'm like, "Hold up, bitch. Now you just gave me the number 2 days ago or whatever. Now your homegirl ain't give her approval. Because you worried about what she think. That's that that's that bullshit right there. All right, it didn't happen more times than that. Be at the club, I been at the club, chop it up with a bitch. We get parking lot here. Her homegirl went up and grabbed her, pull her away. I'm like, "Hey, who? I gotta go now, bitch. We was just grooving." You know what I'm saying? But that's that ego shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, that shit all graduates into he ain't got no money, or you can't take care of me, and which goes back to what we were saying about being reduced to a survival instinct within the dating realm or the dating pool or whatever. See, some hoes are hoes that know they hoes, and they'll tell you they're a hoe. If you a hoe, be a hoe. Sell your pussy, you gonna say, "I can't tell you what to do with it." That's why I respect the girls on that scroll, stepping and strutting their stuff. I respect them more than these closet hoes or these hidden hoes. You know what I'm saying? Or the hoe that wanna, I'm not a hoe, but let me see what I can get out of them. If I can't get nothing out of them, I can't fuck with them. But don't call me a hoe. Bitch, who's a hoe? Be a hoe. You know what I'm saying? So, but all that comes from that survival instinct. A considerable amount, not all, but a considerable amount of women, no matter how much perfume you put on it, they'll try to dress it up and just say, "Cause I'm a bad bitch and I can do that," and all that old shit. No matter how much fluff you put on it, all that shit breaks back down to being reduced to a single instinct of survival. So much so that you allow what kind of financial benefits you can get out of the situation dictate whether or not you fuck with a man, as opposed to the character of the man. So you'll get with a nigga that run you over. As long as he fit the bill, you ain't tripping. Fuck your emotions. You don't care how emotionally torn down you gonna be. You don't give a fuck about how much of a wreck and all the baggage you gonna bring into another relationship. If you just so happen to break up from this motherfucker, you don't care about none of that. As long as that's why he niggas even said in the song, "I got caught cheating, so I had to buy a Louis bag," and all this old goof troop shit. These niggas, boy, I'm from another era. I'm from that short dog in the house. I know you ain't tripping era. That's just me though. Each his own. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm cut from a different cloth, man. I'm from an era where, you know, there was no such thing as making tricking cool. If you done it, it's part of the game. We ain't knocking you, but we ain't getting on the song bragging. You know, niggas. So you niggas brag about that shit now. I bought a Louis bag for my baby. This ain't. If this bitch wouldn't, if you woke up, let me ask you niggas a question. You screaming about how much you trick on the bitch. She screaming about how she ain't fucking no broke nigga. This your gal. How does it feel waking up next to a bitch knowing that if you lost it all today, she wouldn't be there for you? You know this. She's telling you this, and I'm getting particular. I'm not talking about nobody in particular, but I'm just basing this off of the shit you see reflected through the rap world, the hip hop world, which you know is the mangled voice of the ghetto now. This bullshit, but look at these niggas, man. Just really look at who you looking up to, and these motherfuckers you rooting on, and girl, get them, and yeah, nigga, Louis bags, and all the old fuck shit you niggas be on. Well, like I say, I ain't gonna say fuck shit, cause shit, man, you know, you niggas serve your purpose. But look at this shit, man. A single instinct called survival. That's what you've been reduced to. So, and cold part about it ain't just rapping shit, just regular old that. Cause I done fuck with girls who done told me, you know, my mama be telling me I need to get a dude with some money, or I need to get an older guy with some money, and like, but she ain't telling you what type of qualities to look for in a man, or you ain't got a father that'll show you the type of qualities to look for in a man, or the guy that your mama got. She ain't a hoe on the stroll, but her mentality is that of a hoe. So it's like, girl, you ain't paying the bills. And, you know, 50-50. Motherfucker talking about, oh, you don't go 50-50. Like, the man gotta pay 80% of the bill. Bitch, have you seen Life lately? Have you seen Life lately? Everybody trying to get it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a single instinct called survival. Pitiful horrors. And like I said, if you gonna get out, if you gonna do it, do it. You know what I'm saying? Don't dress it up with all this other bullshit y'all got going on, and you know, trying to sneak over a nigga. I'm gonna see through it all the time. I say I'm the type of nigga I ain't gotta meet you, you're decent. We can go out to eat, movies, boom bam boom. But I'm not paying for it, and I'm not fucking with you if I get put under the impression, if you put me under the impression that I have to I'm obligated to condone you financially just to have you. Now, if we get to a level where we are in a relationship, even then though, that's just common natural law. But once you start making me feel like I'm obligated, and this shit is based off finances, deals off. You know what I'm saying? Money should be the last thing we talk about when it comes to, especially if I ain't staying with you. If you got your own shit and I got my own shit, right? Money shouldn't matter till money matter. And what that means is the money don't matter until, okay, we moving in together. So now we paying bills together. So your money do matter now, because I gotta make sure you ain't fucking off nothing that's gonna fuck us up, because we doing this together. And whoop. Outside of that, everything else, that's just optional. Wanna go to the movies? Yeah, I got 50 bills a day. And shit, you should do the same. Call me sometime. Hey, you know what? I like girls like that. Hey, what you doing? I want to treat you to dinner tonight. Okay, bam. You know, so let's go to the movies. I bought you this here. I thought about you. You know what I'm saying? So, that shit. That's why a lot of relationships don't work these days, because y'all base this shit on the wrong things. You looking for nub in all the wrong places, motherfucker. Looking for love in all the wrong places. You sick bastards. And I'm gonna get more into detail in that in another video. I'll just give y'all a preview. Alright, so we get that out the way. So we'll go back to Max. Now Max, when the little boy, they run over the little, they show the little boy getting ran over. The little boy actually represents his inner child. Um, his inner child. Uh, Now they showed the little when they was dressing up, or more than Joe, they showed the little boy blowing the dust on the white powder on his back. While they dressing up more than Joe, they showing you the dichotomy. They dressing him up. The war boys then captured Mad Max. They got him in the cave. Now they got him chained up like an X. So you can see it here, but I don't feel like taking it down, so I draw it on a separate sheet. Let me see, so you can see what I'm saying. Even though they're not gonna show you the whole body in the movie, but just the way his arms is, you will be able to get what I'm saying. They gonna have him like the X, and they go back to what I was saying about the name Mad Max, the M.A. Ma and the D Mother Divine, or the M.A.X Mother Unknown, and the Mother on the cross, which is Ishtar or Eshtar, which is the same thing as Furioso, because Ishtar just represents Ishtar is another version of it's all the same thing. Because when you go to Kemet, you hear about the crucifying of Osiris, and that's the main line. You hear about that for the which reminds me too. You hear about that. That's what you hear about the most. You hear about the Osirian version, but it is a version of the crucifixion where the feminine aspect is crucified, or the mother is the crucifixion of Osiris. I mean of Isis, but ultimately the main line is the Osirian one, because Osiris has to be repaired by Isis or whatever. But I guess you would say when the woman gets crucified, the man have to put it back together. So it all goes, it's all one and the same. But let me find this first, and then all right. So when they gonna have him chained up, and they're gonna be cutting his hair. The X, they're gonna have his, you're gonna see this would be his arm. They're gonna just show, really it's gonna show you his arms chained up, and then they're gonna have the niggas around him clipping his hair or whatever, and these would be his legs. But you will see how if this is the human body, this would be the arms, this would be the legs. They're gonna have him in like an X, and they're gonna be cutting his hair. When they cutting his hair, the locks just falling on the ground, you're gonna see a little baby down there grabbing the hair, putting an emphasis on the hair. Hair, her, Heru, Harry, Krishna, and India, hair. Even when you look at what you call a female hero, or heroine, or whatever. So but you're gonna be grabbing the hair. What else? What's some more shit with the hair symbology? Locks, hair. The Horus locks. When you see the Jews with the two locks, that's what that's referring to, the Horus locks or whatever. Or when you see the African with the African with the ponytail, with the one ponytail, the Horus lock. So the locks, the hair lock, the 9 ether curl, Heru. They're gonna show the baby, Horus being the baby. They got the baby down there grabbing the hair. So all it's showing you is this is Max the Christ. But and then on the other hand, the shedding of the hair the renewal of the self. So he's going through a renewal process. He's shedding the hair, or he's shedding, like the snake sheds his skin to renew itself. He's shedding his hair, and also, and then it's showing you the Osiris aspect of it, because when the it's like the Simpsons and Delilah thing, when he get his hair locks cut, and he loses his strength, it's representing the sun, the locks of the sun growing shorter, going into the winter months, where the the amount of vitality that the sun gives off to the earth is curtailing, because it's going to a position where it's further from the earth or whatever. So the locks represent the rays of the sun shortening or falling, but when the sun is going beneath the earth, it's losing strength, but it's going into a state of renewal. So or let me see, draw it real quick. This would be this is the earth, this is the sun during the fall equinox, or September 22nd. This is when the core of the earth is lined directly up with the core of the sun. After that, when the earth starts to move up, the sun, when you look at it in certain mythology, when you look at it from a what's the word I'm looking for? A geocentric perspective. When you're looking at it from the sun, the earth perspective, it'll be broke down as the sun is going down beneath the earth, which is Osiris. October is the birthday of Osiris as well. So, but actually the earth is rising up. But if you break it down heliocentric, in a heliocentric phrase, you'll be saying that the sun is moving, is going down, or it's being planted. Like, if this the core of the earth, if this the middle of the core of earth, this would be the underworld or whatever. Or let me see it from right here. So by the sun raising up, or by the earth raising up over it, or heliocentric speaking, the sun going down beneath the earth, just like a seed would go beneath the earth when you plant it. The sun is going down. They say Osiris is a seed. Osiris would be the sun here. So when it goes down, just like the top of the earth during the summer, the sun's at the top. It has to vitalize the earth from the top. The bottom got to be vitalized as well. So in order for the plants to grow or whatever, the sun also has to go to the underworld and vitalize the earth from the bottom and make its way all the way around, or the earth has to go over it, however you want to look at it. We'll just look at it the natural way, how it actually happens. The earth goes up over the sun so that it can get the rays of the sun at the bottom. So when it comes, and then the flip side, this will be Ishtar. This is Osiris. This is Ishtar, the crucifixion of the mother. When the earth makes its way back around, and it's time for summertime, that's when the earth goes below the sun, and the sun rises up to the top. So if the earth is on this side, that's Easter or Ishtar. That's when the earth starts to go to the bottom, putting the sun at a northerly position of it. So the sun, that's why they say in the movie, she's gonna say her mother. Furiosa's gonna say my mother died on the third day. When she said her mother died on the third day, what she's speaking to is Easter. She's saying, just like Osiris dies in the fall equinox, when the sun is going to its southerly position below the earth, when it goes to the December 22nd, which is the winter solstice, and then it starts making its way up to the spring equinox, and the sun, when after the spring equinox, the earth starts to move under the sun, putting the sun over it. So it's like the sun is rising, or like Christ rising on the third day, but the earth is going to the underworld, or i.e. dying, or losing its strength, like the Samson did when the locks got cut, or Osiris when he got planted as a seed. So it's just how you look at it. You can look at it, on one hand, you can look at it and say it's the death of Osiris, or you can look at it and say it's the planting of the seed, which Horus would be the resurrection from. So Ishtar would be the male version of that during Easter. So when you look at American gods, I heard somebody speaking on that. They were talking about American gods. I didn't see the episode myself, but they was breaking down how see if I remember this correctly. I was saying how it was one episode where it was dealing with Ishtar, and they were telling Ishtar, like, Jesus stole all your shit. Easter's supposed to be about you, but it's all about him and him rising up, and it's supposed to be about you rising, and woo woo. When that's not the case. Easter is about Ishtar, but it's about the earth. It's about Ishtar. When you do the science on Ishtar, Ishtar had to go to the underworld to save her husband or something like that. And in order for her to do that, she had to be stripped of all her jewelry, her earrings, necklace, bracelets, belt, anklets. And, I'm freestyling, but that's some easy shit. You can go Wikipedia that Ishtar, it'll give you the thing or whatever. Or she was trying to go get the keys to the door or some shit or something. But in so many words, it's just another version of Osiris, just a female version or whatever. So when they say Ishtar goes into the underworld, back to what the dude, what it was breaking down, it was like, no, Christ, that is how it goes. The sun or the Christ does rise up for Easter, or out of the tomb. The tomb is the earth, or the equinoxial line of the earth. It rises over that, or rises from under the earth, and starts to make its way to a northerly position over the earth. As the earth goes down below it, Ishtar going into the underworld, and the sun rising up over it, as if it was coming out of a tomb or out of a grave, i.e. if this the earth and the sun was right here, when the earth starts to go down, or so let's say we'll just say this the sun, right? This the earth. This the rays of the sun, or whatever. And we'll just do it the natural way, and the earth is moving. When the earth starts moving this way, it's going down, and when the sun get right here, say the tip of this penis, the sun. When the earth keeps moving down, the sun is rising up over it, seemingly, even though the sun ain't actually moving, the earth is moving. But it seems as if the sun is coming from out of the grave, or out of the tomb, or out of the dirt of the earth, and raising up, while the sun or the earth goes under the sun to partake of the benefits of the sun beaming down on it from a northerly position, i.e. causing the flowers and all that shit to grow, and the crops and shit. So it's like, really, it's all about how you look at it. So yeah. Oh yeah, that's one more thing I wanted to get at y'all about too. One, just to break down, just so show you, this the book coming forth. Well, they say the book, they call it the Book of the Dead, but it's really the book of coming forth by day. They just call it the Book of the Dead because that's really some Johnny Come Lately shit. It's really the Pert Hammeru, which means coming forth by day. But white folks start doing their archaeology and shit. They start finding all these different papyruses. They found them in the tombs of those who had made the transition, so they call it the Book of the Dead, but really it's the book of coming forth by day. But anyway, I always like to make sure people know that. But just to add on to what I was telling you about mastering the self and balancing out your positive and negative, or your Horus and soot within you. Show you what they said in ancient Egypt. One of the papyrus of Ani. It says, said Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumph. I am the girdle of the garment. That's what I was referring to. When I remember when I was breaking it down about the that's what when they say I am the girdle of the garment. The girdle. Remember I told you the light go right here. All that light track the four corners of the world. Light retract here, light retracted there, light retracted there, light retracted there. And all that concentrated light sits right in that last part. That's the girdle or whatever. The light. The girdle of the garment of Nu. Shining, shedding light, the guardian of his four parts. Casting light into the darkness. Uniting two fighters who live in my body with the enchantment mighty of utterance. Raising him that hath fallen he who was with him in the valley of Abydos. I rest. I have remembered him. Keep that in mind. Big shit popping. I have carried away the God who from my town found I him in it. I have led away the darkness by my might. I have bound up the eye in his failing at the coming of the 15th day of the festival. I have weighed soot in the houses of the upper by the aged one with him. I have provided thought in the house of the moon god at the coming of the 15th day of the festival. I have carried out the crown, all right and true in my body, in the emeralds and crystals of her months. In my estate there among the lapis lazuli in its furrow. Got that shit in my pocket right now. Some lapis lazuli. I am the woman who lighted the darkness. I have come into the light in the darkness. It is lighted doubly. I have lighted the darkness. I have overthrown the destroyers. I have adored those who are in the darkness. I have made to stand those who weep, who hid their faces, who had sunk down. They looked upon me, then I am a woman. Not have I caused that ye should hear concerning her. So, but the key part right there was, and then I got it written. See, show y'all. So y'all be thinking of the bullshit about who I am. See, Sam, and the word same thing. Sambo. The bow that makes the two one or two the same, or shows you that the two are the same, just different aspects. Two aspects of the same whole. The bow, when you get a bow tie, it's a bow with two sides. Bow that makes this one the Sam or same. Sambo. But, but he just talking shit. Well, let's see what the Egyptians say. Uniting. What's the word they got right there for uniting? Let me highlight that shit. He's talking that shit. We'll show you. Put it in your face. Scholarship. Put it in your goddamn face. You think I'm a fuck nigga? We'll see about that. Where we at? Hold up, wrong page right there. There you go, right there. Uniting. See what that says? I know it's backwards, but that say Samat. Har Sam Tawi. So when I tell you I'm the Messiah, you can doubt that if you want. Probably won't be beneficial to you. But I just want to show you that, not to make a big deal about me, but to show you that uniting the two fighters in your body, Soot and Horus, which is another thing which is about. But actually, the uniting, well, see, they're gonna get rid of Soot, or they're gonna get rid of the uniting in this movie is gonna be the uniting of they're gonna show you the union through Max and Furioso after they overthrow Set. Because Set is a dark side, and Furioso is on the feminine energy is dark as well. So in the beginning, you're gonna see Max and the girls fighting, And the girls come from, even though they escaping the whole Immortan Joe thing, they still coming from under him. So they use the fighting between Max and the girls is partially a symbol of the fighting between the horse and the set, or the light and the dark energy. And ultimately, with all mythology and shit, the fighting between the two, or battle between the two forces of evil, light and dark, or whatever, good and evil, is just really the battle, the interaction of energy between the light and the dark, that the creation process, that occurred in commission, creating or manifesting or bringing this physical mentality or physical reality into fruition. The exchanging of the light going up, the melanin going down, the dark melanin, the gooey melanin coming down here, trapping some of the light. Most of the light going up to hidden spirits, but some of the light getting trapped in the glob of the melanin and getting stuck on top of it. Some getting caught in the glob of the melanin that's going to the flanks and going into the darkness with the goo, and the light coming up here piercing the darkness. The light coming through the flanks, which flooding all this darkness until it looks like this. Then that retracting and those going up. It's just the whole. That's what all this shit is about. So now we can really get funky. We got that out the way. Hopefully most of this shit I can just, like I said, this is the beginning of the movie. So most of this shit, hopefully I can just jump. I ain't gonna say that. I might have to come back and do about 2 more videos of this shit, but we'll see how it works. Alright, so we did the haircut, single instinct, they do that. Now the next scene, after they cut his hair, like I said, the cutting of the hair represents the renewal, or the shedding of the locks, or whatever, or the locks shortening, the locks of the sun shortening as it's making its way into the depths of the winter or whatever. So after that, you're gonna see him tattooing his back. First and foremost, tattoo the tat cross, the tat, the 2 tats. You got the two sides of the circle, and the tat cross, the Osiris cross or whatever, which is what we call tattooing on the body. So I be doing with this shit. It should be going so fast. Let me see. Yeah. No. Heavy shit, man. Fuck, man. Room in this motherfucker, man. Yeah, that bitch get way down there. Okay. Yeah. So now when you go look up Tahuti, man, I should have brought that fucking book, man. But anyway, Tahuti is represented by the ibis bird, and they always show him writing, right, with the long nose. And he's writing on a tablet. This is that right here. This would be like his nose. Say this is the head, this would be the nose, or you can say this is the head, and this is the pen, because you're gonna see him right with the pen. The pen, because when the light going up, not only do you have light, when this goes up, you got the light that's coming through the flanks. The light represents information, the logos. What they say in the beginning. This is one of the first breakthroughs I had when I was in jail, which helped me understand what God really is. I had a Bible concordance, and it was saying how in Greek, I think it was in the Greece or the Roman version of translation of the Bible, it's a part there where Jesus said, "You don't understand my logos." So I looked up logos, and the logos meant mind as well as the word. So when you go to the John, it say in the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and the word was with God. Or in the beginning was the logos, and the word was the logos, and the word was with logos. The logos mean mind as well as God. So I'm like, okay. So what they're saying is God is your mind. The grand mind. You have the grand mind of the which would consist of all of our minds put together. And then you have your own mentality or your own God, which is your own logos or whatever. So when he say I am the logos, or you don't understand my logos, what he's saying is you don't understand my word. You don't understand God. You don't understand the mind of God. So I think he was talking to the Jews or something. But anyway, the word, light, information, God or whatever. So when that shoots up, and it's like I say in the beginning, you got this right here. From a bird's eye view would be this: the dark waters of noon. When that shoots up, and the light that starts going out to the flanks, filling it up until it looks like this. It's filling it up with all the information, it's shaping and carving out the molds of everything that will be, as well as putting the information that it's gonna need to activate and function or whatever in it. And then you got the ladders that set up. But when the ladders set up, they set up, and at the same time, light poured out of them from each side, going down as if there was a pin. This the pin, pineal gland, the pineal, the pin sending information or writing information down on the back or the surface of the earth. Just like in the movie, they got them top down. They writing they tattooing Max's status on his back. So his blood type, O negative, I guess, high says high octane. Basically saying that your body is a vehicle or car. They which is your body is a vehicle, just like your car is a vehicle for you. Your body is a physical vehicle for your soul or your mind or however you want to look at it. And your blood is the gas, so it's high octane blood. Then they write universal donor. Who's the universal donor? The sun. The sun sits at the center of the solar system and donates energy to the universe. The universal donor. Light that goes up, the universal donor comes up and domes this light to the top and inserts itself in the middle in the same way that the sperm penetrates the egg and domes itself to the the egg or whatever. V8 powder lakes written on his back. It was showing he was blowing. The little boy was blowing the powder on the back of Morton Joe, representing the spinal cone, the powder that was compressed into a pillar, which became the spine right here, or in the thing or whatever. But he tattooing on his back. It says powder lake, showing you this is the powder lakes, or the powder, the powder that the backbone that was compressed. That was created by compressed powder lakes, or whatever. Like the spine is the Nile River or the water. Your Kundalini energy runs up the back of your spine, the same way water runs up a lake. I mean a river or whatever. The movie Mad Max, they put Psycho. He got Psycho on his back. Now they call him a psycho because he's from the old world. See, that's just like me. if, or maybe just say me, just say a lot of this conscious information that comes from, uh, like I said, a lot of shit we was dealing with back then. Uh, when the white man took over, he made you blind to who you originally was. It took all your the knowledge of who you originally was, and not only took it and hid it from you, he tricked you into believing the shit was bad, and start studying it for itself. So much so to where when we slowly but surely started waking up, the ones who started waking up before the other ones, the ones who would wake up first, started to look crazy. That's just like a lot of this shit I'm talking now. There's still people out there right now that I get to talk about horrors and the Bible and how they ain't real. They be, oh, this nigga's he's a psycho. He's a psycho. That's with Max. That's Max. And he's from the old world. That's why he was like, my world is fire and blood, and he or whatever. So so they got his mouth muzzled up. So the muzzle on his mouth is the goes back to water. It's a trident, the three prongs or whatever. The three prongs. When you look at the trident, who is the god of water in Greece or Rome, one of the two, his staff, he got a staff with the trident with the three prongs or whatever over the mouth. It's over Max's mouth. Take it back. We can go back to the the mathematics. The wisdom. Second degree of the supreme mathematics is wisdom. Wisdom is the wise words. Wisdom is the black woman. Wisdom is the wise words, ways, and actions of the black man. Wisdom is water. Wisdom is water. So they got his mouth muzzled up, keeping the water in. When the muzzle come off, that begins the process of the word or the water running through his mouth. Matter of fact, keep that in mind. We'll save that till we get to this next part. So, man, this shit. Where's that? Damn. Okay. Let me get this shit organized. Cause I'm tired of losing shit. Put this here. Now we're gonna go back to Mike. Remember what I just told you about Mike in the Pepsi commercial, and what Bobby said about how they shot a laser to his pineal gland and fucked his melanin shit up. See, that was the last draw for Max, cause see they was finna do the shit. They was about to they was about to shit. They was about to right here, this shit still. Let me. Shit, too much. Let me see what it is. This right here. What this. Alright, yo. So, they got Psycho on his back, Long Road Warrior. Alright, so, now, let's go back to Mike. Sam, I told you they was trying to, when he was they burnt his head when he on the Pepsi shit when his hair had caught on fire or whatever. And but like I said, Bobby was saying that they shot a laser to his pineal gland, right? Well, dig this. After they finished cutting Max, so they got him tied up and they got a muzzle on his mouth. Now, this was the last straw for that nigga. When they were finna brand him, they were finna put that brand right in the middle of his forehead. Cause that's what Immortal Joe did. He was branded everybody or whatever. So when they were finna brand his forehead, he said, "No way, Jose." That nigga that boy jumped up with the strength of Job and got it out that beat. Fuck that, and got the going off. You know, so he break up out of that bit. We broke up out of the chains and shit. He running through he don't know where yet though. They got this nigga in the caves and shit, so he don't know where the fuck he is. Now mind you, pause. Show you more evidence that this is Africa. The ancient Kemet said we came from the foothills of the mountain of Kilimanjaro where the god Hapi dwells. Now Hapi is a river god. Hapi, H-A-P-I, where the god Hapi dwells. Immortal Joe, that's where they at when the movie started. When they captured Max and take him to the headquarters, it's in the mountains. When Joe is giving his speech, he's on the mountain, talking or whatever. One of his partners is a Twa man, pygmy white man. White version, but one of the little people or whatever. Dan, his name is Dan. Dan, when you Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, that comes from Twala Danon. The Twala Danon is the fair lady or the lady with the seven dwarfs, or the lady and the little people or whatever. The Twala, they call him the Twala Danon or Twala Danon. The white boy name or the little person name in the movie is Dan. You see him, he's a little dude with the scope or whatever. But when you see him sitting, he's like heck. When you look at you could probably type it, put it in the Wikipedia or Google it and it come up. But the first depiction of it I saw was in ancient Egypt. Nile Valley Contributions to Civilizations by Anthony Broder, and you're gonna see a picture of him like with a little guy with female breasts representing androgyny, but he's a water god. So the breast is on one hand we associated with milk, but liquid. But he's basically liquid, period, because he's a god of water. They're showing you with the breast, so they're showing you he's a male version of the water, or the water goddess, or the water, or he's the god of the Nile, the water god, Nile. Now, there's gonna be another character. They don't put in with Dan. He's just sitting up there with his shirt off, or whatever, got a little chain on and shit. And now mind you, that's why I say this shit is all mauled, because they got him on. Well, when you look at it from when you study all the ancient deities or whatever, he's not necessarily a good or a bad, but you wouldn't consider him. He's really good because he's a water god. So the water is the opposite of the Set or whatever. But Set is, what they're showing you is he's just like the white man today. He's controlling the resources or whatever. So they got him down with Joe, because Joe's controlling the shit. So even though Hapi is a water god, this motherfucker here is controlling all the shit. So they got the pygmy man who represents the Hapi, as well as the best. Best is the all goes together. Simply the best. Who is that? Tina Turner. The best is a symbolic. It's the depiction of the original man, who was the little man, the Twa. When you see Twilight means little light, or the starlight, or the little sparkles of light you see in the sky that we call stars. Twilight, the Twilight Zone. Serious star power. The last series I did that was breaking down the creation of the planet and the sun. That's what it was. Serious star power. But I broke down some Twilight Zone shit in there as well. You might want to go check out. But you gonna have another character that's on the series that's on Immortan Joe's side. I don't remember his name. Now the names they don't really say everybody's name. You gotta catch him. Like the little I didn't find out that the little guy name was Dan until like the last time second to last time I watched the movie. I had to catch it because certain names and they did it on purpose. That's it. Even with Furiosa and Max, it's gonna come a point in time where she's asking, "What's your name?" And he gonna tell her what does it matter, but he don't tell her his name until the end of the movie. So they did this shit on purpose, and then a lot of the just like Dan, when you go to the credits, I didn't see Dan, but I seen because it's weird. They got this shit weird, but because they're gonna show you certain names, certain characters when it first go off, but it ain't gonna be a credit roll. They're just gonna be showing you the names like a credit roll, but they're gonna show you the names, I guess, of the main players, and then they roll the credits, and you're gonna see some other names. And one of them, the first one you're gonna see is Ace, and I think Ace is Dan, because I didn't see when they was doing the breakdown before the credit roll. I didn't see Dan nowhere, but then when they did the credit roll, I seen Ace. Still didn't see no Dan, but I seen Ace. Ace won the first man of the planet, or was it? Matter of fact, was the Twi Man, right? The pygmy. So Ace could very well be. Let me see if we can do some gigging right quick. So Ace, and I don't see who else could be Ace in the movie. It's not weird. Kind of cool too, though. Kind of a mysterious way to make you have to figure shit out with all this shit. With just like Lenny Kravitz's daughter, she called her name is Toast the Knowing. Knowing goes to Supreme Mathematics. Knowing is knowledge. Knowledge is one the first, and she's the only black person in the movie. So they're trying to tell you so many words. Let me see. Trying to show you so many words. Well, first smoke toast, and then because she's one of the Furiosa, who's the warrior. Furiosa is like the Athena energy as well. But the rest of the girls that she's saving, they not really warriors, except for which they don't show you that she's a warrior. You just have to pay attention to how she differentiates from the rest of the girls. Because they call her Toast the Knowing, so I'm like, Toast the Knowing. I'm like, knowing, but she's the original. She black, so she's the original woman. And I'm like, Toast. And I thought about it. When you look at her, that's Lisa Bonet and Lenny Kravitz's daughter. So they both light skinned. So she but Lenny he's like a little darker brown, and then Lisa Bonet, she like a real light skin. So when you look at Zoe, she light skinned, but she still got that brown tint to her. So it's kind of like toast. She's the original woman, though. Don't get it twisted, but it kind of like toasted bread. Respectfully. And then she the one out of all the girls. She the one that handles the toast, i.e. the hammers. While everybody else was acting all timid and shit, she was the one Furio when it was time. Cause all the other girls, they about peace and who. Peace, which you don't get me wrong, you supposed to be about peace. But when this motherfucker come encroaching on your peace, you have to go to war to get the motherfuckers off you to keep the peace. Because if you let them conquer you, you'll never get your peace back, because you'll never be able to be at peace under the rule of these warmonger motherfuckers. So and what they were showing you in the movie was she knew that, like, when everybody else was acting like they were scared to kill, because they all was coming from, she was down with the peace crew too, but the peace crew was too timid, and she knew. So when she was jumping off, when the other girl, which I give more of the detail when we get to those scenes, but when the other girls, when it was time to do shit, they were like, "Oh, we don't want to kill." She was like, "Bitch, come on, you tripping? Let's get it on so we can get this shit out the way." You know what I'm saying? So, she ain't had no problem with picking that toast up. You know, but let me see something real quick. See if I can I want to see this. It's Mad Max. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I was wrong. Who the hell is the ace? Let me see. Oh, okay. He the motherfucker that was riding with, that was like the leader of the head of the crew, who was supposed to be protecting Furioso them. Uh, Furioso them on the when they first pulled out. So now, okay, so you got the War Boys in Morton Joe. You're gonna see they regalia the red and black, right? Now, go back and show you how this shit is all mauled in. This shit is patterned off of the Nazis, right? The red and black. Now the Nazis, my scholarship money, nigga. The Nazis, they got that shit from us, which is funny as hell because the Nazis come from the word Nashi, which means blackhead. Like the nigga, matter of fact, see, Pop was right about that shit. When that nigga said, he was talking about the Machiavelli thing and all that, and the Illuminati shit. He was like, it's probably some shit they took from us, so I'm taking it back. He was right about that shit because see, the Nazi comes from the word Nashi. Nashi means the blackheads. Now, I had to go back and put them back in the fold. But the blackheads, the Nashi, you're gonna see Furioso putting black paint on their head, just to show you that this is the black story of the black man, or some of the war boys, you won't even see some of the war boys with black paint on their head or whatever. But you're gonna see her put the black shit on her forehead. It's code just saying this is the story of black people, as well as see, because the Nazis, the whole Aryan thing, right? That's us. That was us in India. When the Europeans came to India and conquered whatever part of India, they took the name on for themselves and started calling themselves the Aryans, which means the noble ones, right? So, let me see. So Hitler and all the motherfuckers really stole that was really our shit. They was proclaiming to be, which is odd as fuck, because you claiming this white supremacist shit, and the white race is the best race and all this old crazy shit. But I think he knew better shit than that. Really, he was just popping that shit on everybody else because they know where the fuck they even got the fucking names and shit from. And they knew Hitler studied our shit, so he knew magic and all that shit. So he knew what the deal was. He was just popping the game on his own people or something. But I mean, so we'll talk about. I start right here. Well, I'll read the whole thing for you. It says Asia is a continent in which republics were unusual. In which republics were unusual in early ages. Here, history reveals monarchies under despotic rulers who were worshipped as though the subjects were mere slaves. India, until late ages, were under a very different form of government. In early Buddhist times, we find a land full of aristocratic republics. This was the same form of government to be found on other Kushite sites. And Kushite is us, Africa. India and all that was a colony, not colony in the sense of how we feel. You hear colony now, colonizer, you automatically think bad. But when we talk about colonies with us, it's like we started in Africa, then we went up into Asia or India, and we just started a new land, new black people. We just planted ourselves there and started a new built up a new land that's living in or whatever. But it all goes back to the source of Africa or whatever. But it says here's a more isolated clime, remote from the outside influences. The old Kushite communal form of government has come on down to our time. Much can be gained from a study of this unique system. Out of it came the gentleness of the Hindu, and it was the environment that nourished this exalted mental attainments, or his exalted mental attainments. I think they got some misprints in this shit, but again, it is too lightly considered when we remember that this form of life produced artists and craftsmen who brought into existence lost arts and a skill and originality that we do not today attain. It is a common error to suppose that the tribes that the Aryan invaders found were savages. So what he's basically saying is, when he's saying Aryan invaders, but they wasn't Aryans yet. The invaders was Europeans, but I learned this shit and when I was way back like 08 when I was in when I was still in jail or whatever. I learned about how the swastika was really you see that shit all over the walls and India and all that shit, but Hitler he was on his soot shit just like Immortan Joe and shit. He had the shit backwards. He took the swastika and turned it backwards and shit. But you're gonna see more of that in the movie too. But and they took on our name, the Aryan, which meant the noble ones. That was us. So right here, this is a good book too. Wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite Empire. But what she's doing is she's saying the Aryan invaders, but actually it was European invaders. She said it is a common error to suppose that the tribes that the Aryan invaders found were savages. What she was trying to say was the European invaders, the people of the land that they invaded wasn't savages, and you would be a fool to think that or whatever, paraphrasing or whatnot. But the people that was there were the Aryans. They just got their names jacked by the invaders. So ancient annals represented the Kushite Indi as wise and skillful. Herein said that these writings represented the early Hindu as a commercial people, that their merchants could travel from one of the Nile flowing through the Barbara in the mountains of the moon. They go back to that Kilimanjaro. That's what Kilimanjaro means, mountains of the moon. We came from the mountain of the moon, where the foothills of the mountain of the moon, which is Kilimanjaro, where the god Hapi dwells. That's where the Nile starts at, water. So they got Joe controlling the water from the mountain where the pygmy guy, played by Don, or the little white guy Don, who would be Happy. This way he control the water from there. So when he want to give the little bit of water that he does from the people, he stand on the mountain, pulls the lever down, give him a little bit, and bird feeding him or whatever. So even the name Hindu is Ethiopian. Ancient records of authority made Hen and Sin sons of Cush. Philostratus, really Apollon says, the Indi are the wisest of mankind. The Ethiopians are a colony of them, and they inherit the wisdom of their fathers. The separation of the India from the parent Kushite stock was in ages long before the rise of the so-called Aryans in India. The older Greeks always associated sacred waves of Indian Sea with the wonderful Ethiopians. Ephorus stated that they occupied all the southern states of Asia and Africa. As in Chaldea, they brought to the aboriginal tribe of India the knowledge of metals to take the place of stone implements. They brought the knowledge of the arts. So, just give you a little insight on that. With the Nashi, now we'll get a little bit more scholarship right here. Like I say, man, y'all may have to break this shit down and watch it how you choose to, because I know it's some long shit. Unless you just down with it like that. I know sitting there trying to watch this shit for like 7 and 8 hours straight. Probably, man, I lose that page. Let me see. So, we're talking about the Nazis, the blackheads. Okay, so now we got another reference to the Nazi right here. Now, Ancient Egypt Light of the World, page 407. When roughly classified, this chapter is called The Exodus of Egypt in the Desert of Amensel. When roughly sound familiar, huh? Out of Egypt I will call my sons. When roughly classified, the myths and legends generally show 2 points of departure for the migration of the human race, as these were rendered in the solar mythology. One is from the summit of the celestial mount, the other from the hollow underworld beneath the mount or inside the earth. The races that descended from the mount were people of the pole, whose starting point in reckoning time was from one or other station of the one or other. I guess I meant to say one or another station of the pole star, determinable by its type, whether as a tree, rock, or the image of a first point of departure. Those who ascended from the underworld were of a solar race, who came into existence with the sun as it was represented in the legendary lore that is when the solar mythos was established. The tradition of the pole star people found in the various countries is that they were born with no sun or moon as yet had come into existence. That's what I was showing y'all right here. This before the sun and the moon, as we know it, came into existence. These are they, as was said by the Egyptians, who issued from the eye of soot or darkness, the earliest type of which we reckon to have been Polaris, whether as the pole star in the southern or the northern heaven. These were the Nashi and the Blackheads of the dim beginnings in the stellar. The Nashis and the Blackheads in the stellar mythology. Following them come the people born from the eye of Horus, which was the symbol of the moon. Now, I just want to show y'all the Nazi. It says Nazi and a black. I read somewhere else that the Nazi meant blackhead. And here you see he's got it said Nazi in the blackhead. It's all the same shit though, cause I can't remember what book I read it from, but it said Nazi meant blackheads. But there's so many words we speaking about when you say the blackheads is damn, this shit is too fucking small, man. Where is this shit at? Okay, is it? Trying to keep shit close without being all fucking cramped in. Let me see, where the fuck is that at? Okay, shit. Oh, this switch swapping and shit. Alright, so this would be the black. Remember what I told you, light. When we talk about the solar race, all this energy is what's gonna create the sun. So when they say issuing from the eye of soot, they were talking about this right here. It's interchangeable. So when this shoots up, the blackheads come down here, the eye of soot, because the Horus light is gonna go up to create the sun, but the soot light is gonna go down. See up here, let me see. Up here, the light is concentrated in the center of each dot. When the melanin clusters shoot down here, the light is scattered abroad or over the top of each one of these right here. Soot energy. Each one of these black heads, so it's like a black head with golden flecks of hair on top of it or whatever. The blackheads, the Nazis. Well, that's where they get the shit from. That's why when you see the movie, you're gonna see them some of them with black on their head, some with a black cap on, black soot across the head, and you're gonna see some. You're gonna see Furioso put a black mask over her face when they finna ride to the dust storm or whatever. That symbolizes the light, because she's part of the light. She cloaks her face with the light, or cloaks each one of the spears of light in the black mask or the black melanin. The light hidden in the dark. That's why it's gonna be another scene when they get to gas town. She gonna tell Max he gotta get under. She got like a trap door in the rig. She gonna tell him you gotta get under the rig because you can't be seen. He can't be seen because he's representing the hidden light. So when he gets under the belly of the rig, she's telling him to get inside the light. Inside a melanin cluster and encapsulate yourself. So but that's further later on down the movie. All right, so let me get down with this shit so we can really get to it. I just want to sprinkle a little scholarship in there. Give it a little bit more validation. So So that okay. That let's give it the water. Boy, I explained all that shit. So the Nazis, so yeah. So when you see them with the black heads and shit, that Nazis, they showing you the something else. Oh, another thing too. They're gonna show you a scene when they in the mountains and shit. Kilimanjaro. Tell you about Happy. He had the female breast, but they're gonna show you the little pygmy dude Dan representing Happy, and then they're gonna allude to the breast. They're gonna show you the breast because they're gonna show you some of they're gonna show you the milk mothers or the cow mothers breastfeeding, or he gonna be pumping a breast or pumping breast in the mountains of where in Morton Joe at. The breast pumping is another reference to showing you that this is Kilimanjaro. And then when you go to, it's gonna be a scene where they go to Gastown. I might have this in my I might have this one in my pictures. I think I kept that one. So there won't be no mistake about it. You ain't gonna be. So when I tell you this shit is about niggas in Africa, you ain't gonna be able to. And ain't no escaping this shit. Not saying anybody. I don't think you got to be a stupid motherfucker to be doubting the shit I've been saying lately anyway. But honestly, I don't. And not that your opinion would matter regardless, but just I like. But I come. I come from an era where it wasn't as easy to convince motherfuckers of certain shit now. But check this out. Now this is when they go into Gastown. Hold up, let me see. Now you look, there you go. I think something's gonna happen. Can't see this shit. Let me see. Maybe I need to move this around. That up, maybe that. Yeah. Now, when you watch the movie, you'll see it a little better, but I think I got a better shot of it. But look right there. Right there, yeah. That's Africa right there. And it's funny because around the time this movie came out, I went and got this right here. It's a pyrite. I thought the time had stopped. Boom. Now the thing about it is, I didn't see it's in the shape of Africa. Now the crazy thing about that is, I didn't go and pick this out and say, well, let me get this one because it looked like it's African or it looked like the shape of Africa. I stuck my hand in the bottle, a box of them, pulled one out, and that's what I pulled out. And I didn't even notice it till I didn't even notice it. It was the shape of Africa till I got to the house. But I went and got this in like what? It had to be like 2015, if not 2016. Around the same time, give or take around. I can't even a little bit before, a little bit after I seen the movie for the first time. So this shit is all lining up. And like I said, you will see you can see it here, but when you see it in the movie, because let me see if I got a better shot. Because it's when you watch the movie and see it, you really see a better shot of it when you be like, man, that nigga ain't bullshit. But they're showing you this Africa on this shit. So let's get to the business. Now, okay, so now you get your boy, but yeah, you're gonna see the women breastfeeding in the mountains, Kilimanjaro. Which on a side note, show you how crazy this shit is, how you niggas need to really stop limiting yourself to just one. You can do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna, each his own or whatever. I ain't on knock you. Everybody, I guess, be on their own level. But when you go to Norse mythology, you go see it's a deity, it's a cow goddess named Amdumala, right? Now, what you gotta understand about Islam, it's really over there with the holy site of Mecca and all that. That was originally, before they turned it into what it is now. Originally, all that was set up to. That was represented all that where the Kaaba at and all that right now. That was originally set up for the goddess worship. And when they went over there, they destroyed all that and turned it into what you see now, which is just that's the male chauvinist part of it. They turned it into that's why when you look at it, it's just Allah, but it's really Allah and a lot. It's two, the feminine, and just like anything else, you gotta have a masculine and a feminine. But see, even when you say Hamdulillah. And this ain't even in the right. This is some shit way in Norse mythology. Teutonic and all that shit. I got a pen. Fucking pen there. Shit, where the fuck everything be going? Okay, yeah, right. Alhamdulillah. Now you gotta. You got the Greek, you got she's a cow goddess named Amdullah. If you say that name real fast, Amdullah. You go see it's Alhamdulillah. The art Humallah. 3205, okay. Spot on with that. Just a little side note since we're dealing with the milk, the cow, the mother. The nourishing of the mother. Oh, this is what I was trying to show y'all too. I was telling y'all earlier too, when they step Horus or Bess stepping on the crocodile. That's a depiction of it. With the Horus lock right there. That's the lock I was telling you about. That's the best headgear. You're going to see Max, when they tie him to the front of the car, just like this figure here has that head above it, you're going to see him, they're going to have a Kachina type dog mask over his head when they tie him to the front of the car. But that's the Horus lock, and he's standing on the two alligators or whatever, or the two crocodiles. And he's holding the serpents. His fist, you see, he's holding two serpents, right? His fist with the two serpents in it represents that knot right there, with one serpent going up, one serpent going down. Because ultimately, the light is Horus, right? So, you have the light in the center, Horus, serpent, he's holding it with his fist. Or the light right there. Two serpents coming out of that light. Alright, we got that. So now, check y'all over here. Alright, here you go. The cow of heaven, as the milk cow, was portrayed standing or resting on the summit of the mount which was connected with the sky, as portrayed in the monuments. This, in Persian rendering, was the cow upon the summit of Mount Alborz. In Norse mythology, it's the cow Audhumla. That's Audhumla. Audhumla. So you say that shit over to Alhamdulillah. See what I'm saying? Alhamdulillah. The crescent moon of the crescent moon of the crescent in the star represents the child, and the mother is the moon, and the star is the child. But you tell them that, they'll get to tripping, talking about, oh, you don't know what he's talking about. And I go ahead and take y'all there. It said, as the prose Edda describes it, immediately after the gelled vapors had been resolved into drops, there was formed out of them the cow named Ardhumala. 4 streams of milk ran from her teats, thus she fed Ymir, just as the cow of heaven suckled Horus. Heaven, as the cow, is called the spouse upon the mountain. Well, we're going to get to that. We ain't going to hold that, because I want to just go ahead and wait. Because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But like I told you, but I'll just give it to you. They say that when they talk about the vapors that form the cow, they talking about the moon. The cow jumped over the moon, the vapors, when they shot up, and all the light followed it, and all the water started evaporating from the base and rising with the light, and then all the light rose up and caused this to freeze up. It turned into the cow, or the moon. M-O-O-N, moon. The cow jumped over the moon. Niggas, the moon. Moo on, mo on. The more on. The niggas ain't ready, man. The milk mother at the top of the mountain. The mother, this is where they going. Furioso is trying to go back to the green place in the land of many mothers. This is the land of many mothers. Why is it the land of many mothers? Because once this light rays up, let me get up in here. Show you what the land of many mothers is. Once that lamp, after that lamp set up, once all that light retracts up into here, remember, first, this is the mother. The feminine energy, the dark energy, right? But eventually, now I did this for kicks, but really, ultimately, this supposed to be, all this would still be black. So when all that light goes up, it goes into here, that dome or that moon freezes over the top, and then you have this, another copy. This is you gonna have this here, another form of that, a new version of that right there. But remember, the original one shot from right here and came right here. So you're gonna have that dark star with the light inside of it, formulating the sun, and this would be the backdrop. Earth, and all this is the great mother, or the many multi-mammalian, the many mothers, the land of the many mothers, because it's all this is light and darkness. I mean, all this is creation now, but you still got the original form of this, or what was originally here before the moon, or all this was created. The sky was this right here. Now, so if this was the moon was to come right here, cut that off, you still had your black back there representing the great mother, or the many mothers, the land of the many mothers. The land of the many mothers. So when you hear something, we're going to the green place. The green place the green place represents. When she says you're going back to the green place, remember she said, I don't want to take y'all too far. First, let me get too far ahead of myself. So let me just go. We'll get there though. So now let's get back to it. Okay, so now feed that. Just give y'all a little alhamdulillah. Yeah. So they set out to go to Gas Town. Matter of fact, let me get out the way too, because now we're trying to get more into the creation and shit. So I'm gonna slide this over. And you have to pardon me for the pauses, but it's a lot of shit I'm dealing with here. So and I'm limited to space, as you can see. So I'm knocking shit over and trying to keep all this here and that there, looking for this, knocking this shit over. It's not enough room in this motherfucker, man. So put that there. So yeah, now. Get this out the way. This. Oh shit. Oh man. Right there. Put this here. That. And we can get busy now. Okay. Alright, so now deal with that. Show y'all. They're gonna show y'all the big mamas breastfeeding when they in the mountains. That represents the great mother energy. Yeminya. Big mama. So I say being a big girl is not necessarily. I mean, if you big and you want to lose weight, that's one thing. But being big is also has a divine attribute part to it as well, because it represents the great. The way we viewed that was the big girl represented the great mother, great big mama. The nourisher, jolliness symbolized abundance. So it's either way so if you are a big girl and you cool with that, that's one thing. You want to lose weight, that's cool too. But you a big girl, you learn how to embrace it. And there be some of y'all big motherfuckers be sexy in the motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie. Let these other niggas lie to you. I ain't gotta lie. Look under the Instagram shit. The motherfuckers be having just as many likes and shit as the mother goddamn bad bitches or whatever you want to call them. So well, they bad too, but you know what I mean. The slim hoes slim girls, middle, big mamas. These are breasts. The two breasts. That's why I was telling you about the. Then they said she fed Wymere with up to 4 teats. 4 titties, but the Wymere was fed when the light came through here, when that light shot up and went through the flanks, the 4 teats, 1, 2, 3, 4, fed the Wymere. The Wymera. This is the mirror, and the Y. Boom. With you see what I'm saying? Wow. But they come through here and feed Wymere, the milk mothers. So, all right, let's get to it now. We finna take off now. Okay. So now, boom. More Joe give his speech. You tell him that Furiosa finna go to Gas Town or whatever, and to the bullet farm or to the Gas Town, and she fake him out or whatever. And I think she's trying to shake him off to the bullet farm or something. But they hit he, you know, when they getting ready to take off, he doing their little procession or whatever. So they take off. And they riding and shit. So they going in one direction, then they turn off, and one of the head of security he so y'all in a caravan or whatever. Uh, he tell her Furioso said we headed east. When she said we head east, now if you was to look at it, I know on a regular map you got north, east, south, west. But see, when you're dealing with this, it's a difference. When she said we headed east, this is east because the sun rises in the east, right? So when she said we headed east, she talking about this light shooting up or rising with the 7 rising with it. When the sun sets, it goes under the horizon line, right? So when all that light go up and meet up there and create the sun gonna come back down and head west or boom to the horizon. And just like the sun set or goes beyond or under the horizon when it sets on the west, it's gonna go beneath the horizon of the right here. So this would be the west and this would be the east. So when she said we head east, she said they going up. Let me show you. Skip that. All right, yeah, I did. I'm tripping. Okay. So Max, he running through the tunnels. You gonna see the war boys chasing through different tunnels. Now, what this is gonna represent is you've seen the breast aspect of it, but now when he break out and he's running from the war boys, this is gonna symbolize an orgasm or whatever. Just like this would be like an orgasm. To come, the word come means erect, really, to erect or rise. And you know, you having sex in order for you, what you do before you come, you rise up, have sex, then you come, or whatever, or how they come. But though this ain't just no sex talk. This is what book that's in. I got some scholarship on this shit though, but I think it's in ancient Egypt, not in the world. But come means to erect. So when he break out of them chains and he start running, you gonna see the war boys running behind him. So you got all these pale guys running behind Max, who's the regular guy. He represents the lead sperm or the sperm that's gonna be the impregnator or whatever. So so you see him running through. He running through all these different tunnels. This represents the tunnels of Set, or which would be the bottom of the bottom of the core of the earth or the cave or whatever. So he's running through there, all that shit. Woo, woo. And there's gonna be you're gonna really be able to see this one scene with one part where I think he gonna jump up and try to escape through this. There's gonna be some balls though. He's gonna jump up and grab the balls. And when he jump up and grab the balls, he's gonna look up and you're gonna see sunlight, but one of them gonna pull him back down. So I think that was when him looking up from the bottom, but then they pull him back down, and then they pull him back down. He escaped again. There's gonna be one scene where he come up out of the water, and you gonna see all them. He gonna come up out of the water, and you gonna see all them running behind him. And when you look at it, it's gonna look like sperm, just dudes, but especially by them being all pale and shit, it's gonna look like sperm coming out of the water, chasing one lead sperm or whatever. So when he jump up to that ball, he gonna see that little boy. Like, Max, where were you? Where were you? That's the hunting, the ones he couldn't save or whatever. They'll be like, where were you? And he gonna fall back down into the water. Woo, woo. And then he gonna break away, and then he gonna come to this other door or something. When he come out that door, he gonna come out of it and he gonna run out. But when he run out, he gonna stop because he gonna realize he on the cliff. So he on the cliff, and he gonna look over. He gonna see a mountain. It's gonna have like three. It's gonna be a skull with 3 holes for a mouth. That's where the water be coming out at or whatever. So he sees 3 skulls and shit, and he like, damn, he trying to figure out what to do. All of a sudden, a hook come out of nowhere. A hook, Crook, Osiris, his one of the symbols of Osiris is a crook or a hook. That's why you see him like this. One side is the crook, and he got the flail on the other side. So he goes to jump because he handcuffed. So he goes to jump and grab the hook. He grabbed onto the hook, but the hook is swinging. So the hook swing, but it swing back, and then they give him a chance to grab him. So they grab him and pull him back into the and they pulled him back into the goddamn cave and shit, and lock him back in or whatever. But that scene, all that symbolizes an orgasm or whatever, or the sperms racing to get out, to come out and impregnate. The impregnation is gonna be when he finally catch up with well, not catch up, because all this shit happened haphazardly. You're gonna see how see, look at it, like, show you how the shit happened. How it's like divine intervention or something. He get captured by the war boys, right? So okay, that's a fucked up situation, right? But he get captured by them just so that he can escape, and end up, when he escape, he gonna end up meeting Furioso them. They gonna get into it at first, and they ain't gonna like each other, whatever. But then the whole while they're gonna find out they need each other. So eventually, them linking up, they're gonna help each other get out of the whole situation or whatever. But if it wasn't for if he never got caught by the war boys, he would have never caught up with Furioso them, and they wouldn't have been able to defeat Immortan Joe without him. So if he never got caught in the first place, just to be able to escape and end up with them, you see what I'm saying? It would have never popped off. But kind of like what I tell niggas, like when I went to jail, which was fucked up. Some shit I ain't have nothing to do with at all, and didn't do. But that's why I got my knowledge of self at. So I got locked up, but when I got locked up, that's when I found out I was a guard. So it was like, yeah, it was fucked up, but you see how that worked. But so they got him back locked up. Now they got him in a cage. Now you got Nooks, which is one of the war boys. They call the war boys half-lives. See, the half-life, they call them half-life because that's speaking to when you look at the white man, he's a half-life. He has a physical life on Earth, but due to the fact that he lacks a soul, he doesn't have a quantum life or afterlife or whatever. So he only has a half-life. He dies twice or whatever. So you gonna hear him referring to war boys as half-lives or whatever. But Nooks is screaming, "I'm not a half." He had he's screaming. He's telling everybody he's not a half-life. He said, "I live, I die, and I live again." That's what he's saying. But he don't make it to the promised land with him and shit. That's later on down the movie. So, but he represents divided loyalty, because he gonna be working with them. He gonna be working with Furioso them. He's an opportunist in so many words. On one hand, he start off, he's a war boy for Immortan Joe. Then when he end up with Furioso them, he gonna team up with them, and then he gonna find himself fucked up and back with Joe them. So when he back with Joe them, he gonna be trying to help them kill Furiosa. Then that's gonna fuck up. Then he gonna find himself back with Furiosa them. But then when it's all said and done, he gonna end up where he was in the beginning, dying off with Joe in the gang and shit. So, but he still plays a part. But I guess when you go watch Sambo Black God's Age, they call it the Harry Horror, the divided loyalty. But don't forget the runaway slave. Okay, so through the caverns. Sperm cell, hook crook, skull. Yeah, Furiosa got the skull on the back of her neck. They don't show Furiosa with the skull on the back of her neck. Uh, uh, Guess you could say that's the medulla oblongata. They saying she black or whatever. Or showing you she's facing forward, but the skull will represent, I guess, her represents Soot facing backwards. So it's saying she has Satan behind her. She's on the right path or whatever. Now, so you got the rig with the black ball. The war rig got the black ball on the back. War rig is gonna be a black rig. They're gonna be the light inside of the rig. They represent the light, her and the rest of the girls or whatever. It's gonna have that black ball on the back, like I broke down there earlier. This gonna be the rig. This the land of many. This is the destination that they're trying to go to. The land of many mothers. The original star that was right here. That was originally right here. And then all this is gonna be the train of Horus, or the war rig, or the war rig with the black ball on the back. They hit the gas town. He has the aqua cola or the Astra cola or whatever, aqua cola or whatever. They're gonna show you the mask when they put the mask on Joe. You're gonna see show you the crocodile teeth, him sitting on the cube. The pygmy, which is another correspondence to the She's All That movie. Because they show you the creation process in there. It's gonna be a scene when they go to like a art show or whatever, and Lainey and Zach and the little performance that Lainey is a part of. You're gonna see they're gonna show you this right here, and but they're gonna have it depicted as like it's gonna be a dude in a white sheet, like fumbling around in a white sheet, and then he gonna bust up out of there. And when he gonna stand up, and then two pygmies gonna come out on each side of him, representing him in the middle, with like a tidy whities on or some shit, diaper looking shit. She's gonna represent the baby or him in the middle, and then the two pygmies represent the two. Remember I told you it's gonna be little small flecks of light left behind once all that light retracts from the center. So the little light represents the pygmies. In the She's All That movie, you're gonna have the two 12 people on the side of the one dude. That's the one correspondence. I give y'all that one right now. Which could tell you another movie. This shit go with this shit. The Godfather. Go back to the breeding process. Because that's what Immortan Joe doing with the girls. He breeding, and it show you the male, the misogynistic aspect of it, because he's breeding for boys, because he's a warmonger. So he prefers the boys over the girls because he can use them for war or whatever. But he's a breeder. What was Yakub? A selective breeder. You want to see the story of Yakub? Go look at the Island of Dr. Moreau. You got two of them, but you want to watch the latest one, the one with Val Kilmer and Marlon Brando. Now let me show you how they crossed these movies up. Marlon Brando played in The Godfather, right? When you go to Island of Dr. Moreau, he's playing Yakub. He's doing the grafting and doing all the gene splicing and creating these different species of hybrid, human animal hybrids, until he gets his final product, which was a little white girl with fangs on her teeth or some shit, or with fangs or whatever. So she was like she represented the final process of Yakub, which was the white man himself or whatever. But he's a scientist, and they kind of reversed it on here. But it's gonna be one scene where he's talking to the dude Edward, and but he got it back. He twisted. It's a twist out. We gotta watch how they twist it. He said, "I found the devil." He told Edward while he was looking in the petri dish. He was like, "I found the devil, and I cut him up in the foot." And he said, "I cut him up into little bitty pieces." But that's Yakub, but it's different. Yakub would be the devil, and they all different gods or deities or whatever. But we just, for the sake of the argument or whatever, Soot cuts Osiris into 14 pieces or whatever. And they all just, like I said, they all just different aspects of you who's the god or whatever. So on the ultimate level, you can look at it like that, but just show you how they kind of twist it up a little bit. So he say, but that's really the who does the cutting, who cuts people in the cuts the god into pieces. Soot cuts Osiris into 14 pieces or whatnot. So that's one thing. There's gonna be another scene where, excuse me, there's gonna be another scene where you gonna see Marlon Brando or Yakub Marlon Brando. He gonna have just like little boy blowing a white powder on Morton Joe back in the movie. Marlon Brando gonna be putting white powder on his skin to protect him from the sun. And he gonna say that in the movie too. In Mad Max, they just gonna show you the little boy blowing the powder on his back. But in now Yakub was an original man, though he was a black man, but when he died, his father was carrying on the work for him. So Marlon Brando, you can say he was Yakub, or you can say he was. But they're showing you so many words. They showing you the white man or whatever, because he got the powder on him to protect him from the sun. So but you're gonna see one scene where Marlon Brando gonna be sitting at the piano, and who he gonna be at the piano with? A little guy, a pygmy person, a pygmy man. But mind you, they don't never show you the black pygmy. Every time you see a pygmy in one of these movies, it's some damn white, a white version. And this one was more like he looked more like a Hindu pygmy or whatever. But he gonna be sitting at the piano with a pygmy. When Joe find out that but Dan he gonna be looking at Furioso from the top of the mountain with the scope, and he gonna see when they gonna turn off. When they go off the path that he had sent them on, Dan is gonna tell, "Hey Joe, your girl's going off the course." So Joe run over there. He grabbed the telescope and was like, "Why would she do that, Dan?" And that's the only time you gonna hear him say his name. He gonna say, "Why would she do that, Dan?" So then he run back to the headquarters and start looking for the girls. So he opened up the vault, which you keep money in a vault, right? So he got his breeders in a vault like they possessions or whatever. So he opened up the vault. When he opened up the vault, all you gonna see is a piano, and he gonna be like, "Splendid, ain't Harold?" Splendid is his favorite girl, and I think Harold is like the older woman or whatever. So but as soon as he opened up, mind you, Marlon Brando and Dr. Monroe, he at the piano with the pygmy. Joe in the mountain with Dan, the pygmy or the little guy. With the little guy, when he opens up the vault to see where the girls, this chick to see if the girls were still in there, which they wasn't. The only thing that was in there was a piano. Marlon Brando, piano, Pygmy, Dan the Pygmy, opens up the damn door, piano shower, this shit go together. So he see when he opened up the door, the girls left, and they left a sign in there that said it was a because which this right here validates what I was telling y'all about Max when he was trying to get out of the cave, being that represented the cum or the sperm. You're gonna see a sperm cell sketched like a hieroglyph sperm cell on the floor, and around it it's gonna say our babies will not be warlords. So the girls was leaving because they didn't want to keep producing warlord babies for Joe or whatever. So and on the wall you're gonna see they're gonna write "we are not things" or whatever, trying to tell a nigga like we are not your possessions. You know, go back to the whole basically the mentality of the white man, which led to the establishing of the feminist movement and made his own woman look at him crazy or whatever. So all that's wrapped up in there. So he going to another room, and I don't know her name. I think it ain't her, but it's an old woman. When he opened the door, it's an old woman holding a shotgun. Now, Joe and Morton Joe represents the old man, or you could say Adam, because or she'll be Lilith and he'd be Adam in this scene or whatever. Old time, so he would represent, even though he's. So I'm saying it goes back and forth. Cause him and the old lady gonna be holding the shotgun, and she gonna be like, they left like they were supposed to. You get tired of your shit, blah, blah, blah. So him and her start fighting. The fight between him and the old lady. On one hand, you gonna see the old lady. She got like black. She white, but she's tattooed with like black all over her face. So they trying to show you that she's, even though she's white, she's playing the ancient mother or the great ancient mother or the black mother, the melanin or whatever, and he's being a light. So when they start wrestling, that's the same thing as Lilith. Because when they tell you Lilith left she left Adam, they say Lilith was the original wife of Adam, right? They say Lilith left Adam because she didn't want to let him get on top of her. Actually, what it was, Lilith left Adam because he got on top. What it was is when this went up, this is Lilith. We'll say this is Adam, the light, the atum, the little sparks of light. When this went up, the melanin came down and the light went up and went into the flanks and got on top of her. So she went away. And, you know what I'm saying? That's where that whole story comes from. So Morton Joe and the old lady fighting would be like Raw and APAP battling or whatever. Him and her fighting represents the light, and the dark is changing places or whatever when you see it in the movie. So let's go on the other side. Yeah. Okay, so they're gonna be fighting this shit, and then after they finish fighting or whatever, Joe win, but he gonna put when he started, you know, he getting everybody, since the girls and he see they went rogue on him. He started getting all the war boys ready. They sound alarm, so he get everybody, the drums get the pumping and shit. He jump in the car. He bring the old lady. I think her name was Aunt Harold. He bring her with him. But when he put her in the car with her, he had to put a breathing machine on her or whatever. Why? Because like I told y'all, just like he represented the underworld where the air was limited down here and the smothering of the melanin going down. Now she's representing that aspect too, because she's the melanin that just came down here and she's down here now. Well, representing lack of air or whatever. So you're gonna see a red when they first pull off, before they go roll, when they still in the pack, when they ride straight, um, before they make the turn off or whatever, you're gonna see a red truck in front of the train or in front of the war rig or whatever. That's, see, these are the chakras. This is the upside down world. So in this world, or you would be head, crown chakra, crown chakra, third eye chakra, throat chakra, heart chakra, solar plex, sacral, root chakra. Up here, that first light to shoot up and come right here, this will be the root chakra, because just like right down here, the root chakra is the chakra furthest away from the pineal gland or the halo. So up here, the one that'll be the furthest away is up here. So all these will be light. It ain't dealing with the color yet, but it's showing you that the reason the red truck is in the front of the train is showing you that that's the red scarlet woman, the red-haired woman, or the first chakra, which is the root. The root, which is up here, because this is the upside down world or whatever. Just like when you see the we'll get to that later, but yeah. So now you got Max. This before they take out Max, they got Max in the cage. They call Max a full life because he's basically saying he's an original man. He got the black dot in the soul or whatever. He's an immortal, full life. Call him a universal donor. Then you see this scene where you see Furiosa put the smut on her face, the black soot or whatever on her head. Yeah, they headed to Gas Town. Yeah, Boulevard. Okay, we did the headed east. Rick this, this kind of all over the place right here. But Rick this, when they was in the mountain with the milk, showing when they show the scene. Oh yeah, when they show the scene, when they show you the women breastfeeding, one of them gonna be holding a sistrum. That's the sistrum is the instrument of Isis or whatnot, all set. So they're trying to show you that mother energy on that note. And I already told you how Dan spotted them going out. Of course, Joe opened the vault. Yeah, we did that. Miss Giddy, the double barrel. Well, not that. Yeah. Then you hear the war drum. Like I said, you hear the war drums beating when they realize that she going off course or whatever. And that's the first page of notes. Shit. So now you got Nooks. And he damn near dead because he need a. See, they use the half-lives of the war boys. I guess what they doing is kidnapping, just like the elite in real life kidnap niggas. And I heard a motherfucker say this, one of them rabbis say this out of his own mouth. But just like they kidnap black bodies and drink the blood to get the compensate for the lack of melanin, for the melanin that they lack naturally. That's the same thing that's going on in this movie. It's like Max. They trying to use Max as a blood bag for Nooks. So they, you know what I'm saying? So they waiting to hook him. They waiting to hook Nooks up to him so they can do the blood transfusion. But before they can do that, that's when they find out Furioso them then burnt. Went rogue on them or whatever. So when they found that out, in each car, when you're dealing with Joe, in the car you got the drivers, which is I guess supposed to be the superior are the best spot to have. And in the drive, you got the lancers. The lancers are a lance is a stick, a spear. A lance, spear. You gonna see when they battle in the movie. You gonna see the war boys. One gonna be driving, and the other one gonna be throwing the fire sticks from out of the car, or whatever. So Nooks and Slit are partners, but Slit is the lancer and Nooks is the driver. But see, Slit is a goddamn. I guess when they say there's no honor among thieves, I guess that's what this part represents, because Slit is like he's like a betrayer of Nooks or whatever, or Judas, so to speak, because the way he looking at it, Nooks is damn near dead, and they about to cause he waiting for them to hook the blood bag up to him or whatever. But all the shit pop off. So since he's sick and fucked up at the moment and ain't got no energy or no juice, Slit runs by, everybody, because the way they got it set up to where the war boys, the steering wheels of their cars is all in, on a wall or whatever. So when they hear the drums, everybody running, they go get their steering wheels. So Slit, while Nook's sitting there sick, Slit runs, and Slit. You got to pay attention to his name is Slit. This is the Slit. When this goes up, creates that slit or that opening right there. Slit. You're gonna see him. He's gonna kind of look like the Joker with the slits on his mouth and shit. So he gonna run to get the steering wheel to the car. And he looking at Nooks like, you out of there. He run by Nooks. Nooks see him and grab the steering wheel like, hey motherfucker, he grab the steering wheel. That's my steering wheel. So Slit yank it back, so they tug of war. And Slit tell him based on many words, you almost dead. He was like, what they were telling me, he's like, let me see. But Nook said, that's my wheel. He was like, you're my lancer. They were telling me, I'm the driver. You the lancer. And Slit tell him, you can't do war if you can't stand up. Now what I just told you what the war represent, the exchanging of energy and process of creating the earth or whatever. What do you say? You can't do war if you can't stand up. Stand up, erect, stand up to do the war. Stand up so the energies can exchange. So the dark can come down here, light can go up there, light can go through the flanks, light can go straight up, melanin can come down, create melanin balls, melanin can come down and create the flanks. So you can't do war if you can't stand up. You gotta see it. Basically saying you have to erect. It's referring to erection. Plus you gotta Immortan Joe's son, the name is Rictus Erectus. So Nook said well, when he said you can't do war if you can't stand up, I think his name is John, the People Eater. His name is the People Eater, though. What are names? I have the names written down somewhere because it was weird the way they got it in the movie. But anyway, he walked behind him. He walked behind Nooks, and he run his finger down the back of his medulla oblongata and said, "You already a corpse." Basically, tell him, "Motherfucker, you're dead. You don't have the black. You don't have the medulla oblongata material. You don't have the black matter in your mind, so you're fucked up." Nobody tell him in so many words, be like, "You." But Nooks is like, "I take my blood bag with us," or whatever. Woo, woo. Now this is the key to freedom right here for your boy Max, because by Nooks deciding to grab Nooks he's so overzealous to go to war and be a part of this shit. Instead of him just sitting there chilling, he grabbed the fucking blood bag, or he grabbed Max. He was like, I'll chain him to the car and I'll hook him up to me and chain him to the car and take him with me while we ended going to the fucking, because he was already waiting for him to do the transfusion, but this shit popped out and he wanted to be a part of it. So they were like, he was like, I'll take him with me and do the transfusion in the middle of the war. Yeah, nigga, that was fucked up. But that was good for Max, because that was how Max ended up escaping all the bullshit. So, Schlitt tell him it's a raging pharaoh. He tell him like, man, you tripping? That's a raging pharaoh. So many words, pharaoh. So many words tell the nigga that's a black man, a raging black man. He's a raging pharaoh. And Nook say, yeah, a raging pharaoh. High octane blood filling me up. And then he headbutt Schlitt and grabbed the wheel. Headbutt, but his pioneer ran. So a high octane blood filling me up. The high octane octane basically say this is high quality blood right here. The same way the goddamn vampires that feed off of the blood of black people in reality look at your blood like it's high octane, high quality shit right here. 93 premium gas. Not that bullshit. So Nooks was like, Nooks was saying if he gonna die, he wanna die on Fury Road or woo woo. So he headbutt him, grab the wheel, they go to the car, they hook Max up to the car. Now you're gonna see the Christ, here come the Christ figure, because they got your boy Max crucified, or they got him on this nigga like the Lincoln symbol. He on the front of the goddamn car. He on the front of the car, tied up like on a cross, and I was telling he had the mask over him like the best thing or whatever. And they got the IV hooked to the back of his neck, and the IV running into the car, hooked up the Nook's motherfucking ass. Maniac ass. So when everything popping out, you start seeing the war boys letting it be known as popping. They shooting red and black flares in the air. Red and black, I was just telling you. This one went up, boom, go right here. The black, first one shoot up, even though it'd be gold in this right here, or just pure light, but it's basically showing this position right here would be furthest from the first light to shoot from here would be the furthest one from the center, which would make it red. So they shoot that up, and it's going down. So they riding, and this is the scene where you'll see more Joe looking like the crocodile, because more what's your boy named Nooks. He idolized him more Joe, whatever. So when he see him, he ride by, he like Morton Joe. So Morton look over at him, but when he look at him, he scared the shit out of Nooks and shit or whatever. So Nooks kind of turn his head the other way. But when you see this scene, look at how Immortan Joe look. He gonna look like the crocodile or whatever. He gonna give him a side eye view, but if you look at his face, he gonna look like a crocodile. Then there's gonna be some more evidence of Schlitt being a hater, because Nooks was like, he looked at me, and then Schlitt was like, oh, he wasn't looking at you, he was scanning the horizon. Another sun reference, sun on the horizon, woo, woo. So the red flares go up. Furiosa them turn off. One of the war boys was like, oh, she's going into hostile territory. And that's what I'm telling you. And cut a deal. When they go into hostile territory, then you're gonna see this is when you're gonna see that she's gonna pull up her arm and pull a horn or whatever. You're gonna see the horns on top of the rig, horns of Horus. Arm me with the horns to go to war with Horus. Woo woo. Um, then you're gonna see all the different war cars in more Joe. You're gonna see some with spinning blades on them. Blades are spinning. And then you're gonna see some with back holes on them. The back holes is when that light, well, it's the darkness, right? When the light shoots up, it comes up here. The light that goes to the flanks is coming through. It comes up in here and start carving and digging and hoeing out, carving all the shapes and molds of the trees and the bees and the birds and the humans and everything that's gonna be in this planet. That light is coming up here. That's called Ptah. The workers of Ptah, digging, cutting, building, and all that. But in this case, we just saying when you hoeing something, you digging holes to plant seeds. So that's when the light first come up and fill all this up. It fills it up, and then it's carving out the molds and shapes of everything that's gonna be. And then when it starts to retract this way, it's leaving the seeds behind inside all the earth that it carved and digged out or whatever, they plowed through. That's why you're gonna see the holes, the back holes in the back holes. You see how the light comes up through here, and then fills that up, boom, 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 and then it starts to moonwalk back like a back hole or whatever. Plowing or digging up the earth or digging up the melanin that's left behind and leaving seeds behind. So you'll see the backhoe, you're gonna see the tuning fork. That's you got the middle pillar, boom. Then that represents the angles that the sun hits the earth from, which will be a fork just like this here, whoop. Bam, bam. So the tuning forks. You'll see Max with the trident on his mouth, the muzzle. Before they get it out, before they're able to get it off. Then you're gonna see a man in all black running after the war rig or something like that. That represents the light the darkness chasing the light, or the darkness following the light. But you can say the darkness going downhill, but that represents the darkness that, like I told you, each time when this pocket of light, right, when it goes up in here, it leaves, or at least darkness right here. So the lights, first it was darkness filled up with light. Then when that light retracts here, what follows that light is the darkness, because it leaves a dark spot right there, whatever. So that's what they're showing you right there. Then you're gonna see Splendor. They're gonna show you one scene with her climbing from one part of the rig to the other one. That's a reference to the light. That's what the light gonna do. When the ladder sets up, this light part, this spirit light is gonna climb to this part of the rig and go up in there, and then that was gonna go up in there. Woo, woo. Splendor's got on like a wedding dress, because that her and one of the other girls supposed to marry Immortal Joe. Back to the train, with the train to the wedding dress, woo, woo. But you're gonna see her dressed in all white light, moving through the black rig, or that's gonna symbolize light moving through the clusters of melanin or whatever, piercing the darkness. She's pregnant with light. She's pregnant. Each one of these clusters is pregnant with a melanin ball. Each one of these melanin clusters is pregnant or bears light inside of it. The light being Horus, the baby, the kid, or whatever. That Kachina, the doll that was over Max's head in the midst of the war, is gonna end up getting chopped off or whatever. So you gotta pay attention to how they do it. That symbolizes how each one of these, when when each one of these retract, it's like the head chop off. So that little part right there gonna separate from here. Uh, uh, so if it was 7 heads, this one, when it's time for the light to retract, this one gonna go up here as if the head disappeared or got chopped off or whatever. And they're gonna make another reference to decapitation, because Schlitt was damn near about to. I don't know what he did this shit for, but well, let me get to that part. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but said, man, all black, spinning, climbing through the red, and Katrina dog. I'm looking at then you nigga, man, they got Max all fucked up. It's popping off. Look, they got this nigga on the front of the car on a cross in the middle of a war. It's all blades and shit swinging everywhere. Niggas throwing fire sticks and everything else around this motherfucker. This nigga here is helpless on the front of the car, tied up. I was like, man, this poor old Max, man. They got Max all fucked up, man. But yeah, so you got the back hole, the whole tip. That's what hotep is. Hotep, when you hear the word hotep, the tip, top, is the hose. Not to be confused with streetwalkers. We talking about garden tools, literally. The hose. That's where your whole hole. This, if you go a hole, look up a garden hole. It's like this right here. This is what it would look like. You would take this and use it like an axe and dig into the ground and dig little trenches to put seeds in to plant the plant shit or whatever. So that pretty much a bunch of melee and shit popping off, fire sticks shooting everywhere, motherfuckers shooting and all kind of shit. Eventually, now we're gonna deal with this shit too. Schlitt gonna jump on the top of the car and scream, "Faggot! Faggot!" Now we're gonna talk about this word real quick. See, when he says that, we gotta understand what a faggot really is. That's a bark. Just like the word punk. Punk and faggot means tree bark. So when he says this, on one hand, he's saying they need to burn these motherfuckers at the stake or on the wood because they traitors or whatever. On one hand. Two, what he's referring to is the bark, the tree. See, we got. So you hear the word faggot, first thing you think is some gay shit, but in all actuality, this is the tree, the body, the Bodhi tree, the barks. This is the bark of the tree. So when he's saying faggot, he's referring to this process, the tree. This is the tree right here of the bark. So you don't, if you don't understand the origin of certain terminology, you wouldn't even get how you would just be thinking like, what, you would think he just disrespecting them, but no, what he's referring to the tree, the bark, punk, fag. Both of those mean tree bark. And that's what they used to when they used to burn people at the stake, traitors or whatever, they would tie them to the punk or the faggot or the bark of a tree and burn them. Just like, I guess I have to say pause or something for you new niggas. But this is the bark of the tree with the golden fire on it. Yeah. So when he get on the top of the car and he's screaming that shit, that's why he's saying that. You look at him and be like, what the fuck that? Well, you think he's just being disrespectful or some, you think it was on some mundane shit, but really, that's what he's referring to when he says that right there. So long story short, they get into it. Now, in all actuality, Furioso them don't necessarily stand a chance. The odds against them. But this is when divine intervention kick in because a big ass dust storm pop off. So Furioso them looking like, okay, well, first of all, well, before that, let me go back. Okay, so, all right, yeah, that's what it is. Uh, they ride into the dust storm. Well, they start riding towards the dust storm, and in the dust storm, you gonna see a whirlwind inside of it. It's kind of all, even though even though we part of the movie where the when you see the dust storm with the whirlwind in it, it's referring to this right here. What I was telling y'all about earlier. The dust. You gotta. If you read ancient East Black World, you're gonna see a word called dirty dirty mother, or the dirt mother. The dirt is the melanin, black melanin dirt mother, the dirty mother, the dirt ma, the dirt storm or the dust storm with the whirlwind spinning in it is when you see that in the movie. This is what it's referring to. And like I said, it's kind of out of order, but you just have to put the puzzle. It's like a puzzle. You have to put this shit together yourself. Or allow me to do it while I'm showing you. So them riding into the dust storm represents this is Furioso them ride up into this or going to the melanin zone or whatever, or whatnot. Now that's a divine intervention, because once they go in there, that's how they gonna be able to lose the war boys and more than Joe them. So when they ride up in there, when the war boys follow them into there, the dust storm fuck the war boys up. Furioso don't make it, but when the war boys trying to come through, it's tearing their cars up, knocking, blowing them motherfuckers to and fro and tearing their shit out apart. But it's the spirit realm working in cahoots with Furioso them, because they was against all odds. They damn near was out of there. So when they rolled into that dust storm started fucking all the war boys up. And now Nooks is his overzealous ass. He fired up, like you gonna hear him saying you gonna hear him all throughout the movie talking about they're waiting for I'm awaiting they're waiting I'm awaited in the halls of Valhalla. Valhalla is when you go in Norse Odin and Thor and all that shit, Norse mythology. Valhalla is the land where the slain soldiers go after they die to dine with Odin, to eat with Odin, where the food never runs out or whatever. So that's his thing. He ready to down the Fury Road and go to Valhalla. That's why he said, I'm waiting in Valhalla. But to get to Valhalla, you have to be a full life. That's why he thinks he gonna live. That's why he's saying he died, he live again, because he wants to go to Valhalla in the in the afterworld and eat with Odin in them or whatever. So when he see the dust storm, he get crunk instead of. Well, first of all, let me Slit. Before we get to that, Slit unlocks. He unlocks. He unlocks. He take the locks off of Max, because Max is tied up. He got his hands cuffed on the cross from the car. So Slit takes the handcuffs off. Why he do that, and then he was finna cut Max's head off or whatever. I think he was doing that to fuck over Nooks, because I think he cut the head off. He wouldn't be able to finish the blood transfusion or whatever from to Nooks. So he take the cause throughout the fucking movie he gonna be stabbing Slick, gonna be stabbing Nooks in the back or whatever. So he take the pin out of the lock. As soon as he do that, now Max is a warrior, so he that nigga start smiling. He just all look when he start smiling, look on his face like, yeah, that's all I needed. You stupid bastard. So, Schlitt grabbed the chain that's on the nigga neck, and he pulled his head back. He finna cut his head. He was like, you ready, blood bag, decapito? He finna cut his head off. Shit, that nigga Max jumped up there and got to putting hands and feet on that man, and so they ended up squabbling and shit, and it got to the point to where Schlitt was finna fall off the car, but he was hanging on by the back of Max's leg or some shit like that. So Max was kicking him in his head, from the back, like he kicking backwards, and he kicked him out. But when he kicked him off the car, his boot came off. The boot is I'm gonna tell you, boot, shoe, boot, bam, so think about the light. When this light come up, the first one went up, bam, that's right here. That stream will follow it. That's like a leg kicking down, while the other one coming up or whatever. So now he finished dealing with Schlitt, then he jumped in the car, and but he still I think he was still cuffed or some shit, because Nook's riding, and he tells Nooks, man, chill the fuck out, because Nooks finna ride into the dust storm. Now while he on his way into the dust storm, he cutting pipes inside the car and shit, and pulling wires and shit out to where the gas is coming into the car. So he on some suicide shit. He finna strike the flare. He got the gas coming up, which you see the water coming up from the bottom of the car. It goes with when all that light start going up, water and gas coming up out of the base or the surface, because you got your water evaporating up out of there, all kind of shit, water, the air, the gas and shit, the four elements of the earth. You know, I know I broke it down in the water, but you gotta. But anyway, he strike the he had a good Valhalla. Max in the back like this fucking idiot. So he strikes the flare and about to throw it in the gasoline, but somehow Max wrestled with him and throw the shit out the car or whatever. And then they ride off into the dust storm. And when they ride off into the dust storm, the scene gonna get dark, and all you gonna see is that red flare. That red flare representing that chakra right there, or the first light that came right there. Basically saying this is the beginning of the goddamn ride. So they go into the dust storm, and they end up getting fucked up a little bit. The car get turned over, whatever. Bam. So let me see. Okay, that on here. All right. Yeah, that's what the nigga kept saying. I am the man who grabs the sun, riding to Valhalla. Now, the gates of Valhalla is actually what grab. Let me show you what he's talking about when he say that. Goddamn one. Okay. This would be the center. Would be Valhalla. How does he grab the sun? The gates. This would be a gateway. When all those finally meet up here and create the sun gonna shoot back down here, and boom, penetrate right here, and once it goes right here, the process switches up, and the earth starts pushing. The sun sits right here and sits still, but then the same way this when he was sucked up by the whirlwind, then it falls back down. Now it's gonna be another suction pulling up, but the sun gonna stay right here, and it's gonna be pushing all this up the same direction these arms are pointing. So it's gonna be going up, but it's gonna be holding the sun right here, grabbing the sun. Valhalla. The sun, the eating, the dining taking place in Valhalla is when, as this is going up, each one of these is passing through the sun and being ate or being ate by the sun. So it's going up, shooting, boom. This one shoots up in the bow, then it pushes up, shoots up in there. So the sun devours or eats one of these, and then spewing out. The soul, the bodies, the physical bodies of everybody is on the surface. The souls are being spit out from the center and coming out and landing where they're supposed to land or shit or whatever. So that's what you keep screaming about with that Valhalla shit. Then they be spraying their mouth. Now still really, you're gonna see them spraying the war boys, but before they die and all that shit, they spray their mouth with with some silver shit. And I guess that's the moon, cause silver, moon, and you know, the sun, due to the fact that the sun is so has an adverse effect on their skin, they fare better with the moonlight because it's a softer light. So I guess I don't know. I still ain't figured that shit out too much. That's good as I can get with that shit, with spraying the mouth with the silver shit. But man, this is where the shit was. Now this is part of the movie that really, when I first saw this shit, I was like, it fucked me up. So they go through the dust storm, woo, 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 so they flip on to the next scene. Now, when I first saw this shit, I ain't gonna lie, fuck Bill. It throw how they done it. Because when you see it, you looking at it, I ought not even say that because I don't want to. I really don't want to ruin it. I would want you to see it the way I see this shit. But yeah, I'll let y'all see that for y'allself. And I guess I'll talk about that when I do the other breakdown, the correspondence, which won't be this fucking long, hopefully. But so they wake up, but they knocked out because of the dust storm that knocked them out and shit. So Max, he wake up before Nooks, but they chained together. So Nooks still knocked the fuck out. So Max get up, he see this fool knocked out, he see the rifle. He grab the rifle, he grab that bitch, he put it up to Nook's wrist. He about to blow Nook's wrist off so he can move on and leave him right there and shit. This shit here was wild. So, but divine intervention, he needed Nooks. He was a part of the plan, even though he's a fuck up or he's a bullshitter or whatever you want to call him. So when he go to try to shoot the nigga arm off, or shoot his arm off, the gun jam or fly and burn out or whatever, it don't shoot. So he still chained this motherfucker. He like, fuck. Nook still asleep, so he picked this motherfucker up, put him on his shoulder, and they get to walking and shit. They get to walking and shit. So he packing Nooks. And that's when he spot Furioso and the rest of the girls or whatever. So they at the war rig, they got chastity belts on. They cutting off these chastity belts, and for y'all don't know what a chastity belt is, it's I know a lot of you youngsters might not know what that is. It's basically a belt. In old times they used to put over the vagina and lock it to keep the girl from having sex and shit or whatever. But they cut the chastity belts off, and that's a whole other story within itself. I'm gonna get you there though, trust me. But we're just going. That's a whole other story. But we'll get it at in a later date. So he spot the girls. They over there cutting the chastity belts off and cleaning up at the war rig. Now the war rig, they got water in that motherfucker. Now mind you, water is scarcity, and Max he thirsty the motherfucker. So he pull up on the scene. He got the rifle on him and shit. Now he bluffing though, cause the motherfucking rifle don't even, you know what I'm saying. He's like, fuck it, I'm gonna try my luck. So he pulled up. Nooks got on. He got on Mac's jacket and shit. Cause you know when they first gymmed him up in the beginning, they took out Mac's shit. So he got on Mac's jacket. Or whatever. Max got these little black dots on his face. They're gonna show you that too. They're trying to show you that Max represents the melanated man, but they're showing it to see you through the little black dots he got on his face. The black jacket. This is the black jacket. The black jacket, the black leather jacket. The black leather. Well, we'll give you this right here first. Osiris is the bull is sacred to Osiris. The black leather jacket, leather is made out of the bull. Leather is a sign of immortal, eternal life, good luck, yada yada yada. So this is the leather. See, look like a man with the leather jacket, black leather, mats or whatever. But Nooks is an imposter. He's not real. So he's playing dress up, which is what the white man does. All our symbolism, and like I was just telling y'all about the Nazis, all they did was take our shit. You know how it look. You ever seen one of them TV shows, or even had one of your own kids walk in and, you know, they got their mama, probably got their daddy pants on, or the daddy jacket on, or his shoes on, and shit all too big and shit for him, whatever. We're the mothers and fathers of civilization. So when you see them, that's why a lot of the shit you think, like Baphomet and a whole lot of other shit, you see them like, oh, that's Illuminati, evil. It's like a lot of this shit they took from us is really our shit. Like Pac said, some shit they took from us. It's really them. They perverted. They do evil shit in commission of associating themselves with these signs and symbols, but the signs and symbols themselves isn't bad. It's not bad. It's your shit really. So they're playing dress up. You're the original mother and father of that shit. So when you see them in this shit, it's like looking at, like Nooks. He's a carbon copy of Max. That's why Max had to take his jacket back from the food. So that's what that's all about with the jacket shit. But this is Osiris buried in the Mensa down here. The dark Osiris is the Lord of the perfect black. The black leather jacket, the black leather, the cow or the bull or whatnot. So then you see Furiosa. She got while her and the girl cleaning up, she got a prosthetic arm also. It's only she got a half an arm. It's showing you that's another that alludes to the process of this here going up. So it's basically, say this one, when you disconnect from right here, then this one goes up to there, this one goes up to there. It would be half an arm, or either of the arm thing or whatever. So it's showing you her with the half an arm is basically making a reference to the process of the arm slowly disappearing, or this like that of disappearing as it's going up to the land of the many mothers, because that's where they headed to. So when Max pull up on him, it's six girls. It's six girls, and it's Nooks and Max. 6 and 2. That's 8. The sacred 8. So the girls take out the chastity belts. When Max pull up, he point the rifle at him and demand the water. one of the girls said, "We not going back because they're not going back. They're going forward, going up to the land of the many mothers or whatever." So Max points the hammer or the rifle and told one of the girls to bring the water hose. One girl was finna do it. He said, "No." He pointed to the pregnant girl, told her to do it because he told Splendor to do it because Splendor he could tell Splendor was the one less prone to get violent with him. He could tell she was the one that wouldn't. Plus, she was pregnant, so she was more a little bit more less prone to get funky with him. So she bring him the water hose or whatever. He put the water. He still got the trident shit on his mouth. So he drinking it through the hole. He drinking the water through the mask though. After that, he point the pistol again and told he hold it. He got the chain on his neck. So he point the hammer and be like, do like this because he can't really talk. So he do like this, telling him motherfuckers, "Hey, come cut this chain off my neck." And the other one come to do that, which is the other girl that's pregnant by the other wife of Immortal Joe. Cause Splendor was cause out of all the girls, them was the only two that was pregnant. And Splendor was his favorite. So that was his favorite. And then the other girl that was pregnant, but you don't even find out she pregnant till later on down the movie. But she tell you, but she gon' but this what she do. What we get to it right now. So Splendor gives him the hole. She go back to the rest of the girls. The other chick, the wife of Immortal Joe, brings she come over there to cut. She come over there with the vice grips to cut his to clip the chain or whatever. So when she get up to him, she put the she puts the she put the vice grip the vice grips up on the chain, and while she trying to squeeze and while she trying to clip that shit, she see Joe them way back there gaining on him. So when she told let me see. Okay, okay, so she when she get up on him to clip him, she says no, she get up on him, she say "I'm married." Is that she said, "I'm married"? Is that just the wind or furious fixation? She's saying that while she's looking behind Max, and and sees Immortal Joe them coming. So she said, "Is that just the wind?" Going back to this right here, the wind, the whirlwind, the shoe whirlwind, or is that a furious fixation? Now, when you hear some people tell you hear Bess is the original. Like I said, this shit's all one and the same, so it ain't too much to wreck your brain about, but it's something to think about when you look at it. But I can break it down to you, right? This is good as I get it to you. So you'll hear him say Bess. Bess is Horus, the baby Horus. This is the beginning of the prehistoric time. Bess, the small light within the belly of the mother, Isis or whatever. So they'll tell you Bess was the original first god or whatever, right? This is the first, how everything was in the beginning. The first light right here. Then you hear motherfuckers say, well, Set was the original or the first. Well, the reason they'll tell you that is because before everything came into a physical manifestation, everything was soot or set in place right here or set right here. So you have the light sitting right here, the darkness set right here, and the center set right here. When it shot up, that's when everything went from set to moving. So it's not set in place no more. The light is running up here and going there. Chaos. The melanin is coming down here, running down the middle, creating the spine. But so when she see Immortan Joe, aka Set, she says, even though we already passed this part in the movie, I already showed y'all the lamp setting up and all that shit and all that. But she's looking back. So when she's looking behind Max or back, she's looking back in time to this. When she see them coming, or Immortan Joe and the gang coming, she said, "Is this a furious fix?" She's like reminiscing. She says, "Is this a furious?" She said, "I'm married." She's married to Joe. Married, conjoined in one right here. She was pregnant. She says, "Is that a furious fixation?" No, she says, "Is that just the wind or a furious fixation?" The wind that was up here. She's the feminine energy, pregnant, furious fix. She says, "Is it just the wind? Is that the wind? I'm married, conjoined in the middle. Is that the wind or furious fixation?" Referring to when the primal light was fixed in the center, when everything was set in place. Soot. So she pointed at Joe. Now this is when she showed when Max looked back and see them boys coming. Furioso charged Max, and you know she a warrior, so she started getting on the nigga ass. They fight, bah, bah. They going at it. So she ended up getting the goddamn rifle from out of Max's hand. So she pointed the rifle at him and squeezed off. But then she see he was faking the whole time. When she squeezed when she squeezed off, she see that the gun broke or whatever. So she mad about that. Bah, 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 you know, wailing on his ass and shit. So let me see. All right, that's the next one. Okay. So somehow Max ended up with Furioso run and she got a gun. She got a skull on the front of the truck, a rig with a pistol in it. So somehow she get to the skull. She bust it open and grab the gun. And let me see. Oh yeah, mind you, Nooks is up at this time too. So now him and Mike, see how this shit go. He up now. So now him and Max is on teams. Gotta be because they tied together. So and these hoes is on their ass. So they fighting. Nooks helping him and shit. They trying to get this shit was crazy. But the thing about it is, that's just like niggas. We be so busy fighting with each other. The melee, the whole white man is on your ass. That's what they're trying to show you in the movie. You motherfuckers is really all trying to do the same thing. The girl's trying to get away from this motherfucker. Max trying to get away from this motherfucker. And Nooks don't know what the fuck he do. He's just in the wind. He with whatever suits him best. If he end up with them, fuck it. If I end up with Joe, fuck it. He don't give divided loyalty. He a lukewarm nigga. He one foot in, one foot out. So but now he know I'm changing this nigga, so let me fight with him because he get fucked up. I know they gonna fuck me up and whatever, so they going at it or whatever. She get Max up. She get Max up against the rig and shoot and bust off the gun right next to his ear. And he have a flash at that little boy. And that's one thing I know. Every time he right about to get fucked up or something, he see that little boy flashing his he had a vision of that little boy. So that happened, and somehow they get that wrestling again. Max end up getting the gun, slams it to the ground. He bow 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 bow, shoot like around the head. He don't shoot it, but he shoot next to her ear or some shit. So he got her detained or whatever, and Nooks run over there. Glory me, blood bag. We bagged her alive. Cause Joe them coming. He got Joe. All Joe really want. First thing he wanted is girls. He want untouched. Really, if he can get them back without them being. If he can get them back unscathed, so he can breed. That's what he was trying to do or whatever. So Nooks, he playing his card. He like, well, if I can get away and get with these motherfuckers, that's one thing. But if Joe catches up with us, all I gotta do is tell him, hey man, they captured me. I didn't know, he this nigga that was but damn Nooks was a motherfucker. So he telling Max, we bagged her alive. Now Nooks say he's gonna shred her. Shredder, Ninja Turtles. You seen the Ninja Turtle breakdown I did. You'll catch that. But he said shredder, cut her up, shred, Immortan Joe. He's gonna shred her. And then he says, so Max got everybody. He got everything under control. Nooks, he ain't never seen your pussy really. He stuck over there in the mountains with Joe and the boys and shit. So he looking at the girls. He's like, oh, look at them. They so shiny and chrome. Shiny and chrome women. The moon chrome, shiny. He looking at them. He's basically saying these are moon goddesses. Diana. Shiny and chrome. Woo, woo. Because the moon is the woman. Wisdom. Moon. Woo, woo. So he tell Max, we can ask for anything. Max look at him and say, because he still had the jacket on, he said, that's my jacket. And I think he took the jacket off there and he stripped the jacket off of him. And this gives you a glimpse into the character of Nooks. Because although he's a war boy and he's a goddamn, he's an opportunist, when it's all said and done, really he's just a fucking kid under this influence of the goddamn General Joe's chicken or whatever the fuck. So and you will see more of that harped on. And one of the girls gonna actually say it out loud. But when Max take his jacket back, because he gonna tell Max, we can get anything we ask for, since we done captured them and turning them over. And Max say, that's my jacket, and he take the jacket off the nigga. And Nooks was like, oh, come on, blood bag, you can ask for more than a jacket. He's so naive and shit. But you know what I'm saying? So many words, I guess you could say, in human terms, he's a kid, just a young kid led wrong or whatever. But anyway, so he said, that's my jacket. So Splinter said, fuck that, I'm going to the green place. So she head for the car. Max bust the hammer off and grazed her leg, showing he shot her just enough not to harm her or kill her or fuck her up, but just grazed her just enough to let her know, say, bitch, slow down. Now this is key, because when he shoot her, it's gonna graze her, so it's a flesh wound. But when it get close up on the flesh wound, it's gonna look like a pair of lips with the blood running down in a thin stream down her leg. Remember I told y'all about the blood, the black blood, the blue blood, the black blood. Now that's called the lips of Ptah. Now for one, and then when you look at the blood, it's gonna be red, but it's gonna be a little dark. But it's gonna fall down in a thin strip. It's gonna look like this here, the lips of Ptah. The hieroglyph of Ptah in Kemet is a pair of lips with fluid, with liquid spurring out of them. You'll see that. There you go. Right on time. So, let's see what it said. Yes, imagining a world into existence. Bad motherfucker. So the hieroglyph for Ptah's name shows a pair of lips spurting liquid. His name sounded like Patu, as if liquid spurting out of a mouth spit. Patu. Hold that thought. Keep going. We're gonna keep going. Pair of lips, the mouth. You gonna see that her leg. And you gonna see that thin strip. Well, actually, you can see the thin strip would be the thin strip. Because, like I say, you got the original light that came up, and they had the trail going behind it. But even the trail is entrenched or has a black melanin tube around. It's called the tibia. So you had a cluster of light, thin light with the melanin around it, gold gold inside another string. Woo. So kind of like a pearly necklace or whatever. So now mind you, it's gonna be you got that part, and there's gonna be another scene that's gonna corroborate that. So alright, so he grazed the leg. She stopped. Max run over there. He jump in the rig and pull off. He go down he drive a couple of feet, then it cut off because Furioso had a rig with kill switches. So Furioso asked Splendor, how does it feel? She said it hurts. Splendor said it hurts. She said everything hurts out here. Whatever that means. You're gonna see an arm on the door. The arm of the door of the rig. That's just the arm. Arm pointing forward. The arm of Horus. Okay. So the girls come up to the door. They trying to get in the rig with him. Max tell Furiosa, you can get in. Furiosa say, not without them. And so Max looked back like, well, fuck it. We'll just wait for more than Joe. So Furiosa was like, you should tell him you relying on the gratitude of a very bad man. They trying to tell that nigga you got a better chance fucking with me than fuck with him because he gonna fuck you up. So he was like, fuck it, whatever. Then she was like, you want that thing off your face? And then he looked like, alright, fuck it, go on, get in. So this is where it gets interesting right here. So they get in the rig. She give him a file to take the shit off the. Now this is some jiggy shit right here, boy. That's my fire water right here, boy. Let me take my. There's some file water. That boy, so she give him the file, right? So she give him the thing. So he put in the back. Medulla oblongata. He get the filing backed up. You hear him filing, trying to file down the lock or whatever the fuck it is backed up, so you can unlock the mask. And then, okay. Remember I told you, when you say worming they went into the black matter of my mind, or my brain, or whatever you said. The black matter, the Akashic records, the medulla oblongata. This is where your memory of not only this life but your past life and all other the history of the world, basically, right here, the Akashic records, the files. I think it was whether it was Terminator when they said I got detailed files. So he had the Akashic records, the file, and he had the file that he was using to file down the lock on the back of his shit. Then at one point he had to do some other shit, so he just stuck the file in there, so it was looking like a feather hanging in the back of his head. So he got the file, the detailed file, the file in the back on top of the Akashic record, the detailed files. Bad motherfucker, boy. So like filing, it's like he getting the just the opening of the mouth. See, you in Kimmy they got what you call the opening of the mouth ceremonies. Open my mouth with bimetal. So he using that metal. Cause once he unlocked the memory of and remember who basically just like us, you gotta remember. Once you unlock that memory in the back, then you can be able to speak it the way I'm speaking to y'all, because it's all in our files. But if you don't, but the muzzles of Set or the muzzles of Soot represents the mouth that is muzzled, because you can't speak what you don't know or what you're not conscious of. But it's back here. Once you access it, so him digging when he backed up filing, he's digging into the detailed files. So once he pop it open and get the mask off, he can open the mouth up and with the bimetal, the metal file, the bimetal, the soul metal. So he put the file back there to go do some other shit. Let me see. This shit involved. And one of the girls said, out of all the legs, you had to shoot the one that's attached to his favorite one. Talk about Splendor. They go back to the we get back to the race thing. Splendor was his favorite one. She was white and blonde, blue eyes. Then going back to the whole Hitler shit. There's the one that said, is that the wind or a furious fixation? She was his wife. She said she was married. She was married to Joe. She blonde, blue eyes. That's two of the girls. And Furiosa, she's like a warrior goddess, so he probably just look at her like a, she probably ain't even attracted to him or whatever. That's three. Then you got another one of the chicks. She's Irish. She's a redhead. And the Irish, you know how they look at the Irish. The Irish is like too close to niggas in so many words. That's the group of whites that's too close to niggas in the white world. Like they look at them and say, yeah, you. That's and that goes back to the that I was telling y'all about your boy. I was telling you about the Saint Tupac, the Shining Serpent. When they tell you St. Patrick's Day is about how they ran all the snakes out of Ireland, really like ran all the snake people out of Ireland, or i.e. the niggas, the nagas. The nigga means the nigga is the kundalini, the coiled serpent. We are the serpent people. The nigga, it's not a bad word. It's not a word that shouldn't be banned. You should be able to use that word like a regular word, because it's But by them reversing it and making you think doing slavery and all this shit, calling it to you in a form that makes you think it was a derogatory term, and then convincing the world it was some bad word. Now, some shit that really means divine king or whatnot. Now you can't even say the shit. You now niggas get you say it around white folks and they look at you crazy. When whole while this is not a bad, it's not a derogatory word at all. It's not. You should be able to say nigga whenever you want to, or refer to men and black women as niggas in school, church, whatever. Well, that nigga there, because that's what we are. That's why we use the word so freely, even though it was presented to us in modern, and relatively speaking, modern times, slavery and all this old bullshit, as a word that was supposed to hurt us. Why the fuck you think we took it on and started using it? Because it was already ours to begin with. You fucking mopes. So you niggas out here talking about, I can't be calling my brother a nigga no more, and I'm gonna stop using that word. Get the... Man, you niggas disgust me. But, yeah. Oh. So, yeah, the redhead, she Irish. So, because the blonde is supposed to be the purest form of white woman. So when you look at the red and the dark hair, it's like, oh, when the hair start darkening up, it's like, oh no, the darker the hair, the closer to the nigga. So his two favorites was the two white girls, the two blondes. You got Furioso, she G.I. Jane, she got the lesbian look, and she's got the butchy thing going on. She's the warrior goddess or whatever. Then you got baby girl Zoe, she black. They call her Toast Annoying. That's her name in the movie. They don't never call her names in the movie, but you see this at the end in the credits. But she's Toast Annoying. And like I was saying, she got that brown, toasty complexion. Plus, what we call toast, what we call hammers in the hood, the toast. Pass the toast, nigga. You know what I'm saying. And she the one that's most ready to get busy with the toast in the movie. Toast the knowing, the original one, not one, knowledge, first, original, black man, primary. That's what they were telling you. Toast the knowing. Give you another bonus. When you go and look at the Cosby Show, right? Lisa Bonet, which is Zoe Kravitz's mother. There was one episode where she had wrote a poem, and the poem was called "I Walk Alone." And it was like a sad type of poem or whatever. So it was like such and such. I walk alone. I walk alone. Such and such. I walk alone. I walk alone. What is your boy Max? A lone road warrior, right? So when she was finished, Bill called her the Duke of Melancholy. What is melancholy? Melancholy is a mellow. On one hand, it's a somber disposition, but at the same time, they got the word melanin in it. Melanin, darkness, passiveness, mellowness. The light is the active part of you. The melanin or the dark aspect of you is the mellow or the chill out or the stillness or meditating Buddha aspect. So outside of just it being a somber or sad mode, melancholy or melanin means to mellow out. Peace to my nigga Big Mellow. Swisher roll tight. Oh, we doing backwards now, so it's backward roll tight. I don't fuck with swishers no more. But shout out to my boy Mellow, man. So yeah, he called her the Duke of Melancholy. Strange thing about that is, now that was back in the 90s. Now, 05. Things like 05, 06. You got a rock group called was it Green Jelly or Green? No, excuse me. I'm thinking about Green Jelly or Green Day. Was it Green Day? I think it's Green. Yeah, damn phone there. We can get accurate with it. I think it was Green Day. It was interesting because when I was in jail, they came out with a song called "I Walk Alone." Uh, Bad motherfucker too, man. Bad motherfucker. But I go, I walk a busy street down a boulevard of broken dreams. I walk alone. Just like the poem Denise had. You have a few stanzas, then she go, I walk alone, I walk alone. Same thing they did in the song. Da 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 da. I walk alone. I walk these busy streets down a boulevard of broken dreams. Bad motherfucker, man. My shadow is all that walks behind me. Bad motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie, but at the same time, I was like, God damn, they just gonna steal Denise Huxtable shit like that. Did she get royalties for that? Nah, that was a bad motherfucker. But I just thought that was interesting to note. Yeah. So, yeah. So let me get back to the movie. So all the girls load up. They fuck. I guess cause, like I said, looks in. He be in and out. So he end up off the rig. I think they threw him off or some shit. They threw something. Or they left the nigga. I forgot what happened. But when the girls get in the rig, Max let Furioso drive. He trying to file the shit off his. He fucking with the detailed files. One of the girls asked the other girl, "Do you think he's coming to the green place?" And then, and boy Joe's wife says, "Never. He's a crazy something who eats swinger." And I was like, "What the fuck is swinger?" No, you ain't calling my boy Max an aggravated dick sucker. That's what it sounds like. I'm like, man, hold on, man. Max don't roll like that, man. What is swinger? The fuck is that? But I guess swinger is lizard. That's the only thing I seen a nigga eating movie was lizard. Swinger, bitch, don't tell you should call that something else. Say swinger. But the next thing you know, they look and the Gas Town boys end up behind them, which is some more Joe, some more boys down with Joe and the gang or whatever. And Zoe jump up or Toast. She jump up in Max's face and tell him, "Don't damage the goods." So you gotta pay attention. I like her, cause she's a bad motherfucker. She's the warrior goddess too. See, the whole thing about the girls, they were the opposite of Joe for the most part. That he's a warmonger. They were about peace, no unnecessary kills and all this right here. What Zoe, what she was down with that too. But Zoe had the balance, so she knew. See, they was just straight up peace. They ain't had no sense of war. Zoe was like, yeah, I'm about peace, but I'll bust that iron off too. She was with the shits in so many words, as opposed to the rest of the crew. She was like Furioso. That's why when you look at the movie, when it was time to get down and she needed the girls to do shit as far as the war is concerned. She giving the shit to Toast here. These hoes here, they too scary. Take this iron. Here, take the iron, and I'm gonna bust off. That's why I liked her. She was a tough girl on there. She understood the peace and all that shit, but see them other girls ain't. She was what Zoe knew was, we about peace, But if we don't go to war for our peace, we will lose the peace. You know what I'm saying? We don't, yeah, we can do the peace thing afterwards. But we going to have to shoot it out with these motherfuckers first or whatever. So, the green place now. Okay, the gas man. So she get it, she get in Mac's face and tell him don't damage the goods or whatever. Speaking of, talking about, I guess them or whatnot, because that's what they were saying all throughout the don't damage the goods. But she told him that. So, I think she looking back, and I think Furioso asked her, "What do you see?" She was like, "Big rigs, pole cats, flamers, and the pickle eater himself coming to count the cost." Now, the pickle eater, he was like see when you look at Immortan Joe, he was like the government. Same way they oppress the people. He was just modern day government. That was him. He represented that shit. So he had his different elements. He had his war department, and he had his treasury. The treasury was the pickle eater. I don't know what you have to go through the credits to find his name, but that's what they refer to the nigga to in the movie. He had a metal nose. The metal nose was the metal, first and foremost. Metal. I was telling y'all the precious metals. The nose. This is the nose. The ibis nose. The Tahuti. I was telling you how this was the pen, and each one of these was writing or sending information on the back, the same way the guy was tattooing on the back of Max. So you got the middle nose. He's down with Soot and the boys, so he's down here. The Soot Typhon gang, the middle nose, the middle metal or the metal on the mouth or excuse me, the nose, middle. Plus he knows metal. Metal coins are made out of metal. Look, coins, metal coins, money. He knows metal. He knows money. The nose. That's what. That's why he had the middle nose. He was coming to count the costs. He was the coming to see how much damage how much they had lost. Him and or if they have lost everything that they had lost thus far, as far as Joe and they squad or whatever. So I don't know why they call him the pickle eater. That's why it's just a bunch of weirdo shit. There's a bunch of strange talk going on. Slinger eaters and slingers and pickle eaters. What the fuck going on? Pause. But yeah. Stupid motherfuckers. Big rigs. Now the pole cats, that's gonna be the cats, the dudes you seeing on they gonna be on the poles going from back, teeter-tottering back and forth like a pendulum, symbolizing the earth tilting back and forth on its axis. The pole cats or whatever, that represents the teeter-tottering. Big rigs, I guess, just another reference to the train. The flamers, you'll see the flamers later on when the sun come back down. That's gonna be the fire, the flame shooting from up out of there. Now, when they see them coming, they start getting themselves ready and shit. So I think the gun they're gonna grab. You're gonna see them grab a red sack, right? It's gonna be a red sack in the rig with the girls. Mind you, now this goes to the, I'm gonna let y'all ponder on it, and I'm gonna come back and break this shit down, man. The red sack. Sack, red, REDSAC. If you take a sack and put it in front of red, you got sacred. Red sack, sacred. Sacred blood, sacred period bloods. When it's all said and done, the last chakra or the last chakra to pass through the sun before the earth blows off and goes into its orbit is this red one right here. The sack, red sack, the sacred mother blood. Her blood is gold. Sack red, the red sack. The blood bag. Let you niggas ponder on that for a minute. Now you gonna see after that, Max gonna jump to the back of the rig and he gonna connect the tube to the ball. When you see him connect that tube, see it's all over the place, but it's still relevant. You gonna see him connect that tube. The ball is the ball was already on, the black ball was already on the rig, right? But to show you the connection or to put emphasis on the what you would call the tibia or the leg bone, the little thin part right here, Max gonna jump on the back of the rig and he gonna connect the tube from that black ball to the rest of to the front, the other part of the rig. It's alluding to that tube in the middle that the light is passing through. Because when these start going up, each one has to, when this one goes up in there, it has to constrict, go through there, and boom, go up in there. Then that was going to do the same thing. So bam, he do that. Now, he connected to, then he jumped back on top of the rig because he had to get low to do that. Then he jumped back on top of the rig, grabbed a file, scrape, bow, pop the lock, takes the mask off, opening of the mouth ceremony. You will see he does it himself. Show y'all something. Y'all niggas know this. Just in case I'm gonna put it in your face. God damn it. Put it in your motherfucking face. We'll be here when your eyes clap together. Okay, it says the Sim priest performs the opening of the mouth ceremony on an osserified mummy wearing a teeth crown. The priest uses the mestizu or the Adez wand and wears the skin of a leopard, which signifies his stature as a high priest who has completed his own technical initiation ceremony. Opening of the mouth ceremony. The one. The file. The detailed files. So he does that. Then the next occurrence is this first okay, yeah. So he do that. He get back in the rig and shit. When he do that, Nooks jumps through the bottom of the rig in the back seat. When he jump up through the bottom of the rig, Furioso jumped to the back seat, put the knife to his neck. One of the girls screamed, "No, unnecessary kill, unnecessary kill." But she got a point. She's right. She so many words. That's why I said that she screamed that, and it gives you really. It could have went anywhere. It could have went anyway. But Nooks was a part of the plan, so her saving Nooks from getting his fucking neck cut off helped the whole crew. Because although Furioso may not have liked Nooks based on the fact that he was a war boy, he was still relevant. They didn't know all this, but just show you how all this shit was working. So she put the knife to his neck, and then one of the girls screamed, "Unnecessary kill." He's just a kid. What I was saying earlier, she said he's just a kid at the end of his half-life. And then Nooks was like, "No, I live, I die, I live again." Furioso was like, "That war boy wants me dead, blah, 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 blah." Okay. So they get Furioso off of him. She go back to driving, they arguing and shit. So Furioso spit in Nook's face. Then Nook spit in her face. And that goes back to the patart thing or whatever. The spitting, the patooey. So now the scene flips over to the other side with Emoy and Joe them. No, I'm lying, not yet. Oh yeah, the bullet farmer's coming. Nook spitting up face, she spit, yeah. So Nooks tells Furioso, "You can't defy him." Then the girl's like, "Look how he fooled you, war boy. He's a lying old man. That's why we have his logos on our neck. Breeding stock." Then Nook says, "I'm waiting." One of the girls said, "You're an old man's battle fodder who kills everything." Just like U.S. soldiers and shit that go to war for America blindly under the guise of one thing, but really just like the soldiers that went to war thinking they was going for freedom and democracy, but really they were just going over there to get oil and whatever and shit. And the goal is to dictate and dominate. Whatever the fuck they was doing. So she said, "You're an old man's battle fodder who kills everything." Nick said, "We're not to be blamed." The girl said, "Well, who killed the world?" And that's when they kicked him out of the car. They kicked him out, but when he found the car, he had grabbed one of them and he had a strip. He pulled a piece of their clothes off, so he had like one strip of the piece of one of the garments from the girls. So they go to so Nick's got the white garment. Then they pull up to Gas Town or whatever. And this when she told they pull up to go do the deal with the Gas Town motherfuckers or whatever. And she tell Max, "I'm supposed to be by myself. You can't be seen." So that represents the light hidden in the darkness. The soul, you can't see the soul because the soul, Max represents the soul. So you can't see the soul because the soul is hidden or encapsulated within the physical body. It's you can't see it with the physical eye or whatever. That's what she was referring to when she said that. Then they show you a bird's eye view of the rig going between the cannons. I mean the canyons. So when they go do this deal with these motherfuckers, she put the black soot on her head to one indicate she black, but I guess that's to make them think that she was well she ain't you because she told when they get the gas time, this when you find out she cut a deal with them. I think they were supposed to. She was supposed to link up with them. They were supposed to help her take care of and more than Joe them and shit, and in exchange for some gasoline or some shit. In exchange for the gasoline. So when they pulled up, when the motherfuckers come out to talk to her, they was like, "You told us so many words. Was like you ain't tell us there was gonna be that many motherfuckers we had to fight." And she was like, "I got unlucky or some shit." Woo woo woo. So by this time, Joe them on their ass or whatever. I think they had double. I think they double crossed Furiosa or whatever. Cause now she put us like 3,000 gallons of gasoline. And pay attention because they sometimes they say gasoline, then sometimes they say guzzling. I said it must be ain't nobody but Big Mo motherfucking ass somewhere in here. Guzzling, go guzzling, big boy. She said, I'm going to unhitch the pod. I'm going to unhitch the pod. Unhitch. So they show you in one scene, they show you Max putting the tube to the hitching the tube to the parts, or showing you the what that was. And when she said, I'm finna unhitch the pod, these are the pods. When she unhitched the pod, that means I'm finna, this part right here is finna disconnect. She's not finna unhitch the pod, drop the rocks. When you unhitch the pod, or when that little thin slither disconnects from this right here, when that light goes up into this one, the rocks or the melanin that's around it drops and falls back down here. And that process continues on with each one of these right here. So, and you're gonna see in the movie the rocks dropping during this scene right here, and the dust clouds and shit forming. So she said I'm gonna unhitch the pod, drop the rocks. Once she say that, Joe them come. So next thing you know, there's melee, fighting, shooting, boo, boo, boo. They gotta get up out of there. Whatever they running and shit, the rocks drop. Nooks, he find himself back in the mix with the war boys. So he run up on when they trying to figure out what they gonna do. Nooks holds up the white garment and showed Joe and was like, I was on the rig with him. I can get back on it. Woo, woo, woo. I got the garment or whatever. So Joe was like, get aboard the car with them over there, blah, blah, y'all go get to it. Slick, he got the boot. He got Mac's boot. So he want to ride with them. So he telling Joe, pick me. I got his boot. Take me. I got his boot. To no avail. He's trying to find favor and with Joe, like Nooks with white shit or whatever. So he can ride with Joe them, because now Nooks is riding with Joe them. I think it was the same car right behind. However it is, because it had to be close, because during the ride, Nooks ended up getting on the side of the car and was able to talk to Immortan Joe. So Now this is the scene where uh, what I call him the Bullet Man. Now this dude here, this is where it gets tricky because he got Bullet Man. He got the wig. You know how the judges in England had a wig, the powdered wig with the that represents they wear those wigs because it got the kinks in it, unlike the straight hair of the European. So Osiris is the judge. They know Osiris is the black man, so they put the wigs on to imitate the black man, like I was telling you about earlier, like the plain dress up thing. But instead of the powder wig, his wig is made out of bullets, and then he got a veil, like bullets crossing this way and bullets crossing this way, like this. That's the Osirian thing. Like I was telling you earlier, Osiris, that's his thing. The X with the crook in one hand, the flail in the other hand, but he got bullets on his shit. So he pulled up, but he's with Immortan Joe them, which is, well, I was telling you, this shit is all mauled up. It kind of makes sense. I'll get to it, but hold up. So he pulled up and was like, all this for a family squabble. Like I said, all this shit is just a family squabble. Soot versus Horus, Isis, Neptune, all this shit is one of. It's all just like I was saying earlier. When you break it down to a psychological level, one part of your mind battling with the other part of your mind. You have to. It's all one. You have to bring it into a oneness and balance the shit out. So that's what he's referring to when he said that. That's why I say, even though they got him. And on the other hand, you can go as far as to say that stuff. You can look at him as representing the white man dressed up in your shit, because he dressed up as Osiris, or just like white folks they dress themselves in your symbolism, but they using it against you. They trying to battle against you. You represent Max and Furioso and the plight of the black man and the black woman trying to retake their throne or whatever, right? So you get him. He got this Osiris shit on, but he's going against the real Osiris, which is be Max and you see them. They the real Osiris. So he represents the government that rules you, or the secret societies, or whatever you want to call it. Shit. He represents them, dressed up in your attire, acting like you or whatever. Now don't get me wrong, he a bad motherfucker. That nigga, that's what I ain't gonna lie. That nigga, they'll get the busting them hammers off. That shit tickle me every time I see it. But that nigga get to going insane. But okay, so still trying to show him the Bullet Man. Alright, we got the Bullet Man shit out the way. Right for now. Now they coming out of the melee. The front of the rig catch on fire, right? But she got a hole in the front of it, or back hole, whatever you want to call it, shit. So this is her using the earth or the natural elements, as opposed to more Joe. He's just like the white man. He's more of a hazard to nature than a benefit. She's using, just like with the dust storm and all that, she's using nature to her advantage. So when the front of the rig catch on fire, she take the scooper in the front of the truck, lift the sand up, and put the fire out with the sand from the earth, and they keep on going or whatever. So they riding and shit. The war zone or whatever. And boy Joe, he get up on a war rig. He pull out a 6-shooter, a revolver, spinning, revolve. He pulled a 6-shooter out. He finna shoot. Right before he shoot, they put Splendid out the window. His favorite girl. They put out the window or put out the door, so they stop him from shooting. He scream out that that's my property. He's showing you how he views them as subjects as opposed to human beings or whatever. He treat them like property. So he said that, then Fury bust on him, bow, 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 but she missed or whatever. So Nooks is on the ride. He riding with Joe them now. So he get up on Joe and he tell Joe, if I get on the war rig, if I can get on the rig, I know the way to get inside of it. I'll poke her in the spine. They sitting fucking opportunists. Just another reference to the spine, backbone, both sides, woo woo, spine. He's a traitor. So he's out poking the spine, keep her breathing. Joe say, put a bullet in her skull. Now keep that in mind. We gonna okay, when he say put a bullet in her skull, this is what he's talking about on this level. This is the skull. Mind you, remember we was talking about the skull, skeletons, and all that. When all that goes up in the air, this gonna be the skull, right? The bullet gonna be the sun shooting back through here through the skull. Then when they get to the land of many muck, well, I'll wait till we get to that part. But that's when you say that, it's referring to that part of the prophet. Put a bullet in the skull or whatever. So so Joe tell him, if you do that, I'll walk you to the gates of Valhalla myself. So Nook, and he be like, it's all shiny and chrome or some shit that he sprayed the nigga mouth or whatever. So Nooks, he all teary eyed and shit. Dude, the great Joe, he blessed me with the silver spray. What the fuck that was? He jumped back on the goddamn rig to try to go get fuck over Furioso with him. So he get to running, but he had like a chain, I think, on his leg or some shit. He tripped over something and fell. When he did that, Joe seen it, so he's embarrassed. Joe said, "Oh, mediocre." it's like some of you niggas. That's what I be thinking when I see some of you niggas mediocre. That nigga like mediocre. So he bought all this shit. That's me about new shit, man. See you niggas doing dumb shit. Mediocre. That nigga, so he bought all this shit. He bought all this shit or whatever. He embarrassed. So I remember I told you they had Splendid hanging out the window. So she was hanging out the window. So now they trying to get it, hanging out the door. So she on the side of the rig trying to crawl back into the rig. So she on the side of the rig. So they ride like this the rig. Let's say she on the side, right? Like this, well, put it like this. This the rig. She on the side. It's like a cliff right here. So she coming like this here, and you thinking she finna get hit by that cliff, but somehow she whoop. She like put herself against the rig and missed it. So she missed it. So everybody thought she was fucked up. When they looked back, she came back. I was like, she was good, and they was like, all right. And the next thing you know, they hit something, and she fly off the rig. And then Joe them coming behind them run over her or whatever. So you know all the girls in the car, go back, you gotta go back. So now mind you, her leg, tell you about the baton shit with the thin blood dripping down her leg or whatever, right? Similar, which was hinting at this right here. The little thin with thin part going up there, but both sides of the melanin dripping down this way or whatever. Now here's the other half of that. When they asked, they tell Max to go back. Max say she went under the wheels. So I was like, how you know that you see it? You see it? He was like, she went under the wheels. When he said she went under the wheels, remember her leg, the blood trickled down her leg, right? That's one reference to this. They say she went under the wheels. What did the melanin do? It's melanin, it's the wheel. When all that melanin came and dripped down here, it went under the wheels. What else was the wheels? The wheels. What is wheel? Well, the first and foremost, root, sacral, solar plexus chakra. That deals with the wheel right here. So when he said that, she went to the wheels. On the other hand, I mean, they was like right here in the process, they almost finna go up it, get you to land of the mini mother. That's one thing. The wheel is the solar plexus chakra, the yellow chakra, the chakra of what does the wheel do? Wheel gets shit done. The active, that's what gets you active or gives you the willpower to do what you need to do. So the wheel is like the gasoline. Get shit moving. The gasoline make the car move. Gasoline, light yellow, the wheels. Wheel, this would be the willpower. This is when the wheel is still. It's not doing nothing yet. It's still waters. When this shoots up, now the wheel or the energy, the active energy, is all going this way. She went back and got ran over. She went under the wheel. The wheel or the light, the willpower, which is the active masculine energy, was going up. She fell off the rig and went back or under the wheels. So the wheel was going up. She went the opposite way. Just like the blood trickled down her leg. And they had to wrap the bandage on her leg when they was banding her leg up. That was another reference to the Osiris buried in the Mentor, the mummy of Osiris wrapped in gauze, the leg wrapped in gauze or whatever, or wrapped in the mummy wrap or whatever. So she fell off the rig. Ben his leg up. Then Max had a vision of the little boy. When she fell off the rig, Max seen the little boy. Because I guess it reminded him of what happened to the little boy or whatever. Then he said she went under the wheels. Then Cheeto, which is the that was another one too. Cheeto. Then you had the when I was breaking down the girls, you had the two blondes, which was the Anglo-Saxons or whatever. You had the redhead, which was the Irish. You had Zoe or Toast and Owen, she was a black girl, and then you had Cheeto was a Native American. You'll see she got the Native American type look, and then when you go further in the movie, you're gonna see Native American like a Native American rap or something on her, something like that. But hold on, yeah, but her name is Cheeto the Fragile. I ain't really getting to breaking them names down, but she can't take them, or she giving up the fight, so she ready to run back to Joe them, cause she tired of trying to get away and all that shit, I guess. So they get her under control or whatever, and then so they riding. So Max asked Furiosa, "Where's this green place?" She said, "A long night's run heading east." So she said, "A long night's run." Mind you, everything that's taking place up until then is is during the day. So when she say that, this is when it's gonna turn into night. So let's go back to this right here. When this whole lamp set up, this is like daytime. So it's all that light. It's like you got this here down here. You got all these set up. It's daytime, fully lit. Each one of these represent the sun slowly going through the sky, slowly going down. So when I told she went under the wheel, they about right here. So they passed midday. This would be, let me see. We'll say, what is it? So this is the rising. This would be, oh, this. Yeah, that's right. This would be the midpoint. So this would be like, this would actually be the heart chakra or the green place. Or, well, it's kind of, let me just get to the story. So many words. The light is retracting, so it's getting darker and darker. So by this time, the closer they get to the many mother land of the many mothers, the darker it gets or whatever. So he said she's a long night's run heading east. So when she say that, they up in this part now where it's majority darkness or whatever. Now when they get into the dark scenes, the night gonna be dark with a blue tint to it. That's a they reference Sirius. When you look, if you ever catch Sirius in the sky, like now it'll be in the southeast sky. You go out like about, like now it's like in the eastern sky, but around 12, 1, 2, something like that. Around this time of the year. But in the summer you can catch it like in the western sky. But it's showing it's sparkling with all the color with different colors, red, green, reddish green, blue, but predominantly it's gonna come up as a blue. This star Sirius. So when it get to the dark, you're gonna see it's like dark with a blue tint to it. That's because they're getting closer to the land of the many mothers, or i.e. Sirius or whatever. So all right. So yes, you like what? So he said, "Where's the?" So she Max said, "Where's the green place?" She said, "A long night's run heading east." Now the land of the many mothers is the top. The green place, they gonna end up actually passing through the green place, and not even knowing it, because the green place is when they ride, you gonna see them go through. You gonna see this one scene where it's like real dark, bunch of crows and shit, and then you gonna see people walking on stilts or whatever, because the land is poisoned and polluted. That's gonna actually be the green place, but it's not gonna be the same as it was when she was a kid, so she's not gonna recognize it when they ride through it or whatever. So cause it's all polluted and poisoned and shit now. Just like Kemet, Africa or whatever. Not saying the whole Africa is like that, but I'm saying in so many words, like, or we'll take Egypt for example. It pales in comparison to what it was back when we were the ones running it, as opposed to the Arabs over there. Still, it was still cool and all, but it was prophesied that it would lose its splendor, relatively speaking, or whatever. So you look at it kind of like that, but So they riding. Furioso tells she throw a bag of guns to the back to Toast and told her to take inventory and match every gun with his bullets. At this, then Furioso tell Max I gotta get under the rig and do some repairs or whatever. Uh, then Nooks end up slithering his way back onto the rig and shit. Now him and the redhead, that's his girl or whatever. Uh, Him and the redhead, she the one who found him in the rig. She like, what you doing here? He was down there crying. Basically mourning about how he fucked up in front of Immortan Joe and shit. Woo woo. Talking about he's supposed to be he told her he should be walking with the immortals, visiting the heroes of all time. And then she tell him, well, maybe it was your destiny not to. Blah 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 blah. So Max Furioso asks Toast about the shit about the inventory and shit. So she had the she's sitting with her legs. It was kind of sexual too, but she's sitting with her legs open. And she had, which was kind of weird too because they were talking about the bullets, and one of the girls said Miss Giddy calls them anti-seeds. Plant one and watch something die. Talking about bullets, and but Zoe was like, she had the rifle. She was like, well, we got 4 for this big boy. Pause. But holding the rifle and shit. Since she got 4 basically 4 bullets for the rifle. And then she pulled out a little gun and was like, well, we can squirt this baby off 29 times. So, but what she was saying was the 4 represent the 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 29 is 7. The 7 lights, 7 darkness. But the 7 spears are 2 halves. Light and dark, that's 14. Same thing down here, 14. 14, 14, 28. Then you got the one in the middle, that's 9. Or whatever. Or you could say, yeah. So, well, 28 would be 7, 7, 7, 7, 28 plus the one in the center, 29 or whatever. It'll be 7, 7, 7, 7, and then the one in the middle. It'll be like that's more so like it, because that would be the handgun. 7, 7, 7, 7, one in the middle, 29, and this would be the rifle. 1, 2, okay. 1 with the letter, all the lamps sitting up, then till it turns into this. So that'll hold be the 1. Then all that going up and that'll be 2. And then the shoot down, that's 3. And then when this raise up, it comes up off here and blows off and goes into an orbit, that's the 4. So yeah, it was on Hera. She said on Hera caused them anti-seeds, plant one and watch some to die. Then you see the redhead with the goggles on. Then they go into the night scene. Everybody sleep. One of the girls holding the lamp. Uh, we got the redhead. She's sitting in the middle. Yeah, scene. When the scene turned blue, they going into the dark. And then the rig ended up getting stuck in the mud. So they gotta find a way to where the rig gets stuck in the mud. That's when they in the green place. They don't know it yet though. Because it's just muddy. They in a muddy land, so they gotta get the rig out of the mud and shit. Uh, uh, so after that, the next scene they shoot, you're gonna see and boy and Joe them coming. Got the man. They got that's what I ain't get to talk about him yet either. They got the more Joe them. They got one truck with a bunch of speakers on it and a nigga playing a guitar. He got the you got he bought see Isis and Osiris are the real patron. They the patrons of music, right? Patrons of music. But see, we got this thing in Christianity where they tell you that before the devil fell, well, it kind of makes sense, I guess. But it said before the devil fell, he used to be an angel, but before he became a devil, he was an angel of music. Well, that's where it's come from. But actually, Isis and Osiris were the patrons of music. But if you look at Soot, that's the you can look at that as a fallen part of Isis and Osiris, or the low nature, or the fallen part of them. But the way it's viewed in Christianity, they be like, "Oh, the devil is the music is of the devil," of woo woo. But in all actuality, Isis and Osiris are the patrons of music or whatever. But in this, they play more so on the whole devil being an angel of music thing, because Soot is the prototypical devil. Immortan Joe is under the Soot template. So his gang got his squad. They got the music with him. He got the blind. I know some of the thoughts you hear about the blind fiddler, where he got the blind guitarist with fire shooting out the guitar and shit. So they all, more Joe and all them, cost counter and Bullet Man, they all parked and they talking. They going over everything they done lost or whatever. Metal Nose says 30,000 canisters of gasoline, 19 canisters of nitro, 12 assault bikes, 7 pursuit vehicles, and you have us stuck in a quagmire or whatever. Yeah. Then they go to the scene where they go to the scene where the people, I think his name John, the people eater or something like that. He examining the body of Splendor, and she not dead really. So he put the little horn up to her stomach and was like, he was like, "Your girl's still breathing." When he put the horn to the stomach, but he was like, "It's going awful quiet." It's going awful quiet, talking about the stomach. So Boy Joe was like, get it out, talking about get the baby out. While he pulling the baby out, since he eats the flesh of baby, him pulling the baby, the process of him pulling the baby out is making him salivate because he's a cannibal or whatever. So now let me show you what that refers to. Now for one, the baby dying, that alludes to go back to the 0.10 birth rate or 0.1 birth rate of the white man. The baby not making it is referencing to his seeds being sterile or whatever. Remember, soot. One of the attributes of soot is sterility. So the baby not making it, even though it died in accident or whatever, on the ultimate level, that's what it's referring to on one hand. Then on the other hand, he's saying, get it out, get it out. But when she's laying there, she's laying still, just like once all this light, like I said, it's a puzzle. You have to put it together because it's not necessarily in order. But her laying still, when he say get it out and pull the baby out, the baby is the light. When all that light comes up out of here, all you have is the earth laying still. Like he said, she still breathes. She was like, the girl still breathing. She wasn't dead yet. She was just still and stiff or whatever. Just like when all that light goes out, or the baby comes out, you get the drift, and then you're gonna see the people either playing with the umbilical cord, the cord, like I was telling you, the little cord in between. That's what that is a reference to. But hold up, I'm gonna have to think I'm gonna have to go ahead and tap out real quick, man, and pick this shit back up tomorrow. So I'm gonna clip it right here, and I'll get with you niggas. Well, I'll start this one part 2 and finish that motherfucker off. So till then, peace, love, and hair grease, niggas.